Hello everyone, welcome back to Election Time News. It is now 5:45 p.m. on the East Coast, and it is the night that we have all been waiting for. It is Election Night 2024. So this is a night where we have the presidential election, the senatorial elections in quite a few states, as well as the governorship elections in quite a few states, and also the entire House is up for election. Now in this video I will not be focusing on quite a few of those. I will just be going over more of the Senate and presidential elections, and I will of course be calling those myself as well. So here we have our blank presidential map, and then here we have the blank senatorial map. Here we have all of the states. The polls are still open. However, we do technically still have our first results out already, just because of the one town right along the border in New Hampshire that does their results really early at midnight. And so there are three votes for Kamala Harris and 3 for Donald Trump out of Dixville in New Hampshire. So those are the first votes of the election that we have in. Those came in way earlier today. And so, currently, Decision Desk HQ has a 59.6% chance of Donald Trump winning, 40.4% for Harris, so it's about 60-40. But again, it's absolutely possible that it's completely off, or that an upset could happen, because, I mean, in 2016, Hillary had a 90% chance of winning, according to quite a few places. But here, this is the history of how Dixville has voted. There are 4 registered Republicans, and the other 2 are independents. And so, in 2020, there were 5 votes for Joe Biden and no votes for Donald Trump. In 2016, it was, I believe, 4 votes for Hillary Clinton and 2 for Donald Trump. And in 2012, there were 3 votes for Barack Obama and 3 for Mitt Romney. So, of course, it's been worse. This is worse than it was in the previous 2 elections, but it is still on course for a potential Democratic blowout. So this very small has no indication on where the night could go as of right now. They are the only votes that have come in here. It is 3-3, so this is very, very tight race, as you can see. But it should continue to be tight throughout the entire rest of the night. We'll be seeing these presidential win chances be moving over the course of the night, and of course I'll be watching as these polls start closing in eastern Indiana and eastern Kentucky at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to be in 11.5 minutes or so. And of course comparing them back to the actual results from 2020 to see if there's any movement, because this is the absolute first indication of any potential movements on the overall presidential battlegrounds, the indication of the country moving as a whole. And so if there's anything unexpected, we can absolutely see that first coming in. Honestly, Indiana and Kentucky are great first states, because we have representation in Indiana. This region is more Midwestern. This area is more just rural, and this region of Kentucky is more Appalachia. So we can get 3 main groups right there, all in one sort of idea of how some of those might move based on some of that. We also have some suburban regions in Indiana and central region. They're going to close. I believe Lexington in Kentucky closes at 6 p.m. So quite a few different types of regions are going to be closing at 6 p.m. And so that's going to be a pretty great indication of where some of those may end up going at this point in time. So got to keep an eye on those when the polls close. Again, that's going to be about 10 minutes, and then here's the general overview of how the race is going to be shaping up. So, of course, here, Harris does have quite a few more ways to win, but if you put in the likely states here, it does quite narrow down a bit for both of them, and so you do end up with 20-21. Trump actually in the benefit here, but of course there could be upsets, and we don't know until, of course we don't know until we know. So it could basically end up being a sweep for either of them, or it could end up being a huge underperformance for either, or it could be right in the middle. But coming in here, looking at some of these results out of the state of Indiana, I'm going to have to go back over here. Looking in at the state of Indiana just to get some ideas of what we should be seeing in some of these regions, more of this eastern region. So we're going to get to see some vote from Indianapolis. 64% for Joe Biden and 34.5% for Donald Trump here. So if we're looking at somewhat along those numbers, then we're going to be looking about on par for 2020. If there's any chance of any growth there, then we're probably going to need to end up moving things out from there. We're probably going to get some more growth, especially Indianapolis. It's a somewhat suburban region. Fort Wayne, we need to see some movement to the left. If there's movement to the right in Fort Wayne, Allen County, then we're going to have, then that is an indication of a larger shift to the right nationwide. Monroe County is relatively suburban. If we see, Vanderburgh County move to the right, I think that actually does close at 7 p.m. But if we do see that move to the right, then there should also be an indication of some issues there. But of course, nothing's said and done until we see more regions. Even just one state isn't really enough to really show that big of a trend. We have to get quite a few more states in first. And of course, in Kentucky, looking in at the results from Kentucky, we can see that there were, a few. We're probably going to get, Lexington. Louisville, I forget which side of the line that's on. I think it might be right about here. So this part of the state closes at 7, and this one closes at 8 or 6. But Lexington, it's basically 60 to 38.5. So that's going to be an important one to keep a watch on. And Louisville, Kentucky, 59 to 39. That's going to be another crucial one. Looking at some of these counties, because right over here is, I believe, Cleveland, Ohio. So these are going to be somewhat suburban regions right around there. And they are all about 58%, 58.5% or so. Kenton and Campbell County right there along the river. There's going to be some movement there. Appalachia right here. These were very Democratic counties once upon a time, and they moved hard to the right for Donald Trump. So if there's going to be any real hope of getting, any of this greater support, that's going to need to be seen there as well. So that's going to be definitely an important overall outlook there. So looking at some of these shifts, Fayette County moved to the left 11. So finding Fayette County is probably going to be Lexington. So if Lexington moves hard to the right or anything like that, undoing what it had in 2016 to 2020, then that's going to be a huge indicator that there might be something going on there with some issues there with that. So that's going to be something that we might have to watch as far as that goes. Oldham County to the left, Jessamine County to the left. Those are probably, again, also some more suburban counties here. Not anywhere around there, but trying to see if I can find them real quick. Bourbon, Oldham, and Jessamine. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find those anytime soon. But so they are that's basically what we're gonna be looking at the very beginning here. So that's definitely gonna be crucial. These states we have to watch those, but we expect a Trump win in Texas, Trump win in Ohio, Trump win in Iowa, Trump win in Florida. Harris victory in New Hampshire, Harris victory in Minnesota. So just to start things off there, that's probably to be expected as far as that goes. And might also watch the live blog here a little bit. But, that's delightful. Russian email addresses linked to bomb threats. That's okay. So early exit polls show voters focus on democracy. That's going to be a big one right there from both sides. I'm pretty sure there was a lot more heavily impacted towards the Democrats. They were a bit more focused on democracy than the Republicans were. They were a bit more focused on the economy. So that's not necessarily anything unexpected. That's probably something that we should have been able to tell beforehand. Just with a bit of bit of intuition there. But again, 2020 results, we're going to have to be looking at those as soon as those polls close. That's going to be in 5 minutes. 5 minutes until those first polls close in Indiana and in Kentucky. And we have quite a few candidates here. So, I mean, Michael Wood in Arkansas there, Chris Garrity, Oklahoma, Cornel West, Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, Claudia De La Cruz. You even have Vermin Supreme in Delaware, so he even got on there as far as, that. Free ponies for everyone. But, quite a few, probably most of them aren't really going to get much of the vote. We're, of course, mainly a two-party system, so that's entirely going to do that. But just want to get that out there. So we're going to have to be watching all of these. I'm probably going to leave I'm going to want... I'll probably duplicate this instead. Yeah, so get Indiana in there. Let me see what we got. Yep, Indiana. Why is it not open when I click it? That's dumb. Nope. Cool. Okay. Well. Anyway, let me guess. It's going to be like this. Oh, cool. It's not even that, so I'm going to just have to edit this. That's irritating. So, I'm probably just going to have 2 of those ready to go here. So, Trump, of course, won Indiana and Kentucky, but, of course, because the polls will not close statewide until 7, I will not be calling the states until then. So, there I will, then I'll probably call them basically right off the bat. But we're going to be looking at, Allen County, St. Joseph. Looking at other counties, we'll be looking at nationwide. We're looking at Cook County in Illinois. Cook County, a very Democratic base centered around Chicago. That's a very important one to watch. California, Los Angeles County. It's been dropping a little bit. This is basically where, like, the entirety of... Trump's odds dropped a little bit, I think. Quite a lot of the Republican Democratic base is right there. Like 80% of the state's population is there. Something ridiculous. More people live in Los Angeles County than all but the 10 most populated states in the country. So that is absolutely an important county to hold on to. Texas. Williamson County is going to be crucial to watch. Denton County, Tarrant County. Tarrant and Williamson flipped blue in 2020 as the suburbs have continued to move to the left. Those are going to be crucial to watch. All of these counties in the Rio Grande Valley, they moved very hard to the right, some up to 50 points towards Donald Trump. So that's going to be another important thing to watch. Florida, Miami-Dade County, Duval County, Pinellas County. All of those are going to be crucial counties to watch here. Basically just going to be down to Fulton, Cobb, Douglas County. Richmond County is going to be another important one. Muskogee County, some of those ones. NYC is what to watch in New York. See for further movement there. New Jersey, Hudson, Essex, Camden County. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Bucks, Montgomery, Delaware, Chester County. The suburban shell over here. Watch Northampton. It's a swing county. Erie County is a swing county in Pennsylvania. Allegheny County. Look for turnout. Turnout in Pittsburgh spiked in 2020, and that really helped drive Joe Biden to a victory here. Also watch Beaver, Butler, and some of those other counties right around Pittsburgh. They might move it to the left. Lackawanna County, watch it. Monroe. Quite a few counties in Pennsylvania that may indicate how the state as a whole moves. Delaware, there's only 3 there, really, but Newcastle County is going to be important to watch. Trying to think what else here. North Carolina, there's quite a few to watch, but just generally up here, watch the rightward movement in some of these counties over here, and leftward around Charlotte and Winston-Salem, as well as Raleigh. Those are going to be important to watch to see if potentially there's any chance there. Basically just Maricopa, Pima, Santa Cruz County, and Cochise County for Arizona, but Maricopa is going to be the big one to watch. It has like 60% of the population there in the state of Arizona is centered right around there. So we are now at 5:59 p.m. The polls are going to close basically down in like 5 seconds. So the polls have now officially closed in Indiana and Kentucky. It's probably going to take a second for the results to come in here, but according to my clock here on on my computer, it is now 6 o'clock p.m. So we're going to have these polls closed. The polls have closed. The election has officially begun. We're going to have the first results coming in. It might take a minute or two, but the first polls have closed in the states of Indiana and Kentucky. And so I'm going to just give it a minute. Maybe a little reload will help it, but nope, there might not be in on Decision Desk HQ. But if anyone has any other websites that might be a bit faster, then that'll be great. But it started. We have started our movement for electing the next president of the United States for the 2025 to 2028 cycle. So this is it's begun now. Looking over back at the results page, it is still not in yet, so that's irritating. But apparently it's a bit overworked here. So I'm gonna drop the bit rate for a second. So let me. All right, that should help a bit. All right, well, it's basically. All right. It's still not coming in yet, but the first polls have in fact closed. Let me see if I can find anything else real quick. That might, have some a little bit faster results. New York Times, maybe. New York Times. Because these ones are taking a while. I don't see anything in there. They don't even have them in yet, so. Yeah, say first polls close at 6 p.m., but they still don't have anything in yet either. So I'm gonna just drop this in here though. Yep, everyone's going live now. I'm getting all these notifications, so that's fun. But Indiana and California are the ones to. Most ballots were counted in okay, so they even have indications on when some of those states are gonna probably be in here. So first state to report. So okay, first polls have closed in Indiana and Kentucky. So they have said that, but they do not have any numbers in here yet. Still waiting on that, but of course, looking again, Decision Desk HQ doesn't even have them in yet. It's been about 5 minutes since they have closed at this point, but we still don't have any numbers in yet. And so that's still a little bit of a. Got a little waiting period here, I guess. So let me just go back over to the stream. Statewide, isn't there still another hour? Statewide predictions in another hour, but counties across Indiana and Kentucky have closed. Yes, that is correct. The first polls have closed in Indiana and Kentucky in a few counties. Basically, it's a line right here from, like along here. So Indianapolis and west over here. This section has closed. They're in Eastern time. They have closed. And Kentucky, the polls over like Lexington, Louisville, East have closed as well. The western part of the states have not closed yet, so no one's going to really make any projections based on those, to answer your question there. So, welcome everyone who is here. I'm just going to quickly give you a shout out before everything gets, official. Because we still got like another hour before anything really gets moving here. Now, none of them have even have any votes in yet, so I'm still waiting on those. But here's Indiana from 2020. Here's Kentucky from 2020. So, there's not really much to talk about here as of yet. There's still no votes yet, but don't even have any votes in for the Senate race or anything either, most likely at this point. So there's really not much to be looking for here yet. Probably could get some stuff in for the Senate here too. I'm gonna use New York Times for the presidential, and then Decision Desk HQ for the other ones. Just for nothing in Indiana yet for the Senate yet either. Okay, so nothing here yet. We're expecting a Republican gain of at least they're going to gain one seat. That's going to be in West Virginia. Glenn Elliott is not winning as a deep red state. In 2018, it was a blue wave year, and the Democratic incumbent barely held on by 3.5 points. And he is now retiring. So now that he is retiring, the governor, Jim Justice, is running for senator, and he will absolutely sweep that election. So that is going to be one seat gained to the Republicans. That's going to be called on poll closing. Everyone's going to call it at 7:30. I'm not going to call it till 8 because of these 3 counties over here that do not close until 8 p.m., and I'm not really going to call any states until the entire state is closed. So this is gonna be a long night. I have my bottle of water, and I even have a Snapple Mango Madness here, so for some flavor. So I'm not just drinking water the whole night, but I'm still awaiting quite a bit here. It would be great. Hope the results out by tomorrow. Yeah. I'm expecting most likely Pennsylvania will be out by tomorrow around noon. So that midday tomorrow is probably when we'll have an idea on who will win Pennsylvania, and there's a pretty darn good chance, and whoever wins Pennsylvania will win the White House. So most likely we will know tomorrow, but we'll have a good indicator probably tonight by around midnight. So looking at unexpired terms, but yep, and Canada Senate is unexpired. Why are there 2 of the same thing? I do not understand that. But, yep, that one's the special election. Pete Ricketts is going to absolutely carry that one. This one's the interesting one. Deb Fisher versus Dan Osborne. This one, Dan Osborne technically has a chance, but he's an independent running in the Great Plains, which they generally don't do that well. So, that's definitely going to be something to look out on. But, it'll be crucial here. Let me see if there's any... Oh, they have them in. All right, so the first results are just in Sullivan County. So 2,560 votes to 956. The first results are in, and in Kentucky, just out of Laurel County. So looking here, 81% to 18. If we look over at 2020, Laurel County, 83 to 16. So just based on this, Kamala Harris is slightly overperforming in Laurel County with 30% of expected vote in, and in Sullivan County, 37% is in, 71% for Trump. Let me find this again. Sullivan right there. Okay, Sullivan, 74.5%. Before I keep going to the wrong one. 71. So they're both basically right at like the exact same number here, but they're technically based on that. Kamala Harris is slightly overperforming Joe Biden from 2020 with a whopping 30% of the vote in 2 counties. So great indicator on how the night will go, 100%. But anyways, still waiting on a lot of those votes coming in. We don't have any results even out of those 2 counties on the Senate, apparently. Indiana does not seem to have any results out of that yet, so can't find that yet, but maybe New York Times has some. I don't know, maybe they're a bit faster. Yeah, they do. Oh, wow, that's mean. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the maps real quick so I can, get this in here. So here's our map right now, expecting quite a bit of, oh, come on. Alright, my apologies there. I forget that it automatically starts that music, but, blank map right there, that's all we got. I'm gonna sign in right here just so I can freaking get a, there we go. Yeah. No. Okay. Yes, they do in fact have, they do have some results in from Indiana, so I'm going to switch from using DDHQ now, and I'm just going to use New York Times, because they seem to be quite a bit faster, so They have results in there, so I'm also open up their House results. They already called 2 uncontested House races, the 4th and 5th district. Let me get this back over here. Alright, so they have called the 4th and 5th district in the House, so we now officially have 2 House seats for the Republicans. So it is the House races have officially begun as well. There are 2 uncontested races in Kentucky that are immediately being called, and Indiana's 3rd district as well as the 8th district have some vote in 3% and 1%. So they only have like 3,000 and 8,000 votes in. So Indiana, Jim Banks doing pretty well here. And so there's that. And we now have a bit more right outside Fort Wayne, Whitley County. This is one of the ones that we could expect to shift a bit to the left because it appears to be relatively suburban. So 72 to 27, looking back at the results in Indiana, 72, 73. So this is probably about on course of what we should expect out of Whitley County. And Sullivan County, of course, is continuing to count ballots there. We now also have results out of Kenton County in Kentucky. So 59 for Trump there and 59. So it's actually going a bit more for Trump, but these preliminary numbers are, not really enough to actually be able to say much about general trends as of right now. So I'm still able to answer any questions if you have any. So, because there's not really much to do right now. So if you guys do have any questions, do feel free to ask them, and I'll be checking every few minutes to be getting back to those. So we have the first results in, again, anyone who is just joining, we have the first results in 2 House seats have gone to the Republicans. They're both incumbents, uncontested in the state of Kentucky. And we also have 1% of the Senate vote in, 73 to 25 for Jim Banks, who is expected to win that seat. And in Indiana and Kentucky, we have 63% for Donald Trump in Kentucky and 71% for Donald Trump in Indiana. So that is the first real results that are coming in from across the country here. And we are still awaiting any other results. We have 45 minutes until the 7 p.m. poll closings when we will have our first state calls, which we will, don't forget the 6 votes that have been counted in New Hampshire. The midnight closings in this township in Coos County, 3-3. This is the same result as in 2012. There were 3 for Barack Obama and 3 for Mitt Romney. So this is potentially on course for a sweep. There's nothing about it doesn't mean much. However, those are still worse than the Democrats did in 2016 even. It was 4-2 for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and in 2020 it was 5-0, and this township has, I believe it was 4 registered Republicans and 2 registered independents. So that is a relatively big movement there, even though it's a very small community. We now have results coming in from Fayette County in Indiana, 75% to 23% to 2% for the Senate race there. So Jim Banks is heavily expected to win the election there in the Senate. I can't type tonight. All right, cool. And so also on the presidential level, 71 and 63. So interestingly, right now, this is just to prove that sample sizes matter. Indiana is redder than Kentucky right now. So that's just to prove that sample size matters and that you can't just based off of random pickings, because if you look at the actual results, at the end, Donald Trump had 62% of the vote in Kentucky and Indiana 57%. So just to prove that you cannot, statistics, randomization matters. He actually has more votes in Kentucky, but Kamala Harris has 5,000 more votes in Kentucky as well. So Kentucky has counted more of their votes, 2% in and 1% in Indiana, with 45 minutes until the first major poll closing of the night. So we still don't really have much to do as of right now. Still the early time of the night. Excuse me, I am right now, but currently, if any of you have any questions, I can probably answer them, and I can, look at how these results reflect, other predictors or or ask me about my own projections or whatnot. I can definitely get to that. In the meantime, of course, we still have our blank presidential, and it decided to start again. So I'm gonna actually hide that. Then it won't do that on me anymore. Okay, we're good now. So no more shenanigans from that. And, of course, in the Senate, this is a blank race, but if you put in the heavily expected races, then you can get a map that looks basically like this. Now, again, I put in Maryland, but that's, technically a bit contested there. And so if you end up with just your certain races here, forgot that one. You end up with a 47 to 42, which means that Republicans only need to win 3 races out of the 11 that are left in order to win. So all of these races are the ones that are going to get called upon the polls closing, as they have no contest whatsoever. However, the other ones are going to be competitive, so make sure to watch for those. And conversely, not conversely, but, in the same manner, these races, not Colorado, it's pretty far, but it's not far enough to be called immediately. All of these races will be called on poll closing. Now, of course, there's an exception for Maine's 1st District, as I have the entire state called at once. But, moving on here, then we have all of these. Now, again, we also, for the same reason, I will not call Nebraska upon poll closing, just because we're waiting for the 2nd Congressional District. But that will absolutely be safe for the Republicans, so that is also not anything close. And so this is what the expanded competitive map looks like. And if you get rid of the very likely states I don't have any more colors here than just the basic ones, but if you add in the ones that are almost certain to go one way or the other, then you expand it to look a bit more like this, and then you end up with the 6 races. And if you want to add in Nebraska 2nd Congressional District, then you end up with the, the 93 electoral votes we've been talking about all cycle, those main 7. And it is 226 to 219. So, there's, of course, potential upsets that might happen, but, it's relatively unlikely that even 2 of them will flip. Even one of them flipping would be a surprise, of course. But we're gonna have to wait on those for quite some time here. So, all right, here you go. Leo, do you think tilt red Iowa and Ohio is even possible? Tilt red, no. Tilt red, neither of them, no. That's not happening. This election cycle, that would just be too big of a shift, I think. I mean, technically it's possible, but I really don't think that there would be any real discernible chance that would happen this cycle. It'd be, I don't think that there's any real chance that there's going to be, that big of a shift like there was in 2016 from the 2012 to 2016 results. That seems a bit too far for this climate as far as that goes. So no, I don't think tilt. I think lean. It depends on what your scale is. So I think that Iowa +5 for the Republicans is possible. Not likely, but possible. And of course, Iowa being R+5 would basically be a sweep, unless it's just an anomaly in Iowa, which might be possible based on how things go around Davenport, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, some of those regions. It might move quite a few points to the left. Ohio is going to be more difficult. I could see Ohio plus R+6.5 or so, but it's most likely going to be 7.5 or more. Even if it moves, it's probably not going to be by much. It only went 1/10 of a point to the left from 2016 to 2020, while Iowa moved a whole point to the left. So if anything, I think it's probably not going to actually move that far, either of them. And tilt red being even 2 points or less is basically unfathomable at this point for the Democrats. That's like a fever dream for them, essentially. I don't see that really being plausible this election cycle, at least. Depending on if Kamala Harris wins, and she wins with Iowa R+5, then I could see her winning Iowa in 2028, depending on how things go, depending on the Republican candidate, depending on those sorts of things, depending on if Kamala Harris wins, and the Democrats manage to somehow pull off an upset and, flip Texas or hold on in Montana or something like that, and they hold on to the Senate, then I absolutely could see Iowa going blue in 2028, because if Kamala Harris is able to get done what she wants to do, and people like it, obviously, that's another huge caveat, then I think that Iowa could go blue in 2028. Conversely, if, the Republicans manage to flip Montana, hold on in Texas, hold on in Florida, be within a point or so in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, etc., and Donald Trump manages to win with, flipping Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He doesn't even really need Michigan at this point. Michigan could be within a point, and that'd be fine. But then, he gets his campaign done, and people like what he does as well, then I could potentially see, Minnesota and Virginia returning back to, 2016 levels of competitiveness as far as that goes. So this isn't really going to be useful for much right now, so I'm going to close that. I could see that moving for those conditions, but as far as this cycle, no, I do not think they're going to be anything even close to competitive, and that Seltzer poll, that's really going to hurt their record in the end, because I do not think that's, even if it's close, again, if Iowa R+5 would be basically detrimental to the Republicans, because considering it votes 10 points to the right of Wisconsin, if it's R+5 here, then that would mean that Wisconsin would be D+5. That's not going to happen because, there's going to be resistance. Generally, there's a bit of resistance to political realignments that are that hard. But that would probably still be D+3 Wisconsin if Iowa was R+5, and considering there were no huge demographic shifts. So that would basically be endgame for Trump, because that would mean that Pennsylvania would definitely go blue. Georgia, North Carolina would easily go blue, probably 1.5 points. Arizona would go blue. Nevada would go blue. It would be a 319-219. So if Iowa were even close, that's still an 8-point error on the Seltzer poll, which would be unheard of for Seltzer. It'd still be basically over for Donald Trump. So that Seltzer poll really does put a lot out there on the line. So I do really think that does mean quite a bit, but can't be too sure. 66-33. That sounds like, 62. So that's actually a bit more red now. So some of those more results have come in out of some more of these red counties. The first vote from Lexington. Nope. That's just the dot that shows it's a city. We're seeing the first votes out of Allen County. Donald Trump narrowly in the lead. 39,000 votes for Donald Trump. 35,000 for Kamala Harris. And in Indiana, it went 54.5 to 43. So this is looking good for Kamala Harris, especially considering 44% of the votes are in. This is the sort of demographic shifts that the Democrats would want to see. We're going to need to wait a bit more for Marion County's returns to come in. That's going to be Minneapolis and stuff. I'm talking about Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota isn't going to go red this cycle. Only On Point Politics would ever try to convince you of that. And so, also about next cycle, I was saying if Trump got his one, and someone popular, potentially J.D. Vance, depending on how liked he is, or someone else along those lines, were to run, and the Republicans have the Senate, so they wouldn't have any objections, and people liked what they did, then I could potentially see Minnesota getting relatively competitive, more along like 1.5 points for the Democrats, like we saw in 2016, or potentially even going red. But it would absolutely require potentially Republican trifecta, which probably wouldn't be too difficult if Trump wins the presidency. And I think he'd be able to pull whatever slight losses there are in some of these competitive races over the finish line. So still only 2 House seats have been called as of right now. We're going to be watching this race right here. Mary Peltola trying to hold on to her seat there. I think it's Pennsylvania's like 8th. It's competitive, I'm pretty sure. It's like, where is it? There it is. 7th and 8th. Susan Wild is going to be one of the competitive ones, and Matt Cartwright. Pretty sure those are the 2 competitive ones. 7 and 8. It's centered around, Scranton. Interestingly, one of the people who voted for Donald Trump out of the town in New Hampshire did, in fact, vote for the Democrat in that district, Maggie Goodlander. So that's interesting thing to note. Just out of there, 4% in, 62 to 36. Jim Banks is going to win that, but we're going to have to wait half an hour for that prediction to come in, that official prediction to come in from those forecasters. I really don't have much to talk about right now. Apparently, video's experiencing buffering. Don't know how well my internet's gonna be able to handle this. It might be going on and off. I'm not sure. It's not gonna ever drop, I don't think, but it might be going back and forth on whether it wants to connect nicely or not. So that's absolutely going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to get on as far as this goes, because it's really slow right now. Not much to work off of. So, again, if anyone has any questions, then feel free to ask them in the chat. That would be, helpful to get some content moving. Don't expect any more results anytime soon. I don't know why they're not calling this race. It's 2% less than 1%. 5% there. 2% there. 29% there. 44% still. 55 in Steuben County, so we're getting some more results out of some more counties here. Anderson County, 3% in. Laurel County. So but election night has officially like begun. We're in this, guys. This is happening. So 2 House seats for the Republicans. Alright, looks like the connection's doing good again. And basically everyone left, but if you are still here, of course, I'll be getting on to the not that one, Indiana. Looking at some of these shifts, I think. Let me look at the 2018 results for Senate. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna pull that up right here. Boom. So I'm actually gonna look for 2018. No? Shame. I'm surprised. Doesn't look like there's any page there. 5% in Indiana, 2% in Kentucky. So, Trump is taken more of the vote in Kentucky than in Indiana again, so that's to be expected. Hello to everyone coming in here. Things are moving a little slowly right now, but it's just the first few votes that are coming in here. We have only 2 races called so far, 2 House races for the Republicans. They're both uncontested, and they're in the House. So now I actually want to do this. Yeah, let's be a little bit better. That's much better. So yeah. There we go. 7th and 8th districts are going to be competitive. Alaska's at large. Washington's 3rd. Oregon's 5th. This one in here, let me see if we can. Nope, stop making all the colors look like crazy. Make me look crazy. It's gonna be one of these ones. There's so many districts in here. I think it's no, it's not. 27th I think is a bit competitive, but let me. I forget exactly where it is. There's so many people that live here. There's so many districts. I know somewhat what it looks like. It might be 42, but I don't exactly remember. These 2 uncontested have been called. This one, less than 1% of the votes are in, so they're not going to call that one for a while. 42% of the vote in Allen County. I think that's actually a bit of an increase, but not by much. We're getting quite a bit in Huntington County. So I wonder when they're going to call the counties. Looking in. Oh, because we're looking at the Senate. That would explain why it won't move over. Fort Wayne's still only 44% in. Nothing from quite a few counties here. They might not start reporting until, quite a bit in. Nothing really moving right now, but quite a few predictors. There's not much to even talk about those yet, but they're pretty much split on Harris victory versus Trump victory right now. But not surprisingly, the more right wing ones are saying Trump victory. Some of them even saying a blowout. Others are other left wing ones are gonna have a Harris victory. So I do have a narrow Harris victory by only a few thousand votes in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I did release that not that long ago. There should be enough time for you guys to watch that before the next results drop, the 7 p.m. poll closings, which are the first projections of the night, which is going to be huge. But until then, there's really not much else to look at here. But Fort Wayne, 54.5%. We're looking at right now, still 52%, so a bit better. But they haven't done a vote drop in a little while. Waiting for some more vote dumps out of some of these counties, but I'm gonna just Alright, so 65,000 looks like Stutzman's probably going to win. That's a relatively Republican district. So we can zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, it's a more Republican part of the state centered around. It is centered around Fort Wayne, but it's not a very Democratic region there. and so that's probably going to go red. That's probably not a competitive district. There's not really any that are competitive in Indiana other than maybe the 1st. So that's going to be one to watch, but they have the incumbent advantage, and that is still right outside Chicago, so that shouldn't have any trouble going. Blue. The 8th district is probably going to be red. Quite a few of those are probably going to, basically all of these are going to go red. Kentucky's 6th is the closest to competitive out of the ones in Kentucky. However, they've basically been drawn to be entirely non-competitive, and there's not really many ways you can draw them to even give the Democrats a district here. So by splitting up Lexington and Louisville, they do have 2 completely red districts here, and most likely Andy Barr is going to win re-election there. The 5th district generally goes blue, I think, but looks like they have an incumbent Republican there, so that is going to help the Republicans there. So that's probably not going to move. The competitive districts are going to be doesn't scroll to zoom in. The competitive districts are going to be Pennsylvania's. Oh my goodness. Okay. Pennsylvania's 8th and 7th. Those are going to be competitive, as well as New Jersey 7th. So these 3 right here are going to be competitive. Make sure to watch those. Technically, Connecticut's 5th is going to be a bit competitive. Maine's 2nd. This is going to be one to have to watch quite a bit there. Michigan's 8th and 7th. Those are going to be important to watch. The 10th is technically competitive. Not really. John James is probably going to win re-election there. The 3rd congressional district in Wisconsin. Van Orden is expected to win there, though. He did win in 2022. We have the, let me see. The 2nd district, Don Bacon is potentially going to get unseated by Tony Vargas, the challenger there. We have these 3, which are somewhat competitive, but most likely the incumbents are going to hold in all of those. That don't expect too much movement there. Not going to be too interesting, unfortunately. And so that's really not, there's not much to say as far as those go. There's this one competitive district in California, and I feel like if I saw it, I'd recognize it, but I can't really. Might be the 38th. I don't exactly remember. But it's going to be in there somewhere. It's in the LA region. Then you also have the 3rd district in Washington and the 5th in Oregon. Technically, the 1st district in Montana, but Zinke's probably going to win that. That's a re-election. There's not much to do there for him. Colorado's 3rd might be a little bit close. That's I believe one of the new districts. Technically, all of New Mexico, but the Democrats have drawn the map, so it's probably not going to be very competitive. Unfortunately, anything with Illinois. We might see some competition in the 17th. However, unfortunately, that's also been gerrymandered so that there's mainly Democratic districts in there. So we have 2 House races that have already been called for the Republicans now. And looking back at the Senate, 8% in now, we can see that Jim Banks has basically all the counties right now. But of course, basically the only few blue counties here, which are Marion and Lake County, are not in yet. So that's gonna an issue. We have some in on Franklin County. That's a blue county. Kamala Harris is ahead by 500 votes. 550 votes out of quite a few, 40% in. So that's a good vote drop for her. But that's gonna be a big show for her as far as that goes. But still not much in there. Hamilton County's coming in now. 65% of the vote is in. Still nothing new out of Allen County. That's gonna be one we're gonna want to watch. That might be an indicator of shifts nationwide in the suburban vote. So that's going to be very important. And outside of either side of a little bit of Marion County might help, but you know it's going to be a red state no matter what. Let me check the chat here. Nothing new. All right, so hello to the three of you who are watching. Basically, the first polls closed at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern, and we're getting some first preliminary results across the states of Indiana and Kentucky. Not much. Only 4% is in Kentucky and 9% in Indiana. And for the Senate, we have 9% in on Indiana, and it looks like Jim Banks is going to win. He is the favorite to win in that Senate race. And in the House, the two uncontested incumbent races in the state of Kentucky have been called, which means that Republicans currently hold 2 guaranteed seats in the House of Representatives, 218 for control. Now we have a few votes in all except for the 7th, 2nd, and 1st districts. I believe that we might get some results in the 7th, or maybe the line's like right here, so maybe not. I don't know where the line for the time zones is, but we will have to wait for the state calls until 7 o'clock p.m. That is 20 minutes from now, so I have to wait a bit on those. It is 6:41 p.m. right now, and so 4% in, 9% in from Indiana, and we do have those 2 races called. Now, looking at some of those results from previous years, we can, see a bit of a, it's only R plus 16 in 2008. Interesting. So, I believe we saw Franklin County. That was a red by a point. Now, it's a bit of a Democratic trending county, so this may flip blue this cycle, and as we have seen in the state of Kentucky so far, the first results from Franklin, we do have a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris with 40% of the vote in. She's ahead by about 500, 600 votes right now, so that does appear to be going relatively well for her. We have now been live for an hour, so one of many that we're going to be going for, going straight through here. I've water, some Snapple. Let's get this moving now. But all the interesting stuff will be happening later. We'll be getting a lot more vote dumps and stuff. This is the slow start to the night. If you have not voted, go out and do that already. Unless you are in this chunk of Kentucky or this one of Indiana, your polls are still open, so go out while you can. Get in line. I don't think they can, force you out or anything until, like 2 or 3 hours after the polls close. So, do make sure to get in line and do vote. Your voice is important. Make sure it is heard. This is every election is important, but, this one could definitely mean something, because, it could be the first female president or the second president to serve non-consecutive terms. So either way, history's being made here. So we're going to be looking at the results coming in on quite a few of these. Mervyn? That's an interesting last name. So 15 minutes until the next results are coming in, and so we're gonna have to continue waiting for those. See if we got any more vote drops out of Indiana at this point. Fayette County, Allen County, still nothing. Whitley County, 51% and 72%. So that 73, looking at what, 75 now? 72, so a bit of a drop. This is a more suburban county, if I'm correct. Steuben County along the border here. I think these are some blue regions over here in Michigan. Decatur County, 5% in. Hamilton County, 65. I think that's more vote drops. 50% for Kamala Harris, looking at Hamilton County, was 52 to 45. So this could definitely flip blue this cycle. Depends on how the last 35% of that vote comes in. We're looking at 58 to 41 in the state of Indiana right now, and in the state of Kentucky. Oh, they're at 1/10 in. And Kentucky, we are looking at 65 to 33 for Donald Trump, and it is looking right now for considerable advantage. Obviously, Franklin County might flip blue, still only 40% of the votes in, but that is, 100% in 49.5 to 48.5. That's only a 1-point shift. So even if the nation shifts to the right, there definitely could be some movement in there that could flip it blue. That would be the third blue county in the state of Kentucky this cycle, so that would be relatively considerable. And of course, we have the two uncontested incumbents called their House races in the House already for the Republicans, 2-0. So it is 6:46 p.m., 15 minutes until the first real polls close, right? Statewide in Indiana, statewide in Kentucky, and then we also have the states of Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Vermont. They will all close at those times. So that's going to be when we're going to get the first real drops. We're going to get some calls in some of those states, and then we're going to start seeing more of those vote drops done in some of those regions. So that's going to see what's going on here, but 9% in for Indiana Senate, which is interesting because I think it said 10% for the presidential election here. Yep, 10. 5% in now. Let's see if there's any more vote drops. More on some of these counties. It looks like Pulaski County, Franklin County looks like a little bit more, 5-point lead. I think that's a bit more than it was. We're getting some more movement now in Hamilton. So looking now at some of these, it's going to be, Alright, so... Alright. (6:47 p.m. Eastern Time). It is starting to get a bit late. Polls are going to close in, like 12 minutes or so in some of those states. So that's going to, be able to get some calls in some of them. Senate race, we're going to be able to call Indiana and Vermont right away. Bernie Sanders is going to win Vermont, and Jim Banks is going to win in Indiana. Spoiler alert there. But, Virginia's going to be too competitive to call right away. Tim Kaine versus Hung Kao. And then we have some of these more House races. I'm surprised that more of these aren't called yet. But I'm not going to be calling any of these because I don't go into House races. I might try that in 2026 since there won't be much else to do. Midterm elections, I'll definitely do governorships next year. And then, I think there's only two states that are having governorships. I think there's only, there's only 2 states that have governorships, but it's still going to be something to look at. So I'll be getting that next year, and then 2026, of course, I'll be probably getting into House elections since it won't be, of course, another presidential until 2028. So Indiana 9% in, 59-39. I'm going to wait 10 more minutes to call that. Getting more vote drops out of any of these. 44, 51, 64, 57, 5, 65. Hamilton County starting to fill in there. Franklin County, I keep on feeling like that's dropping, but it's not. Pulaski County, Laurel County, Taylor County, Nelson, Greenup, Floyd, Rowan, Kenton, Whitley. And of course, New Hampshire, you just have Coos County, the one township that did already vote. They have their midnight voting to get the first results in of the election, 3-3 out in New Hampshire right now. So that's definitely probably not gonna take all too long to call. But the polls in New Hampshire close at 9 p.m. I believe. No, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. They close at 8 p.m. along with all of the other New England states, minus Vermont. It closes at 7 p.m. Yep. 8 p.m., 8 p.m., 8 p.m., 8 p.m. So if we look at presidential. Oh, since it already has votes in, it won't tell us. That's not very nice. So 10%, 5%, less than 1% in, 9% still. So it looks like we're not really getting any vote drops right now as far as that goes. And looks like we're buffering again. That's irritating. Hello to everyone. Here we have 2 House races already called for the uncontested Republican incumbents in eastern and northern Kentucky. So 2 House races have already been called. 218 needed for control of the House. In the Senate, no races have been called. 9% is in Indiana. It will not be called until... interesting. Jim Banks does have the lead in Hamilton County, even though Harris has the lead in Hamilton County on the presidential level. So Jim Banks is outperforming her in some of those suburban regions. But we will not be able to call any statewide races until all the polls close statewide, which will happen at 7 p.m., which is in 8 minutes. 8 minutes left until the polls close in those states. Those states closing at 7 are Vermont, Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Georgia. All of those will have their polls closed statewide at 7 p.m. 8 minutes from now. It is 6:53 now. And Virginia will be too close to call. Vermont will have independent Bernie Sanders win. He is a very popular senator. He's basically further left than most Democrats, and it's a very blue state, so he will win in Vermont. Excuse me. And New Hampshire, we have 3-3. Kentucky 81,545 to 35,906. Indiana 181,876 to 128,28. So 10%, 5% in each. We're starting to see these numbers shape up more to be along the lines of what we saw in 2020. And House race-wise, we're still waiting on more results in quite a few races here. But mostly these are all going to end up being red. So that's basically how things are going to start out there. And we still have a solid 6 minutes left to wait until the first drops come in, but that's still going to be huge, of course, for the start of the race, especially watching Virginia and Georgia. Those are going to be the main things to watch there, as they will basically be the first real indicators to how the election will go, especially in Georgia. The early vote data didn't look all too good for Democrats as far as I had seen recently. Let me not do that. nice. Good old Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that we have 2 House races called right now. Indiana is now at 10% in, 60 to 39 to 2 or so in the state Senate race, and then 10% in and 5% in for those. So again, if you guys have any questions, then do feel free to ask. I will be able to answer for like the next 5 minutes before the first polls start coming in, and then we'll be watching vote drops come in out of those states, especially in the Virginia Nova region right here: Fairfax, Falls Church, Arlington, Manassas, Prince William, Loudoun. I'm looking also at Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, as well as Norfolk, because Virginia Beach and Chesapeake flipped blue in 2020, so it'll be interesting to see if they shift red. So that'll be something else to watch there. That will be interesting to see. And then again, comparing just Kentucky and Indiana to their previous results. Nothing new out of there. There's some Anderson, Nelson, Laurel, Whitley, Pulaski looks like it's dropped in a bit more. It's the same counties, not really getting any more right now. Probably won't for a little while. So the first drops will be in 3.5 minutes, looks like. And then we're going to have the first state calls. So looking down at the map now, the map completely blank, but we're going to get the first calls in about less than 5 minutes. And we are probably also going to get the first call for the Senate, and we're going to have some outweighting races as well. So that'll be when things start really getting interesting at that point. But as of now, we're just watching for a few more vote drops. The percentage went up by 1, so I'm trying to figure out where they're from. Probably this region, so those bubbles look larger than they were. Whitley, Bell, Laurel, Casey, so a few of those there. But contested Senate races, we're going to be watching Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska's general, Montana, Nevada, Arizona, Florida, Texas. Those are the main competitive ones. The other ones are going to be a bit more safe. You could potentially drop out Florida, drop out Arizona. Those are basically safe for the Republicans and the Democrats. But, of course, it's going to be, do we have more in here? It doesn't look like it. But we're coming in on the poll closings here. So 52-47. 54-43. So it looks like Kamala Harris is already doing better in Allen County, which is a suburban county. Expect to see that. Hamilton, 50-49. Took the lead. Okay. So that's another somewhat suburban county outside of Indianapolis. That's not unexpected. We're going to see more of the western part of the state right here. I think just this clip right here basically closes after 7, or after 6. They close at 7. Meanwhile, this entire part of the state of Kentucky closes at 7. So that's going to be in, 1.5 minutes now. So those results are going to start coming in really, really soon. This is the almost the second start of the election night. The first votes have already dropped, but that's not really going to matter all that much, because there's going to be because there's the first competitive races. The votes are going to start coming in. Now, we might get some very quick vote dumps from Georgia and Vermont, though, because I think Georgia can, most people tend to vote early in person. Yep, so we're probably going to get those counted very, very quickly. We're going to have a huge vote dump there. So then we'll be able to see how, how strong the actual, how strong the, Republicans for Harris movement actually was. If it was weak, there definitely could be a chance that could end up being a lot weaker than anyone expected. But it could definitely end up actually being relatively strong. I'm expecting, not too big support there. But We are now down to 10 seconds before the polls close here, so we're now getting into that. Polls closing in 5 seconds. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. All right, so now looking at our maps here, we can now call the state of Indiana for the former President Donald Trump, 11 electoral votes, 8 out of Kentucky for Donald Trump. That's going to bring his total up to 19 now. And Vermont, 3 for Kamala Harris. That's going to be 3 electoral votes for the vice president here. And uncalled races, we cannot make projections in Georgia, South Carolina, or Virginia as of yet. So those are going to wait now. And moving on to the Senate, we can make some projections here. Indiana will be called for Jim Banks. He will take the seat there, and incumbent Bernie Sanders will hold his seat in the state of Vermont. That will be another Democratic hold. An uncalled race, Virginia, the incumbent Tim Kaine versus Hung Kao. That is uncalled. We cannot call that at this point in time. So now looking at the maps here, we are able to see we have our first projections in Indiana, Kentucky for Donald Trump. That's going to be 19 electoral votes to 3 for Kamala Harris. So there's the first official drops of the night right there. And so looking at these results, yep, they did, in fact, the New York Times did call the races for Kamala Harris, Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont, all of them in. They called those Vermont with no results in, but it's because it's really the most Republican or Democratic state in the nation, excuse me. Florida, we have quite a bit of results in, 4%. Donald Trump is in the lead. Most people expect that Florida will go to Donald Trump this cycle. Looking in at the Senate, they did call Vermont for Bernie Sanders and Indiana for Jim Banks. So that is now going to be 1 to each of them, 29-39, as I have called myself as well. And we do not have one Democratic seat. That's going to be... Oh, they actually called the uncontested 20th district in Florida. I'm surprised they didn't call Vermont. That's probably a relatively Democratic one. Or they didn't call any. They're going to wait for results from these ones probably. But it is now 2-1 in the House. The uncontested Democratic district here in Florida is the winner. Looking at Pinellas County, that's going to be an important one to look at there. Waiting to call South Carolina. That's going to be one that's going to be called relatively quickly, most likely. It's a pretty red state, and so most likely it's going to get called somewhat quickly. But we're going to have to wait for the first vote drops to come in to ensure there's not going to be any crazy sweep territory. I really doubt it's going to go blue, even if it was a super sweep election. But it's still going to, it's definitely going to go red. But it's just a matter of time to see how long it will take for some of these first results to come in before we can actually call it. Indiana, Jim Banks called to win 12% of the votes in. I'm actually going to close those. House election, we're getting some more results in here. 81%, they're still not calling it. They're being a little conservative over there. 1-2 for the House map, starting to fill in there. 29-39, Bernie Sanders has won his home state of Vermont. Not even a single vote in yet, though. Which is interesting. Tim Kaine, we cannot call that because there's not even any votes in yet. But Hung Kao has not done too good of a job, I don't think. His polls have had him down, so there's that, definitely. But, of course, 3-19. 19% of the vote is in already in the state of Florida. So this is definitely going to fill in very, very quickly, as Florida counts their votes very fast. Broward County is deeply blue. Osceola County looking good. Duval County, very strong for Democrats. It did flip blue in 2020, so we're expecting that one to move more to the left. Orange County should be blue. Pinellas County is going to be an interesting one to watch. Miami-Dade is going to be another one. There's no results in from there yet, actually. No results from Virginia, no results from South Carolina, no results from Georgia. So it's by noon on Wednesday. Oof. Okay, well, it's going to be called relatively quickly as soon as we can get some more numbers out of there. So Florida, 19%. Rick Scott is ahead by 4% in the state of Florida. Broward County and Duval County, very slight lead for Debbie McCurcell Powell. So that is outstanding still. I'm not going to call those until the entire state closes, because these counties over here do not have their polls closed until 8 p.m. So I will count that there. Up now, McChrystal Powell has caught up a point, 51-48 now. They are dropping votes very, very quickly there. Georgia, the first results have come in here, so let's see where they're at. I cannot even find them, so it's going to be basically a tie 9-point lead. It's going to be in one of these counties here. Don't know where, though. But there's a few spots on my screen that's not going to help me find this. If anyone's here, make sure to ask any questions. I can still answer them. Any information you guys have. It's really just there it is. Twiggs County, 54-45. Not that surprising. Looks like it's probably a relatively red county, right next to Bibb County, though. We're going to be looking at the Atlanta metro region for those main drops right there. Waiting for the first results from South Carolina before calling it. Florida's now at 30%. Donald Trump is ahead by 2 points right now, and that's with all the early vote that's still come in here. Miami-Dade, still nothing. Broward County, Kamala Harris with a sizable lead. Pinellas County, first results are in, 68% in, and she is ahead by 0.8 of a point. So that is a good sign here. That's the first real indicator that we have of what we might be seeing tonight. Lafayette County just dropped 89-11, 62% of result of the vote is in here. So now we're gonna hide them, and so we're gonna be looking at Nassau County, still quite a bit red. Nothing out of Palm Beach or Miami-Dade, so we're just gonna have to wait for those. And going back to the map here, still no calls in Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia. Nothing out of the Senate race in Virginia yet. I'm gonna check back quickly on the House races. It should potentially be, yep, another call in Florida's 12th district, calls in the 8th district in Indiana, and there's another call to the 24th district in Florida. So it is now 4-2. Republicans in the lead as of right now, and so we're still awaiting quite a few. There's no results in Indiana's 1st district, no results in out of the 16th district. I'm not seeing any results out of nothing out of Miami-Dade or Palm Beach yet. But Florida's counting relatively quickly. Rick Scott now has a 5-point lead, so these are dropping very, very quickly. Looking now again at the presidential level, still no results out of South Carolina, so we're still waiting on those. Nothing reporting yet. Still not going to make that call until we can see a bit of results that resemble some results from previous years. We just have Twiggs County, only 2,800 votes so far out of Georgia. So relatively slow, but these are coming in here still. We still do not have any votes out of Vermont yet. but they, of course, can call it for Kamala Harris, as it is one of the bluest states in the entire country. Coos County 3-3, obviously, right there. Georgia, still, only 2,800 votes there. Florida now trumps ahead by 4 in Florida. 35% of the votes are recording. He's just surpassed 2 million votes. Looking in here, let's see if we got any. Broward County still nothing out of Palm Beach or Miami-Dade. Those were the majority of Floridians live right around here. But Pinellas County, Harris now has an 0.8 of a point lead. That's ridiculously small as far as that goes. I think it went for Biden by like 1.5 points. Awaiting more results in more of these House districts. 4-2 currently. Senate, Indiana, and Vermont have been called. Nothing out of Virginia. Nothing out of Virginia or South Carolina yet. No votes have been dropped, even though they closed 10 minutes ago. %71% in Kentucky. Looks like we're getting a bit more out of the southern region, so it's going to swing it a bit to the right. But quite a few counties still with no results in. They're being a bit slow to drop results here. Looking at South Carolina, still nothing yet. 3% is in Georgia. We're starting to get some out of the Atlanta metro region. This is what we're looking at here. Rockdale County, 76-24. Douglas County, 66-34. So that's Mount Empire. Burke County, 72-27. We're looking at 55-44 for Kamala Harris so far. So, but right around here, this is what we're looking for right here, right around this metro region. How large of a victory is that for Kamala Harris? Is there enough turnout there? That's really what's going to matter at the end of the night. Orange County has had a huge drop of votes here for Kamala Harris. 3-point lead now. It was 4 not that long ago. Orange County, Osceola County slowly trickling in there. 51-48. That's actually relatively close. Orange County, we now have Hillsborough County dropping in 1-point lead for Kamala Harris. 71% in. Pinellas County, 68% in, still 0.8 of a point lead. Orange County, 58-41, 3-point lead, 61% in. 66, still nothing out of Miami-Dade or Palm Beach counties at this point in time. Virginia, first votes have dropped, and it doesn't look like it's going to show me where, though. That'll come in a second, but we have 477-405. Donald Trump taking an early lead in the state of Virginia. So there's the first vote drops right there. We're going to see where those are from in a bit. Indiana, starting to see more out of Hamilton County, 65% in. That's a 1.2 point lead. That's a 3-point lead, 45% in. Kentucky, we're looking at, still just slowly trickling in there. Vermont, finally, we still have some actual votes in there. 531-331, with less than 1% of the vote in. Doesn't even say where it's from, though. We now have drops out of Fayette County, a drop out of Gordon County just there. So we're starting to see some of those drops there. That's going to be important. The turnout in this region is going to matter a lot when it comes down to the end of the night. 42% is now in the state of Florida. So Donald Trump has a 5-point lead now. This is probably going to stay relatively high. Tallahassee, Leon County, 62-37. That's probably her strongest lead at this point. Broward County, 61. So, yeah, just barely more than Broward County right now. Virginia, still nothing. We still have nothing out of South Carolina as the last state to give us drops, even though it's probably the one that we'd be able to call right after that, unfortunately. The House races, we have a few more results coming in here. We cannot make any more call. Oh, looks like there was another call there. Florida's 25th or 24th just got the first 25th or 24th got called. Probably the 25th, just because 56-44. So looking here, for 8. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Another race just got called. 2 of them actually. 5 now for Republicans. The 8th district. Actually, looks like it's gonna be just 1. The 8th district in Florida has been called for Mike Haridopoulos. I probably butchered that name. 61% to 39. As of right now, 75% of the votes are in. 5 for the Democrats, or 5 for the Republicans, 3 for the Democrats. We're still awaiting some more results out of quite a few of these counties in Florida. 5-point lead for Rick Scott right now. Not able to make any projection there. Virginia, 1% is in. I can't even see where it's from, though. It might be from, Arlington or, somewhere right around there. But, less than 1% in, and it's, a 1,000-vote lead, so it doesn't really matter that much. 4-point lead right there. Still nothing out of South Carolina. We're starting to see some votes trickling in. Meanwhile, we're getting huge dumps out of Florida. Very, very fast counting state. These deep red counties over here, 77, 94. So those are going to start coloring in. I'm going to wait for the first dumps out of South Carolina in order to make any projections there. There's just still not coming in. 15 minutes since the polls closed. And there's still no results here. Virginia, no results in some of these House districts. First results out of Vermont. 81% to 14. Surprised they haven't called that one yet, even though it's only 1% of the vote is in. And yep, the first votes have dropped in Vermont, mostly out of Burlington and a bit out of Montpelier there. So we're going to be waiting for those a bit. 2-point lead for Kamala Harris now. Rockdale, Douglas are doing well. Fayette's doing well, but not really worth it to compare right now until we get some higher turnout numbers. Miami-Dade still nothing. Palm Beach still nothing. Polk, nothing. Pinellas, a 1/10 of a point lead for Kamala Harris. This could completely disappear within the next few minutes. So that's going to be a crucial vote to watch right there, because Pinellas flipped blue from 2016 to 2020. It actually only just barely flipped red in 2016. It had gone blue for multiple cycles prior, and it's seen as a tilt of swing county. So if that manages to happen to flip red again, that's a good indicator for Donald Trump. But it's not going to be everything, obviously, as the state is still moving to the right. Seeing really, really small drops out of some of these counties, but the House, we have another call, 26th district, going for the Republicans. The 14th district for the Democrats, both in Florida, 6-5. Senate still nothing. It is too close. Rick Scott has a 7-point advantage right now. 7-point advantage in Florida. 52% in, and 53% in now, and it's a 53 to 46 in Florida. We finally have stuff out of Miami-Dade County, and so now 55 to 44. So actually, Trump is in the lead right now, 77% of the votes in. So if Miami-Dade is going to flip, then it's probably going to it flipped by quite a bit, which does say something about the potential movement of the Hispanic vote at this point in time. So that is something definitely to watch right now. That's also a large majority of the population, 481,000 votes for Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County. So that flipping red would be basically the funeral gong for Democrats in the state of Florida for future presidential elections. Another Florida 5th district has been called for the Republicans. It is now 7-5 in the House. We're getting some results in Virginia. So let me see if I can find those. Oh, all right. Prince William County, Virginia Beach County, Chesterfield, Prince George. Starting to get some preliminary results out of there. And let's see, still nothing out of South Carolina. It's been 20 minutes. So that's a bit. Oh, there we go. South Carolina. First results are in 61-38. We'll have to see where those are from and see if there's anything unexpected about those results first. But as soon as we can see where those are from, can call that for Donald Trump, as it should probably vote for him by somewhere between 12 to 16 points this cycle. So that's going to be a crucial state right there. If it has a large shift to the left, that would be surprising. Up there, that's going to be where it is. Looks like there's another call for the 12th district in Florida. And moving back up to the presidential level, that's going to be probably from somewhere around here, based on where we saw that House district had up here. So it's actually going to be one of these counties that had the vote drop, the first vote drop of the night from the state of South Carolina. 20 minutes in, we're going to have to wait on that, though. Still awaiting some numbers from South Carolina to be able to call it, and Virginia is going to be too close for quite some time. Only 3% of the vote is in. The Atlanta region is mainly going to be what decides the election here. And, of course, in Virginia, it's probably going to go to Kamala Harris. It just depends on if there's a huge drop in the Northern Virginia region. Still nothing out of South Carolina there. The Senate race is going to be basically just dependent on, again, the Northern Virginia region in the state of Virginia. It's basically just going to be, that's what we're waiting on. There's not enough numbers right now to be able to call that for either candidate. But looking over at the results page, is still can't really. There it is. Chesterfield County, 61-38. So that's going to be the. Let me see if I can pull up the results from the last election on that one. South Carolina, getting that in there, and let's see what we got. 60% to 40% or so. So 60-40 in there, and 61-38. So that's basically right on par for what we should be expecting. Looks like it's basically going to go as it should, and we're probably not going to see that big of a shift to the left, especially not in the state of South Carolina, at least. So we're going to see that movement there. We're going to get a bit more votes before we can officially call that state, but that's definitely a bit of a step towards it. Less than 1% of the vote in. That's still not really enough to be able to tell if the state's going to be able to move that much, but that's still definitely a good indicator that it's not going to move that much, if at all, this cycle. So looking here, still outstanding in South Carolina. I have to wait for a few more vote drops from a few more counties. Florida is dropping quickly. I think Miami-Dade doesn't have any more. Palm Beach County finally dropped. 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. Duval County, 0.2 of a point lead for Kamala Harris. Now that's narrowed. Pinellas County has flipped. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pinellas County by 1.2%. Hillsborough, 1-point lead for Kamala Harris there. Orange County, 3 points. Osceola, 3. Nothing out of Seminole County yet. Duval down to 0.2% lead. 11-point victory for Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County. That is a huge flip. That has large repercussions as far as future elections. So that's definitely going to mean quite a bit there. And so zoom back out. Let's see if we get more. Nothing more in here. Oh, looks like Kershaw County has more results in. So that's going to be 62-37. So that's basically right on par with that. That's going to be 1% of the vote is in now in the state of South Carolina. Looks like it's probably not going to move that much, if at all, just based on those. I'd like to get more from potentially like the Charleston area, but might not be able to get that for a little while. Georgia, getting a bit more from some of these smaller counties, looks like. I'm just curious how Indiana's doing over here. Adams County is coming in relatively blue. 54% in and ahead by 50 points. That's impressive. Fort Wayne, still only 45% in. Hamilton 65, 1.2 point lead. Still nothing out of the western part of the state yet, really. Did not mean to go to Iowa. So still waiting more vote drops from South Carolina before we can officially make a call there. Miami, way to the right. Tampa, 1.2. Lyon, that's going to be 25-point lead. 0.2 of a point in Duval. So things are not all that not moving all that much there. Virginia, Tim Kaine now has the lead by 10 points, but mainly because there was a large vote drop out of Norfolk. So it looks like that's definitely going to help Kaine there, but we're going to have to wait for quite a bit more out of the western part of the state first. This is almost definitely going to be for Hung Khao. Rick Scott has a 7-point lead here. Still looks like a lot for Scott out of Miami-Dade as well, but Duval County has flipped for Rick Scott now. Pinellas County is coming in there, so it looks like he might be outperforming Trump, which is quite a bit of a shock there. We can make some calls here. New York Times made some calls on some of these House races here. Nothing out of South Carolina yet, though. And looking here, let me see. Yeah, outperforming in Duval. Outperforming in Miami, that's a 9-point lead there, and that's a 11-point lead. So actually, yeah, underperforming a bit. 53-46, 53-46. So they're about on par. So that was quite a bit further of a race than quite a few people had about a month ago. Still no more vote drops there, but I have to wait on that. New Hampshire apparently actually has a few vote drops out of the eastern part of the state here. But it doesn't close statewide until 8 p.m. So we're going to have to wait on that still a little while. Traverse County, Belknap, Cheshire County, all of those have got some vote in. Still nothing more on South Carolina. I'm really hoping for a bit more just so I can call the state. Florida, not going to call until 8 p.m., so that's going to take a little while longer. Vote drops in South Carolina are being really slow. Virginia, again, just centered around Norfolk. That's gonna be why Donald Trump's actually still in the lead by half a point right now. Prince William County has actually flipped a bit, 2 points for Donald Trump. I think that's probably gonna move back in a bit, but Tim Kaine's in the lead by 4. So that means that there is some split ticket voting here. Donald Trump's now only ahead by half. There's a vote drop in Chesterfield County, looks like, and a bit more in Norfolk. But he's only ahead by half a point now, and Tim Kaine's ahead by 4. So there's still going to be some split ticket voting there. 44,000 and 45. Yep, so that's going to be a bit there. Which means that Tim Kaine is even getting support where Harris isn't in the state of Virginia. So that means that he is almost completely certain to win that race. Rick Scott's ahead by 7 still at this point. And Miami-Dade is not budging. It's still 11-point lead with 77% of votes in. So I think that's going to narrow a bit. Probably going to get some more Democratic vote in there, but that's still going to be a considerable shift. Pinellas County, 3-point lead now for Donald Trump. So all those are surprising shifts as far as that goes. Outside the Orlando area, only a 3-point lead. No, that's actually 17-point lead in Orange County. Osceola, 3 points. Seminole. South Carolina, 2% in Lawrence County. So I think that 64-35. That's a 29-point lead right now. That's still that's way more than it's going to end up being because you don't have any vote drops out of Charleston. But I think that does end up looking enough like that I do feel confident enough to be able to make a projection. I'm calling South Carolina for Donald Trump. He will get those 9 electoral votes out of the state of South Carolina. So there we have that right now, and looking at the map, that does bring him up to 28 total electoral votes here. To Kamala Harris's 3. We're still out waiting on Virginia and Georgia, and of course there were no calls here yet. We're still waiting on Virginia's Senate race. So those are all gonna have to wait a bit longer. I don't think that there's big drop out of Prince William County. Kamala Harris took the lead there, so now statewide she took a strong lead, but it's probably going to get taken back in a bit as there's a bit more out of the western part of the state that's going to start coming in a bit. Florida is still about 65% of the vote is in. And they called West Virginia up 7:30 p.m. So that's the 7:30 p.m. poll closings here. Let me get those in. 7:30 p.m. poll closings. I'm a little behind there. I completely forgot about those. But all right, we have some uncalled races. Where we have North Carolina and Ohio are going to be uncalled as of right now. I do not have West Virginia in there because of those 3 counties that do not close until 8 p.m. But all right, and then I also have the uncalled race update in the Senate. So that's going to be Ohio. That is going to be Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, versus Bernie Moreno. And so outgoing at this point, so we have 2 uncalled races as of right now. That's going to be Ohio and Virginia. And then these are going to be Ohio and North Carolina. Those are those 2 right there. 62 outgoing electoral votes outstanding at this moment. Of course, New York Times called West Virginia for Donald Trump. But they do not have any results in, and those 3 counties will not close until 8 p.m., so I was not going to call those, but they did give those 4 to Donald Trump already. A few more House races looks like they've been called. It's now 12-6 with the Republicans in the lead, and again, the Senate, they did call the election in West Virginia, but I'm not going to call that again until 8. But that is going to be a flip Jim Justice, flipping 1 seat there. They now have 40 according to them, but I'm not going to call that until later. So, wait for the first vote drops out of the eastern part. But as soon as those polls close, I'm going to be calling that. So, basically, just waiting now for the 8 p.m. poll closings at this point in time. Not much really is going to happen. It's going to be a little while until not going to be able to call Florida for quite some time. And so, so Florida is going to be, looks like 68% is already in. Rick Scott with a comfortable lead, and then presidentially 71% is in, 54-45. So probably going to be able to call that actually basically right upon full statewide poll closings there. So that's going to be a pretty quick one, but I'm gonna actually stop for a bit to get some dinner, but in the meantime, I'll probably just leave up the maps as of right now, just to have some something up there. So there you go. Alright, I'm back. So, go back to the map. We see now that there's been quite a bit of vote that's been coming in. So, let me get over to that. Ohio, we've seen some of the votes start to come in here. 4% in, 56-44. North Carolina, the first bit of votes start to come in. More coming in South Carolina, so it's starting to make me a bit more confident in my call. Pretty early as far as everyone else. We have another call or two or few for the House. Those still coming in. Virginia, 14%. Bernie Moreno slightly leading in Ohio. That lead is likely to increase for quite some time. And before we see it start to get whittled down, or maybe the other way around, I don't remember. Actually, Sherrod Brown should be in the lead in the beginning, and then we're going to see Bernie Moreno start to whittle down at that, but we're only at 2% in, so it'll take a while for that to start coming in there. 54% for Rick Scott in Florida. That's a large lead, 9 points in Miami-Dade. Duval, slight lead there. Pinellas, quite a bit of a lead, so it looks like Rick Scott is going to win that seat there, and Florida for the presidential, 11-point lead in Miami-Dade. Looks like that's barely still not coming in, but looks like that Miami-Dade has flipped red on the presidential level, which was basically only a matter of time at that point. So then now we also have more vote drops. Let's see. There's probably going to be a bit more. We still have 15 minutes left until the 8 o'clock p.m. poll closing times. So that's going to be the largest one of the night. That's going to be all up and down the coast. Now, New Hampshire, Stafford County, Merrimack, Cheshire, Grafton, coming in there very, very slowly. You're going to have to wait a bit more for those votes. They actually count relatively slowly, especially for how small of a state it is. 11-point lead currently for Kamala Harris. Ohio just dropped a bit more votes. Right now, Mahoning County, Warren County coming in surprisingly red, considering that's right next to Cincinnati. Donald Trump with a considerable lead, but very few blue counties. Mahoning County, I think, flipped blue in 2020. Should see Summit County, Cuyahoga, Lorain County, I think, flipped a bit red. Lucas County, all come in blue. So just mainly going to be all on the East Coast. And then we're going to see some huge a lot of states filling in real soon. Right about here, senators, there's nothing really here yet. That's going to take a while for them to be able to call that in Ohio. That's probably the last Senate race that's going to be called. It's going to be the race in Ohio. Just because it's going to be extremely competitive all the way to the end. Virginia, going to take probably a while. We're starting to see a lot out of Fairfax County there. Arlington, we're starting to see some very small drops. Looks like most of the state is starting to fill in, but Tim Kaine does have a considerable 14-point lead right now in Virginia, and on the presidential, it looks like they have a 13-point lead here, so that's a very strong show out, but there's still not that much on some of those rural counties, so we're going to have to wait for that to come in first. Quite a few House races have gotten called since the last check-in in Florida. Almost the entire state is filled in, but now it is 19. Another one just got called. 19 Republicans to 7 for Democrats. All of the Democratic ones are in Florida right now. Still nothing out of the 1st District in Indiana, but it has been called on the presidential level, as you can see here. 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump there, and I forgot to and so now we have 16 electoral votes for North Carolina outstanding. Currently, only 2% of the vote is in, and basically all of it's in relatively Democratic regions. I've got to flip back. All of it's in relatively Democratic regions, mostly out of Raleigh. So Kamala Harris does have the lead there right now. Virginia, a lot out of Democratic regions as well. Ohio starting to get more out of some of these Republican regions. It's actually a 16-point lead for Donald Trump there. 4% in now. Bernie Moreno's lead has actually shrunk a little bit, but not by all that much. Starting to see a bit more out of this region right here. West Virginia, the first votes are coming in Monongalia County. This is probably going to flip on the presidential level. Not so sure about the Senate level. It's probably going to be relatively close. There's a college there. So probably on the presidential level, it's going to be blue. It's the only one with actually any results. So 49.4 to 48.6. That's very close. It was, I think, only like a 1.5 for Donald Trump last cycle, so it might flip blue, which will be the first time there have been a blue county in West Virginia since 2008. So, looking at some of those now, there's some slow progression. We only have 11 minutes left until the next results drop in the state, in the 8 p.m. states, which include the key swing state of Pennsylvania, and will be statewide in Florida, which will be basically be able to call it right off the bat, considering the 74% of the votes are in. 10% lead now for Rick Scott, and for Trump, a 9-point lead in Florida. So it may actually end up being double digits. Again, going against everyone's against what everyone had thought originally. So, alright, so, looking now, I'm going to wait to call that for the 8 p.m. poll closing, so that's coming up in about 10 minutes. House races, no updates, but we now have results from all across the state of Virginia, all across North Carolina, except for, I forget where that is. And so quite a few districts across the East Coast now have started to get results in. 18% in now for Virginia. Ohio, 4% is in right now. Looking there, 5% in Ohio there, 59 to 40. So Trump state's going to take a lead there. I do not expect that to go into the Democratic column this cycle, but in 10 minutes now, we're going to see a large amount of states go into the Democratic column, and there's also quite a few in the Republican column that are going to be mainly in the southern region: Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Oklahoma as well, are going to go red upon poll closing, and then up in the Northeast, we're going to see basically all of those go blue, except we'll have to wait for Maine and New Hampshire. So, we're going to have to wait on that there. 5%, 2% in, 8% now in South Carolina. It's starting to shape up. 60 to 30. That's a 20-point victory. That's going to close it up a bit. All right, right here, Georgia. 75% there, 61 there. So 63 to 36 right now. And we're gonna have to wait for more from. We're gonna have to wait for results from Fulton. That's gonna take a while, but that's really what we're looking at. The first swing state's gonna be the state of Georgia. That's really what we're gonna be looking at in the very beginning. Pinellas County's district has gotten called. 91% is in, but 10-point victory for the incumbent Anna Luna. And so that's going to be called right off the bat right there. 20 to 7 in the House right now. And quite a few are actually uncalled right now. But those are outstanding still. Virginia, 19% is in. 10-point lead for Kamala Harris. 10 points is how much Joe Biden went by in 2020. And Virginia, 12-point lead for Tim Kaine right now with 19% of the vote in. We're still waiting on more of these out here. And so there we have, of course, the only two victories being Vermont and Indiana so far. Looking at our maps again, you can see that, there's been... we're still waiting on Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and then Ohio and Virginia on the Senate races. It's still too close in Virginia, but we might be getting a bit close to being able to make a call out of Virginia, as it doesn't look like it's starting to let up for home count at any time right now. So, might be able to make that call a bit after, like, around 8:15 or so, quite a bit earlier than I thought it could be called, just based on how blue the state's looking. That's a 12-point lead right now with 20% of the vote in. I'll probably need to pull up my my Google sheet there that I have. I'm not gonna be able to fill it in over there. That's great. Let me see. I'm gonna get this up here. Election math sheet. There we go. So, yep, there it is. So basically, I'm gonna have this be right here. So, this is an example for the state of Alabama, but I'm not gonna be looking at that. I'm gonna have to actually get it on another tab as well and fill in the correct state there. So I'm gonna quickly work that out, but so far nothing's really been. I'll get back to it in a minute. All right, let me get through the states that have already been called. Indiana, Trump. Kentucky, Trump. Vermont. Nope. Vermont, Harris. And South Carolina, Trump. So, if we were to look at South Carolina, for example, now, it should go through. I tested it a few times. I'm not sure if it's actually going to want to work this time, though. There we go. South Carolina, we can see now that there is, it has been called for Donald Trump. I unfortunately did not get in any of the numbers, though. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to work on that, but just for a few of the very close states, I think I'll be putting in these numbers. So that'll be something that we'll have to work on as we get close to it. So Georgia, Pennsylvania, those are going to be the ones I'm going to be looking at as far as that is concerned. So right outside of Atlanta, we're getting a bit 20-point lead right now for Donald Trump. Virginia, we're looking at a 8-point lead for Kamala Harris. Now that's gotten down a bit. 12-point lead for Donald Trump in Ohio. Senate race, Bernie Moreno is ahead by 6 in Ohio, and Tim Kaine's ahead by 10 in Virginia. Rick Scott ahead by 10 in Florida, and Trump ahead by 11 in Florida. So actually, McChrystal Powell's actually doing better. 11-point lead still in Miami-Dade. Once that finally drops, Duval County flipped a bit for Donald Trump. That's a bit of a surprise. Pinellas County looks like it's actually going to go red. Tallahassee and Gadsden County are still going to go blue, though. So Osceola County might flip, actually, going red. I think it went blue by a bit in 2020. And looking at the House, looks like there's been no new calls. They're too close to call at this point still. More than 56-44 for the incumbent Republican, but and that one's much closer, but that's probably still going to go red. And quite a few of the other ones are probably going to go red as well. Looking now, it is 4:56 p.m. We have 4 minutes left until the these calls are going to be made. So that's going to be a big call right there. So all right, nothing in the chat. Make sure to feel free to ask me questions or anything in the chat if you would like to do that. I'll be able to answer any of them. And so all right, so getting that out of the way. All right, so looking more, Florida might be able to be called like basically right after 8 p.m. at this point. Didn't think it'd be that early. I think maybe about half an hour or so, but it looks like it's gonna be right after. Ohio only ahead by 2 now. This vote drops out of Summit County, Lucas County. Those are coming in blue. Summit County, that's gonna be a 29-point lead, and another 29-point lead in Lucas County right there out of those two. So that's going to be why Moreno's lead dropped so quickly. And Tim Kaine's lead is dropping a bit as a bit more of the western part of the state starting to come in. The House races, looks like there's another House race called for the Republicans. That would have been this one, Florida 7th District, got called. We're still waiting on the 15th, and we're not going to be able to call the 2nd or the 1st until the polls close in those counties. Still nothing in any of these ones or any of these ones in Indiana. Still 0 votes being counted in Indiana's 1st district, which is insane. It's just the Chicago suburbs, but Vermont still hasn't even been called yet, so they're being a bit conservative on making their calls here. 11 points now for Rick Scott. He's just shy of 5 million votes in the state of Florida. Of course, that's probably going to be, a strong red state this cycle. Probably is going to hit about 10 points. It was said to be a bit competitive earlier. South Carolina, more votes starting to come in, mainly from the northwestern part of the states. Georgia, still nothing out of Fulton County, but we're starting to get more out of the suburbs here. Donald Trump is pulling a bit more ahead. He almost has double of what Kamala Harris has at this point in time. But it is shaping up well for Donald Trump as far as the early things are going right now. Kamala Harris has taken the lead in Ohio as we have the first dump out of Columbus. That's 39% of the votes are in now, 70 to 29. So that's definitely going to bring her into the lead, but not by much, only 5 points. That she's going to lose that relatively quickly. And it is now 7:59. We have less than 60 seconds left until the largest poll closing of the night. So we're going to get a lot of results there out of quite a few states here. So we're going to have to be watching this closely. The first House race has been called in Georgia, the 9th District, 23-7 now in Republicans' favor. And we are now going to actually get over to the 30 seconds left until the polls close in quite a few states, and we're going to be able to make some projections there. So we're going to be able to make some calls right then, and we now have 15 seconds left. 22%, still 5-point lead in Virginia, and looks like a 6-point lead or so, and we are now 5 seconds away. So we have the largest poll closing of the night right here, and we are able to make quite a few projections. First off is Alabama, 9 electoral votes for Donald Trump. That is 9 electoral votes out of the safe state of Alabama. Connecticut, 7 electoral votes for Kamala Harris out of the state of Connecticut. That's another safe Democratic state. Same for Delaware. That's going to be 3 electoral votes for the vice president. Illinois, a crucial 19 electoral votes for Kamala Harris here. She absolutely needed those, and it was moving a bit to the right potentially. We'll have to see at the end. Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes for the vice president. Maryland, 10 electoral votes. One of the bluest states in the country that is going to safely go blue again. Missouri, 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump. That is going to be a safe red state for the third cycle. Same for Mississippi for the third time. It will give it 6 electoral votes to Donald Trump. New Jersey will go blue for a 14 electoral votes added to Kamala Harris's tally. Oklahoma will go red again for, I think, like the 9th cycle. 7 electoral votes for the Republican Donald Trump. Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris out of Rhode Island. Tennessee, 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump there. Another 11 in the solid red state of Tennessee. Washington, D.C. will give its 3 electoral votes granted by the amendment in 1961 to Kamala Harris. And West Virginia will go for Donald Trump, now finally being called. And we have the uncalled races. We cannot make projections still in Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, or Virginia. But we are also adding Maine, waiting on the 2nd congressional district and the statewide contest. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and finally now we are adding Florida as well to that. So we are going to have to wait on those. And now for the Senate projections, we can make a few projections here. We can call Connecticut for the incumbent Chris Murphy. He will hold on to his seat as a Democratic hold in the state of Connecticut. Delaware, Lisa Brunt Rochester will hold on to the Democrats will hold on to their seat there. She will win. Indiana already called for Jim Banks. That's not supposed to be in there, but again, he will hold his seat there. Angus King will hold on to his seat in Maine. I missed the asterisk there to show he's an incumbent, but he will hold a seat there. He caucused with the Democrats. Massachusetts has been called for the incumbent Elizabeth Warren. That is a Democratic hold there. Mississippi, the incumbent Roger Wicker will hold on to his seat in the state of Mississippi. That is another Republican hold. Josh Hawley, the incumbent from Missouri, will hold on to his Senate seat in the state of Missouri. And in New Jersey, Andy Kim will win that somewhat competitive seat in New Jersey. I feel confident that it will go blue. Sheldon Whitehouse, the incumbent, will hold on to his seat in Rhode Island. And Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, the incumbent, will hold on to her seat in the state of Tennessee. And the first flip of the night, West Virginia will go red. The Governor Jim Justice will take that seat there. And uncalled races, we have Maryland, Larry Hogan versus Angela Alsobrooks. Florida, the incumbent Rick Scott versus Debbie McChrystal Powell. And Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick versus incumbent Bob Casey. So that was a huge drop right there. Looking at the Senate map, we have 5 uncalled races, 43 seats for Republicans, 35 for the Democrats. And looking at the presidential level, 75 to 74. Trump slightly in the lead. Now, we can technically call 1st District, but I wanted to call Maine all at once, so it's technically 75 to 75. 119 outstanding electoral votes as of right now. So that is currently outstanding as far as that goes. And so those are the first. That's the largest closing of the night right there at 8:00 p.m. So that's gonna be a big contributor to both of them. And they did just call. New York Times actually did just call Florida for Donald Trump. I will not do that quite yet. I'm gonna wait a bit longer. 85% of the vote is in though, and it's 11 head by 11%. So that's going to be a very strong one. And they also did call Florida for Rick Scott on the Senate level. But I'm not so sure about calling that one just yet. And quite a few races got called. Quite a bit of Texas is closed, except for El Paso. A bit of South Dakota and North Dakota have been called. Almost all of Michigan, except for these counties over here, got called. So quite a bit of a few other states got called. Most of Kansas, some of Nebraska, I believe. So, all right, it is now 35 to 18. Quite a few House districts just got called for both sides. And so that's going to be a big factor right there for both of them. Now, I do feel now, looking back at the results we've been seeing, I do feel confident enough now that I will, in fact, actually be going back and calling Florida for Donald Trump. 30 electoral votes added to his total. 105 now in total here, so that's going to be a huge boost to his campaign. He absolutely needed his home state of Florida in order to be able to really hold on to that. So that's going to be a crucial state there. There we go. So 30 electoral votes for Donald Trump. We are still outweighing in multiple other states, though, and of course in the Senate, I haven't called that quite yet. But looking at the looks like they New York Times has not called the Senate race in Maryland either, but they have called the Senate race for Rick Scott. I'm not 100% sure about that one yet. Still, I don't really think there's going to be enough vote drops yet left for McChrystal Powell to be able to win. So I am I did actually have a slide for it going blue, but that is in fact not going to happen this cycle. I am calling now. I am the first competitive race of the night, calling Florida for the incumbent Rick Scott. That is a Republican hold. That is one less race that the Democrats can flip now. That is going to bring their total up to 44 Republicans and 35 for the Democrats. So we are still outweighing in Maryland's race. That's probably going to get called relatively quickly. And now we just have half an hour until we can call Arkansas, and then half an hour until the 9 p.m. vote drops. So there we're going to have waiting for any results out of Maryland. We'll have to see how that goes. And then first results in Michigan. Okay, I don't see anything here though. Ohio, it's starting to get closer now. We're getting drops out of Cleveland though. Cuyahoga County, we're getting drops out of Cincinnati as well. Toledo, we're getting drops out of Athens County. Trumbull County, that's probably going to flip. We have a bit of results out of Pennsylvania. Northampton County, this one's big. Looks like that Kamala Harris has taken an early lead. This is a swing county. This could indicate how the state as a whole will end up voting. It flipped from Donald Trump in 2016 to Joe Biden in 2020. And while it is slightly left-leaning, it's another important one to watch, as well as this entire larger Philadelphia region. In there, looks like we have New Jersey. We have some there, but did call that already. So, I forgot to show everyone. So, yeah, looks like, sorry. So Northampton there, Kamala Harris taking an early lead. There's also some out of Allegheny County. Quarter of the votes already in Allegheny County. That's probably all basically early vote. 3% is in from New Jersey. Surprised I haven't called it yet. Because I did already for that race. So, Ohio is coming in. It's relatively blue. They have drops out of Dayton now, too. Toledo, Cleveland, Akron, Columbus, and Cincinnati are all going to be helping keep it a bit blue. But it's probably going to... Donald Trump's probably going to take the lead over within the next 15 minutes or so. All right, so they did call South Carolina for Donald Trump. They haven't called Missouri yet because it looks like they do not have any results, but I think it's a red enough state that I would call it, and the entire state closed. So, Michigan, we do have the first drops out of Oakland County. That's looking good for Kamala Harris out of the outer Detroit County there. North Carolina, 7%, very slowly coming in here. Orange County coming in very, very blue. We have drops out of Charlotte and Raleigh. Pasquotank County did go slightly blue in 2020. But New Hampshire, we're getting more out of here. A bit of lead there. Their early, the midnight votes have gotten completely swallowed up at this point because it's only 6 people. Texas, 17% of the vote is in. Tarrant County is looking relatively red right now, so that's not looking good for the Democratic Party. It flipped blue in 2020. But Dallas County is looking relatively good. Williamson County looks like it might flip back as well. Those two suburban-centered counties did flip blue in 2020. So if they are able to hold, then that could show some good signs for a prospect in the state of Texas in the future. Don't have any estimates yet on any of these for the needles have not come in yet, but looking at individual states, no, nothing out of there. I guess they got rid of those. So the Senate elections, we have they did call New Jersey for Andy Kim. They called New Jersey for Andy Kim, so that's going to be an important call right there for the Democrats. They absolutely needed to hold on to that race right there. They called the Northeast up here. Maine, I did call for Angus King because he's such a popular candidate. He was polling up like plus 20, so I did call that before there was any votes dropped in. I expect him to win basically as much as Bernie Sanders is winning right now. He is leading in basically every single county except for, he's probably going to lose in these two, but I expect Franklin County is going to flip. Ohio, Sherrod Brown has taken the lead by 2 points. They got drops in from Lake County, Wood County. We're getting more out of Montgomery County. We don't actually have any out of Hamilton or Franklin County, even though we do on the presidential level. First ones out of Kansas are here now. Yeah, we have quite a few out of some of those counties on the presidential level. Weird. Kansas, the first one out of Butler County, Kansas. That is going to be a 70-28 lead for Donald Trump. Virginia, 37% is in. Now we have the first vote drops from Atlanta, 71-28. So it's looking good for Kamala Harris so far. Nothing out of Cobb County, though, so that's slightly concerning here. But this is coming out to be relatively close, 57-43. I think that's about right around on track from where it was in 2020. New Jersey, they still haven't called it for some reason. It's a blue enough state that I did call it immediately. Same thing for Delaware. They did not call that yet. Hudson County, 69% there. 67% in Hunterdon. Gloucester, 69-29. They did call Maryland, though, even though they don't have any votes in yet there. And D.C., they didn't call D.C. Okay, so they're calling very select few. Sherrod Brown ahead by 2 points so far in Ohio. He may lose that. He may hold that. Who knows at this point? It's probably going to go up and down, back and forth between the two for a while. Wenceslas ahead by 55 in Oakland County. That's the only drop that we have so far. Other than, apparently a little bit somewhere else based on just, those numbers. It's a relatively red county, apparently, but it's not shown up here yet. Texas, it's looking relatively good for all red. He's ahead by 2, but that's basically just completely getting carried by Dallas and Austin right now. Missouri has not been called yet for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why, but going back to the states that I have called so far, I've called well, that's the presidential level. Oh wait, did they just call a seat? I thought I saw it move. No, they did not. Okay, so the House map has filled in a bit, so I'll go back over to that. They did call the 11th district Chantal Brown. The incumbent in that district. They called all these uncontested Republican districts in Illinois. They called these districts in the Texas region, some of the very deep and red districts, basically. The entirety of mainland Florida is now done. They count their ballots very, very quickly. The 12th district has been called in Pennsylvania. They just called the 8th district in Virginia, which is centered right around Washington, D.C., the 7th district, Hurdle is in the lead. That is one of the main swing House districts we're looking at tonight. That could decide control of the House, or need 218. That there's no surprise calls so far. Marjorie Taylor Greene has won her district, so she will hold that. Whereas Lauren Boebert is probably going to win in the 4th district. AOC is in. I'm just going to find all the well-known senators. Oh, could you not, please? Thank you. There we go. No. There we go. Okay. Now we're moving. AOC, I think, is from... There we go. The 14th district. She's probably going to win hers, but they will not close until 9 p.m., so you have about 15 minutes before that happens. I don't think we'll have any more presidential state callings for a while. Georgia's going to be too close. Virginia, it's still too close. Only a 4-point lead for Kamala Harris right now. Quite a few more drops out of some of these regions. Virginia Beach has flipped back red. 9-point lead for Donald Trump. Alexandria Manassas actually is a bit red right now, but I have to wait on some of that. Kansas, Illinois, finally some of the first vote is in here. It doesn't show where, though, but Kamala Harris is in the lead there. New Hampshire, 56 to 43. I have to wait for that one to call that one. The House, finally all of Florida has been called. They called the 1st district for Matt Gaetz. That's another relatively well-known House member. Matt Gaetz has won his election in the 1st congressional district. So there's that. All right, and then we have I don't see any other ones that have been called as of yet. So the Senate, we're still waiting for the first drops in Maryland. We don't even have any. We do have some on the. No, we don't. We still don't have any on the presidential level whatsoever. So they're slacking. First drops out of Philadelphia and out of Erie. We have less than 1% of the vote is in, but Kamala Harris is in the lead. We have nothing a little bit out of Clinton County, a little bit of Lancaster County. Kamala Harris is actually leading right now. That's probably going to flip soon, as it does vote a bit red. No, wait, it flipped. Never mind. I'm thinking of York County. No, Berks County and Lancaster County are a bit red. They're blue shifting, though. Northampton is, of course, a swing county. 15% of the vote is in there. 16% is in Philadelphia. 87 to 12. So that's looking really good for Kamala Harris in the state of Pennsylvania. New Jersey, very, very small amount of the vote is in yet. Actually, Kamala Harris is only ahead by 1.3%. We're going to have to look at what counties we're looking at. Bergen County is going to be quite a bit of it, and so far, that's not all that great for Kamala Harris out of there. Dallas, Austin has nothing yet. Williamson County is just ahead by a bit. 5 points for Donald Trump in Texas so far, so that's not too big of a lead right there as far as that goes. And again, in the Senate, Ted Cruz is ahead by 1% in Texas. We'll have to wait to call that until... for a little while, obviously, and so that's going to take a little while, too. Yep, getting news that everyone's, calling Florida. So that's all right. Virginia is gonna be too close for right now, and so it's looking pretty good for both parties right now. I mean, it could really go either way still at this point in the night. The fact that looks like Florida is gonna go by 10 points for Rick Scott is huge. Miami-Dade flipped very hard for the Republicans this cycle, and 13% for Donald Trump with 90% of the vote is in. That is insane. That is way further to the right than I had it. I had it going about 6 to 7 points for Donald Trump. That is way more than doubling his margin from 2020. So that is insane gains for Donald Trump in the state of Florida. So that's going to help him in the popular vote quite a bit. So calling quite a few of these states. I'm going to have to update that over here. Donald Trump. We're going to have to get Delaware, Harris, Florida, Trump. Oops, wrong one there. Illinois, Harris. Right, so. Alright, well, all of those are now basically done as far as that goes. It's too early to call in quite a few states here. Those states basically being Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia. Still waiting for the first results from the Senate in Maryland, or even, presidentially in Maryland. Maryland is still yet to drop any votes. Missouri got their first votes, just dropped right there. 8,000. 8,500 for Hawley, 3,400 for Lucas Guntz. I already called that for Hawley at this point. Missouri, very likely Republican, don't say. Texas is likely Republican. They do have the needle up now for some of them. Electoral College estimate, Trump 276 to Harris 262. That would be Donald Trump winning Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, and Arizona. No, wait. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Nevada. So they actually have him losing Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which is a very weird combination from what I can see as far as that goes. But Harris plus 47 right now, but that's going to be huge. Harris plus 27, that's also but they're Trump plus 11 in Georgia. That's still a toss-up, though. We're seeing results from 133 counties. Exactly in line with their pre-election projections. Okay, so it looks like things aren't very confusing right now. It's a toss-up as far as that goes right now. Likely Republican there. Toss-up. Looks like it's tilting a little bit red. If you can tilt a little bit to the right, if you can see that. Right in the middle there. Likely Republican. Very likely Democrat. They still have not called Illinois yet. Very likely Republican. Very likely Republican. That's basically them saying safe without actually saying lean. Democrat. Kamala Harris is only ahead by 2 at this point, but there's still going to be more dropping out of Northern Virginia for quite some time now. 8.5 minutes until the polls close in Arkansas, and that's going to be a safe Republican state. That's going to be called right away. Quite a few more House races have been called. 43 to 24 for Republicans' favor as of right now. Those are going to take a while to get counted up, though. So that's going to take a bit here. Let's see what we got here. All right. So looking up at some of this, still got some waiting to do for the Senate race in Maryland. I'm not going to be able to call that until there's any results, just because it was looking a little bit close in the very beginning. But I definitely expect that to go to Angela Brooks. And of course, that I already called that presidentially because it's one of the most blue states in the nation. Let me actually get over to my map instead of that one. So you can see I did call it for Kamala Harris already is one of the bluest states in the entire nation, only behind, Vermont. We did call Florida. The big thing here is that we have called Florida for Donald Trump already, so that is quite a bit before what anyone was really expecting pre-election season, or at least before today. Very few here actually expected that, but again, it's going to be a 2022 where everyone thought it'd be a bit closer, but it did end up going way to the right. We're looking at a 91% of votes in and a 13-point lead, according to New York Times right now. 13-point lead. That is insane. So looking at the county map here, flipping back over here, Duval County has flipped by just 130 votes to Donald Trump. Pinellas County went by 5. Miami-Dade has flipped by 11%. It went 11% for Donald Trump. The state as a whole, 13% for Donald Trump right now. So that is a impressive shift right there for Donald Trump. They still haven't called New Jersey for some reason. I have, though, Ohio waiting for quite a bit more on the outside. Kamala Harris is ahead by 0.7%, so her lead is going to basically end very soon. And Bernie Moreno has the lead by 2. Even though they still haven't gotten any out of Hamilton County or Franklin County, so that's why he's behind currently. Virginia, Tim Kaine is ahead by 4, and Kamala Harris is ahead by 1.3. So, interestingly enough, that's taken a while. They still haven't called Missouri. I've called Missouri and Illinois and New Jersey and Delaware. They're still... Votes in Delaware are taking a long time for some reason. Looks like we actually have the first votes out of Maryland. Literally only a very, very small amount, though. So that's irritating. Out of Calvert County, we have 628 for Larry Hogan and 188 for Angela Alsobrooks. So, considering that that's actually a relatively red county and it's a very small amount of the more that it's a small amount of the population, I'm not going to call anything yet. But looking at the House map, doesn't look like we have any more calls as of yet. So that's going to be something to continue to have to watch there. And so, don't have anything more out of Illinois, any of those, even those deep blue districts there. Still awaiting on those. Quite a few states are seeming to drop quite a bit slow. But I'm going to be watching Maryland's Senate race very, very closely. Expect that one to be the next Senate race to call. But of course, the next state is going to be, Arkansas at 8:30. We're going to be able to call that one relatively quickly. So that's going to be an important one. But we're probably going to be able to call the Maryland Senate race soon-ish, hopefully. We're going to have to just get a bit more of a lead here for Angela Alsobrooks, and we're going to need more of the population to get that vote, especially more out of Baltimore County and Baltimore City, as well as some other more representative counties as well. So, going to be a long night. Going to be a long night. We have a call out of North Carolina. The 4th Congressional District has gone blue, 75-24 with a quarter of the votes in. It is now 44% for Republican, 44 for Republicans, 26 for Democrats. So quite a bit of a lead for the Republicans. The Democrats are probably going to get more of these. Up North Dakota, we've gotten our first drops out of North Dakota. I'm not going to call that until 10 p.m. because 9 p.m. Sorry. Because these counties over here do not close until then. Looking in Georgia, 50% of the vote is in. Atlanta is looking very good right now. Looks 71-28. That's relatively. They actually have it leaned Republican now, though. 55-44. It's looking pretty good. There definitely could be a comeback incoming, but Cobb County finally dropped. It's only ahead by 15%. She's only ahead by 15. 20 in Douglas. Rockdale ahead by 50. Clayton ahead by quite a bit. Atlanta, Fulton is not looking actually all that strong, especially compared to, last cycle. So Arizona is looking, Georgia. Wow, okay. Georgia is not looking all that good for the Democrats. We had been seeing that in voting in person early voting. Lean Democrat right here. It's actually a tie Basically, Trump has taken the lead in Virginia again. It looks like this is actually almost a repeat of 2016. But I do expect that Kamala Harris will take the lead again, and then she will hold it for a long time. Northampton County actually ahead by 3. Virginia Beach, Donald Trump's ahead by 8. So we're going to be watching that. We have the polls closing in Arkansas in 2.5 minutes. So we're going to have to be watching that a bit. Looking at the votes here. Oh, there we go. There's another drop. Queen Anne's County in Maryland. Larry Hogan is still in the lead there. But basically, Sherrod Brown is ahead by 5 now. We finally have drops out of Franklin and Hamilton counties, which are going to be Columbus and Cincinnati, respectively. Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. I never really got this right in my videos, but alright. Looking at these two, we're going to probably want to get some drops out of Baltimore before we call that. And then we're going to need to look more here. 2 points ahead in Virginia now. And, of course, Donald Trump took the lead a bit. Only by a few hundred votes, though. North Carolina is actually toss-up. Georgia, according to NYT, is actually looking better than North Carolina for the Republicans. 51% of the expected vote in. Trump is ahead by half a point in Ohio. I'm expecting that probably that vote is going to stay, but I'm not going to call it for a little while longer just to ensure that. It's probably not going to be anything for that long. I'm actually pull up my, not my math sheet. I'm going to pull up my prediction sheet instead, and let's check my last predictions here. So first off, Florida, I completely got wrong. I thought it'd be a 5-point victory for Donald Trump, and he has completely blown that out of the water. 93% and he's ahead by 13. So that is huge for Donald Trump. That could definitely carry over to more things later. And I am actually going to have to postpone looking at Virginia, Georgia, and the others because the polls in Arkansas are going to close in 10 seconds. So we'll get right back to that. Until then, we have the polls closing in Arkansas in like 5 seconds. So going to call that race for Donald Trump. There's going to be 6 more electoral votes added to his tally at 8:30 p.m. Calling the state for Donald Trump now. We're going to get that back over to the map here. We now have 111 to 74 as we were able to call for Florida very, very quickly. So way sooner than I thought. It's way redder than I expected. But still, we're looking back at the... they have not called Arkansas yet. But they probably will very, very soon. They have 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. I have 111. That's going to be... There we go. There's Arkansas. 6 electoral votes added to his tally there. They do not have Missouri called yet. So that's going to be where the last 10 electoral votes are coming from. So now finally comparing on to New Hampshire, for example, 11-point lead, 21% of votes, and that's not going to be that good of a comparison. Georgia is looking weaker and weaker for the Democrats with every passing minute. But I had a 60% chance that Trump was going to win the state of Georgia with a quarter-point victory. Now, that's actually looking a bit less likely. Up looking at the House now, we have none of these reporting yet, but 49 to 28. A few more did get called here. No swings yet. So none of these swing ones yet. 15th to 28th of Texas, as well as the 34th, though none have come in yet. It's also going to be the 7th and 8th districts in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris, they finally awarded her New Jersey. So looking here, that's going to be 14 electoral votes. That goes up to 49. I have her at 74 because I have Illinois called already as well. So, and Delaware. They finally have some in Delaware. Look at the Senate. I'm going to catch up on the Senate race in... oh, wow, okay. So quite a few red counties here. And he's only ahead by that much. I think that's probably going to be a pretty good sign for also Brooks. I still just do want some drops out of, any of this region. Prince George's, Montgomery, Howard, Baltimore, Baltimore City, Anne Arundel. Any of those would be fabulous. And Sherrod Brown is ahead by 4 points in Ohio currently. And in Ohio, we have Trump ahead by 0.9%. So he is now finally starting to take the lead here even stronger. So it is coming in there even stronger for Trump. Virginia, Trump is taking the lead even stronger here as well, but most likely it is going to go blue, as that's something that we've seen before. And it typically ends up flipping for the Democrats a bit later in the night. Georgia is looking rough. The Atlanta region isn't actually turning out as much, and the northern part of the state especially has already had some strong turnout. Looking at the southern region, it really hasn't yet. We'll have to wait on those, but Atlanta is not coming out strong enough, I don't think. And we already have 78% of the votes in Fulton County, and that's mainly what's going to have to carry Harris to a victory there, so that I do agree with that lean Republican right there. Texas, likely Republican. Trump is ahead by 3%. He has over 3 million votes in the state of Texas, so Blexus is not happening this cycle. Pennsylvania, it is very narrow here, mostly out of Philadelphia and Allegheny County, 71-28. 16% of votes in and 31 right there, so that's going to be a bit of a wait right there. Maryland, still nothing here yet. Sherrod Brown ahead by 4 still. I did have that really narrowly going to Brown by literally half a point. That's going to be super narrow. If anything, that's going to be really, really close. Slotkin's ahead by 18, but that's mainly just Ann Arbor and Detroit right now that's coming in, so we're going to have to wait for a few more those red counties, especially in this part of the state, to come in before we can get anything conclusive. Then we have Missouri. They still have not called for Josh Hawley. 2% of the votes are in, and he's ahead by 2 right now. But that's only because we have quite a bit from Jackson County here right now. So that's gonna take a bit. About 50% of the vote is in Texas, and Colin Allred is in the lead right now. Actually, Williamson County flipped back. However, Tarrant County with Fort Worth has not. And also, there was a notification that went through. I did not catch it, unfortunately. So that is up. Kamala Harris, they finally gave her Delaware. So, it took them long enough. They have a toss-up, but it's leaning towards Republicans right now. 279 to 259. That's actually a bit of an increase from what they had earlier. So, but they actually had the best case scenario for Harris swing way to the left now. So, oh, and the best case for Trump is actually way to the right now, too. So, estimate Harris' lead in the national vote to be just over 1 percentage point. So that's huge for Trump right there. 1 point lead in the national popular vote would basically be it. Unless we've seen, we have seen some huge shifts, especially in Florida. That's a huge performance. 6% left. And 13% lead. So that's way more than basically even anyone expected. Even On Point Politics was actually relatively well. Now we have a few more races to be called here. The 4th district here, we're going to be watching the 7th district. That's a competitive one. 0.7 of a point lead, 22% in. Quite a few in the Atlanta region have now been called. Kentucky is completely called. That is the 2nd state to do so. Oklahoma's starting to come in. And so we have North Dakota outstanding, Kansas is outstanding. We were waiting for the 2nd district in Nebraska. That's going to close at 9. Matt Mayer, a Democrat, wins the governor's race in Delaware. So they officially gave the mayoral race in Delaware. I couldn't even find the mayoral races there, but basically expect that most competitive districts won by Democrats and 2 by Republicans. Where are those at? I don't remember any of those competitive districts being anywhere near here. I don't think so. Let's see what we got. They need 43 and they need 27. So, most Most competitive districts right here. Pennsylvania's 10th and the 10th as well, really. So that's going to be... Oh, yeah, that's going to be the one centered around Harrisburg. We just had a call, looks like, in the 6th District of Indiana. 56-30 in the House for Republicans. And so now we have the first drops out of Baltimore. Only 900 votes, though. 700 votes. Only 700 votes. Larry Hogan is still in the lead. I'm not going to be able to call that for a little while. I was expecting for a bit of a larger drop. 3-point lead for Sherrod Brown. We're waiting a bit more for that region there. 6% in. We're waiting for, Genesee County and a few other ones. Texas, 50% is in, and Ted Cruz has taken the lead by 0.7% in Texas. So we might actually be able to call Texas relatively quickly, too. This is looking like it might end up being some sort of red wave sort of thing here. Even if it's just localized to Florida again, and maybe Texas this time. In 2022, that red wave was centered in Florida and New York. So maybe seeing something along those lines again, as the rest of the country doesn't seem to be moving all that hard to the right, but we did see a hard shift towards the Republican Party in Florida. And Rick Scott is ahead by 13 points still in Florida, and they finally gave Kamala Harris the state of Illinois. It's about time. I've had it called since the polls closed, so 71-101, and I have it currently at 111-74, as they still have not called Washington, D.C., looks like, for some inexplicable reason. They don't have any votes in, but is literally going to vote at least 85% for the Democrats, because it's literally the most Democratic region in the entire country. So even though there's no votes in out of there, I don't understand why they wouldn't call that quite yet. We've been live for 3 hours now. 3 hours down and 6 or 7 to go. So we're about 1/3 done the night already. One-third done the night. We don't have too many results in yet. I mean, we have a few on the presidential, but nothing surprising yet. The closest that we have is out of Georgia. Looks like it's probably going to end up going red. I, on my projection, do have it going red. Oh, that's the wrong map. By 0.25%. So, nothing surprising yet. Looks like we have more calls. 58-33. Few districts in Texas have been called. Texas is probably the most gerrymandered state in the entire country. If you really looked at this house map, you'd be able to see what I mean. It's ridiculous. Illinois is probably the second most, because you can see these two are perfectly drawn to give Democrats 2 extra seats. And this is drawn to crack up these urban regions to give Republicans more seats. It's just so sad. But, there's quite a few other gerrymandered states, but they're not quite as bad. California isn't gerrymandered. It's done by a nonpartisan group. For example, Iowa's alright. There's not much you can do there. It's just, they're all actually evenly drawn by county, which is very nicely done. It looks very, very organized. Cruz is ahead still by 0.7%. Looks like there's no new drops there. Montgomery County in Texas has a bit for Cruz. Dallas County is coming in quite a bit for all red. Austin, San Antonio, Williamson County is coming in just a bit for all red. Very narrow lead right there. So it looks like that's not going to be as hard of a shift to the left as everyone was expecting. And we just got vote drops just as I closed it. So 1.1% now lead for Ted Cruz. Virginia, Tim Kaine's only ahead by 2 points. This is turning out to be much closer of a race than I expected it to be. So looking down at Virginia, I had a 9-point lead presidentially, and down here 11-point lead for Tim Kaine. So looks like it's going to end up being a lot closer than that. Trump's only ahead by 0.3% in Virginia now. I think that Kamala Harris is going to take the lead and probably hold it from this point out if she does take the lead. Same thing basically, but the inverse in Ohio. Donald Trump's ahead by 3%. In Ohio, I think that he's going to probably take that and run with it at this point. So I don't really think there's much else to be said about that as far as that goes. Not sure which one to call. Well, I might call first, though, Ohio or Virginia. Both of them are 43-44% done. 43-44% of the vote is in. 12% is in Pennsylvania. And we finally have some drops out of Monroe County. We have some in some of these regions of the state. Washington and Greene County typically go red, but there's some more drops. Lackawanna County dropped a bit. Philadelphia County, 87-12, but only 16% of the votes are in. 32% is in Allegheny, 72-27. That's looking good for Kamala Harris here. 69-30 right now, so that's looking pretty good for Harris. Georgia, on the other hand, 11-point lead for Donald Trump right now. So this is not looking very good for the Democrats. Republicans are looking very strong in the state of Georgia, especially in the northern chunk. Their turnout is looking fabulous. So that is going to absolutely help them. So even if the Democrats do somehow end up winning, which I actually don't think they will, I do have Trump winning it by a quarter of a point, which I probably is going to underestimate him at this point. It is probably going to be relatively not that close. So we do have a few more calls, 59-33 in the House. I am not doing any of those. That is all just based off of the NYT doing their calls. Now we have 15 minutes to wait until the 9 p.m. poll closing time. So if anyone has any questions, do feel free to ask them. I will answer them. But other than that, I'm just going to be keeping on looking at this. We still don't have more out of Baltimore, so I still can't call that Maryland Senate race. I was really thinking they might be able to at this point, but I don't think I will for quite a bit more than if they're still not going to have any more votes out of there. So not really going to need that, and not really going to need that either. So we're really going to be looking at, they still haven't called Missouri, but 101-71 right now. Donald Trump in the lead. Look at my map. Currently, I have it as a lead for Donald Trump as well. However, I have it as 111-74. And it's the 9 p.m. poll closing is going to be New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and Louisiana. So that's going to be quite a lot. And quite a lot to be called right off the bat, too. And that's going to be a lot on the Senate races as well. And we might get a call out of Texas relatively quickly, too. Just based on how quickly it's coming in here. 55% is in, and Donald Trump is ahead by 6% now. So they have that as very likely Republican. And Ted Cruz is ahead by 2% in the Senate. Uncalled key states they have right here. Republicans need to win 4. And Democrats need to win 9. Oh, they're counting all those. Yeah. So basically, Arizona, Maryland, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are going blue. So those are out of the way. But Republicans need to win 4, and they already have Florida. They're probably going to get Texas at this point. Cruz is ahead by 2. They're probably going to get Montana. So then they just need to pick off. They're probably going to get Nebraska. And that's it. That's their 4. They don't even need Ohio. That'd just be an extra one. And that's definitely within reach because Sherrod Brown is 58-48, only performing Harris by 3%, right? 2% right now. Only outperforming Harris by 2% right now. So he needs to outperform her by 5-6 in order to win. So currently Ohio, likely Republican. Michigan, pure toss-up. Pennsylvania, pure toss-up. Virginia, lean Democrat. Lean Republican right now in Georgia. Toss-up North Carolina. Maine, likely Democratic. Lean Democratic in New Hampshire. So Maine, the first few votes have come in. Hancock County, right there. That's all we got right there. New Hampshire, quite a bit in there. 9-point lead for Kamala Harris. Not going to call that just yet. And we do have a few more vote drops here. Still a 2-point lead for Sherrod Brown in the state of Ohio. There's still not more votes out of Baltimore. Still just waiting on Baltimore to be able to call that race for Angela also Brooks. And we still have a few more calls here. 60 to 35 in the House. 42 wins for Democrats have to win 42 competitive races in order to take control of the House. Republicans need to win 25. So we're still waiting on quite a few of those. Basically, all of these are safe ones that have been called so far. And looking back at the map for the states that I've called, then we have we're still waiting on Ohio, still waiting on Georgia, though it's looking better and better for Donald Trump. That's still about on par for what I had expected. Ohio, we're still waiting on Maryland. Maryland is going to might take a little while. And so looking at the Senate map here, it's still waiting on more drops out of Baltimore, which only has 700 votes in so far. Hoping that I'll be able to call that right before 9 p.m. Check the chat real quick. Do you think Kamala's going to win? I think I'm actually a bit less confident right now than I was at the beginning of the night. Right here, I do have the narrowest, but I wouldn't be surprised if Trump won. But 55 to 45 for Kamala Harris. I'd say now it's probably closer to like 50-50 even split, just because of mainly the returns in Florida. 95% of the votes are in, and Donald Trump's ahead by 13%. That is a 10-point gain from 2020. That's basically as much as Ohio moved between 2012 and 2016. So we're looking at like monumental shifts in one of the largest states in the country. This is the first time that a Republican has won a state by over 1 million votes, other than, since Texas in 2016, right? Only Texas does that. And now Donald Trump has won the state of Florida by over 1 million votes in 2024. So that is a huge milestone that has been made for the Republican Party here. And Rick Scott has also secured his seat by way more than anyone expected, 13%. It was expected to be much, much closer than that. Maryland, finally something else here. So, 79, 77, I think 1% in. And it's a lot of red counties, so I feel like I want to call it, but I don't want to be way too far ahead of myself. 50 to 48, still only ahead by 2, and here ahead by 4. Donald Trump's ahead by 4 in Ohio. Only half of the vote is in, though, so I don't really want to call that yet either as of right now. So there's that, too. I'm going to just this in there right now. So still waiting more on some of those drops on the Northern Virginia region, especially right around here. Virginia Beach moving to the right. Roanoke looks to be moving a bit to the right. But it's still probably going to be Democratic. Ohio's looking on par for going red again. And we have 9 minutes until the next polls close. The 9 p.m. poll closing is all across here. So that's going to be another big jump for both candidates as far as that goes. Maps is going to be, I think Kamala's going to take no, not yet. Trump will take a further lead. And then the West Coast closings, Kamala will close in. And Josh Stein has won the governor's race in North Carolina, so On Point Politics take that. And so that is, in fact, going to be, I'm actually going to, what the heck? All right, well, North Carolina's race for the governorship has gone to Josh Stein, so that's a big one. Mark Robinson had tons of scandals that were going on, and he did, in fact, lose. So that's going to be a big one in the state of North Carolina. That's the first time that On Point Politics is conclusively wrong tonight. He was actually right about Florida. He thought it would go to Trump by about 11 points, and I have to give him that. He was right. As a matter of fact, he actually underestimated Trump. But Josh Stein has won the gubernatorial race in the state of North Carolina, and I expect it's probably going to be close to about 10 to 12 points or so, potentially even more. But is that some movement or something? I don't even know. But we still have 7.5 minutes left until the next poll closings, in which we will have the competitive races of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Arizona will all have closed, so we'll then be able to see more of those results. Maryland is still very slowly trickling in, so I think I'm going to actually have to just skip calling Maryland for right then and just move on for the 9 p.m. poll closings here, setting up my slideshow clips here. All right, 9 p.m. is ready to go. So we have just a few states still outstanding here. 89 electoral votes are awaiting being called. Maine's 2nd district. I'm not sure if I can really tell what's going on. Yeah, not really. Oh, that's the Senate anyway. But I expect that Angus King will win in Maine. They still haven't called it for some reason. But presidentially, it is... They have it likely Democratic, and they only have one single county with any results, so that's going to take a while to call. New Hampshire, they just dropped more literally right then, and 9-point lead, so I might call that in relatively soon. They still have not called Missouri just because of how slowly it's coming in. All right, Georgia, 2/3 of the way in, and it is looking great for Donald Trump. 5-point lead right now in the state of Georgia. I think that's going to narrow more just because eventually these are going to run out of votes, but there's still not all that much out there because look at Fulton County. There's 78% of the votes in, 82 in Cobb County, 91 in Douglas, 84 in Clayton. So this could be a huge swing to the right in Georgia. Texas, 57% in, quite a bit of a lead for Donald Trump there. So that's going to be a shift from 2020. Look at that. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Huge shifts all across the state. Miami-Dade County, 19 points more Republican. Indiana, you can see Steuben County moved to the left. White County moved to the left, but you can see this nationwide shift to the right. This is going to probably continue all across the country as more people are voting for Donald Trump this cycle. But we're going to have to see where we're actually going to be seeing. Monongalia, 3.2% more Republican. I thought it was going to flip. It's a relatively good demographic to shift to the left, and it was only a point for Donald Trump in 2020, so I'd actually be surprised if it doesn't flip. But 2/3 of the vote is in Georgia, and it is looking pretty good for the Republicans here. A few more House races have just been called, 68 to 37 for the Republicans. Still no more competitive races have been called here as of yet. I'm going to wait a bit longer for those. We now have 4.5 minutes until the 9 p.m. poll closings are called. So that's going to take a while there. Louisiana, all right. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is ahead, 627,000, 298,000. She has 2/3 of the vote, but that's mainly, we have quite a bit of a small amount from Montgomery County, small amount from Bucks County. So these Philadelphia suburb regions, Delaware County, Chester County, they have started to drop votes. Luzerne County has dropped a bit. Some of these Pittsburgh suburbs have started to drop. Erie County, narrow lead, but less than 1% of the vote is in. That's a swing county, so is Northampton. Only 18% of the vote is in, so we can't make anything conclusive from that. Almost half of the vote is in the state of Virginia. So we're about halfway there in Virginia, and Donald Trump has taken the lead again. So this is actually going to look relatively close in the state of Virginia. I did actually have it as a 9-point victory for Kamala Harris, so it looks like I probably overestimated her again, unless we end up seeing what we did in 2020, which is where all the outstanding votes are basically around here. Yep, 29% in Falls Church, 37% in Arlington. So yep, that's huge right there. 37% in Arlington, 27% in Alexandria, Fairfax County 60%, Prince William 80%. Manassas, but then you have Norfolk still, you have Roanoke outstanding, Charlottesville, Richmond, 6% in, 7% in Henrico, so it's not over in Virginia. There's definitely a chance that it may. Loudoun County is basically done. North Carolina, 9-point lead for Donald Trump right now. A quarter of it is in. Nearly all votes reported by midnight. New rules mean that early voting results will no longer be reported immediately at poll closing time. So, nothing out of Guilford County with Greensboro. Raleigh is looking pretty strong. Charlottesville. This is a sort of map that Democrats want to see right now. This is one that there's a potential blue North Carolina coming. It's still up in the air. So it's not likely, but it's still up in the air. Georgia, on the other hand, is slipping away every single minute that there's more vote drops out of northern Georgia and southern central Georgia here. Columbus, Muskogee County, 77% in, very few left. Augusta's looking bad. Fulton County is trudging in. So, yeah, looks like 52 to 47. That's a 5-point lead. Still holding for Donald Trump in that state. And we have less than 2 minutes left until the next polls close. So, that's going to be a crucial one right there. Michigan, we have 54 to 44. That's still Ann Arbor and Oakland counties. Washtenaw County and Oakland County are really going to be the ones carrying that. That's why it's going to be so blue at this point. Looking at the shift in 2020, just basically the full only counties with more than 95% of the votes are showing this little feature. So, right, a lot of rightward shifts in in Appalachia. We're going back to basically maxing out the rurals in these regions. Monongalia looks like it's done, and it actually is going to stay red. So I was wrong about that as well. It is going to be only by 200 votes. No, wait, 1,200. 1,200. I can count, guys. 1,200 votes. They still have not called Missouri or the Senate race there. Maryland is still not reporting any more votes out of anything. So they are still trudging along there. I can't call that either. Missouri is getting some out of St. Louis. So Lucas Collins is actually winning right now. Ted Cruz is ahead by 4 in Texas. So it looks like he's probably going to win, but I'm not going to be able to call that yet. And we are down. The polls are closing at the 9 p.m. poll closing time. Here we are. This is the second largest poll closing of the night. Here we go. Projections. Kansas, 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Great Plains state of Kansas. And we also have Louisiana, 8 electoral votes. 28 electoral votes for Kamala Harris out of the state of New York. New York will go blue. North Dakota will go red. 3 electoral votes for Donald Trump here. And South Dakota, 3 electoral votes for Donald Trump as well. 3 more for his tally there out of South Dakota. Wyoming, 3 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Those are actually all the calls. All the others are uncalled races at this point. That's going to be Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So all of those are uncallable at this point in time. And now for the Senate, we are looking at some projections here. We can call the Nebraska special election for the incumbent Pete Ricketts. That's going to be a Republican hold right there. And New York, the incumbent Kirsten Gillibrand is going to hold on to her seat there. That's a Democratic hold in the state of New York. North Dakota, the incumbent Kevin Kramer will hold on to his seat in North Dakota. And Wyoming, John Barrasso will hold on to a seat there in the state of Wyoming as well. So now we have uncalled races. We cannot call Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska's general, New Mexico, Texas, or Wisconsin. I did miss Wisconsin on that slide. So here's our Senate map. We are out waiting on quite a few states now. Waiting in, they have called quite a few states now for both of them. They called New York for Kamala Harris, Nebraska, and Nebraska's statewide contest, and South Dakota for Donald Trump. And they don't have any results out of any of the other ones. They have not called those yet. And they just called Louisiana. And for the Senate, I'm going to show off my my presidential map Here, a lot of purple. 201 electoral votes. Uncalled as of right now. So, expecting Colorado will be called relatively quickly for Kamala Harris. Texas probably won't be long before it gets called for Donald Trump at this point. He's been holding a strong lead so far. Ohio probably doesn't have long left. Virginia should get called soon. We have results out of Iowa, so let me get in there. Results out of Iowa, results out of New Mexico now. No votes for Kamala Harris yet out of New Mexico. 656 for Donald Trump and 655 for Chase Oliver. Both at 20% somehow. So just pretend that makes sense. And look at Texas. Donald Trump is now leading by 8 points in Texas. So that's expanding. Fort Worth is 6 points for Trump. Williamson is 1.3. Basically, none of those are anything close to done yet. So I have to wait on that. Ohio is like 50% done, and we have a 6-point lead for Donald Trump right now. I am about ready to call Ohio for former president, and that is a 1.3-point lead in Virginia still, holding out for Donald Trump with 50% of the vote is in, 68%, and only 5 points in Georgia. I think that's actually a bit of a decline, so it may not be completely over in Georgia. For the Senate race, Nebraska special has been called. Yep, 29% is in, and Dan Osborne is actually ahead, but most of that's from Omaha, where it is 62% to 38, and Lincoln 64 to 36. So that is for Dan Osborne is in the lead right now. And unfortunately, on my map, I would have to put him in as a Democrat just because I don't want to make a whole independence thing, but he will not. Actually, I will right now, actually, because he is not going to. Only if he wins. If he wins, then I will make independence because he said he will not caucus with either party. So now we are waiting for the first drops out of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona for the Senate, and of course those same states for the presidency as well as Colorado. We have to wait for the first drops from Colorado before I can call the state for Kamala Harris. Nothing more out of Maryland for the Senate election yet, so still outstanding, waiting for those still. So that is still gotta wait on that. Been live for 3.5 hours, so this is already complete, way longer than anything I've ever done before on the channel, but still got more to go. 9% in Michigan, Oakland, Washtenaw County, 12% in New Mexico. Albuquerque's coming in 67% for Dominici for the Senate. Interesting. Oh, less than 1% of the votes were in. They accidentally put some. They probably put in some wrong number somewhere. No, they're messing something up right now. Keep an eye on that. That's concerning. That definitely says 76,000. And that says 655. So keep an eye on that. There's a lot of races called I Do Not Care. Oh, no, that is not what I wanted to do. And now 74 to 46. They finally called Vermont. Don't even know when they did that, but they finally called Vermont. They have not called either of these yet. Dusty Johnson. Johnson versus Johnson in South Dakota. That's fun. Quite a few races outstanding. Basically no results across the entirety of Maryland. That's insane. Maryland is being slow. They dropped all votes from New Mexico in the totals here. They dropped everything from... Weird. Alright. Colorado 6% in. We have quite a bit from Denver, 79 to 20. That's basically on par with where it should be. And so if that's on par with where it should be, it doesn't matter if even basically the rest of the state does move. that is going to be able to hold it there. So considering that that is basically right where it should be for Kamala Harris, I will be calling the state of Colorado. That is going to go for Kamala Harris. That is 10 electoral votes in her column that she is going to absolutely need in order to win the presidency here. 10 electoral votes there. Now it is now 134 to 112 for Donald Trump's favor still, and there's still quite a bit outstanding in some of these other states here. 34% in New Hampshire. Such a slow counting state. Kamala Harris had by 9. It's been staying that way. 70% is in Georgia. And yeah, Donald Trump is holding his 13-point lead in Florida. It is now a 6-point lead for Donald Trump in the state of Georgia, with 70% of the vote in. I don't think that the Democrats are going to be able to hold that one. North Carolina, 5-point lead for Donald Trump, 40% in. Nothing out of Wisconsin, nothing out of Minnesota, less than 1% out of Iowa, and it's just in Wright County. That Seltzer polls really messed everyone up. Still nothing, they still haven't called Missouri. And Kamala Harris is actually in the lead in Missouri right now just because of where their ballots are from. Texas, 9-point lead. They just called Ohio for Donald Trump. That is pretty big right there. New York Times just called Ohio for Donald Trump. 53 to 46%, 17 electoral votes to the former president there out of Ohio. They have now Bernie Moreno has also taken the lead by about 40,000 votes there. So they have called Ohio for the former president Donald Trump. He has won Ohio. That is a crucial state that he absolutely needed to win. And so that was absolutely necessary for him. And so Trump is still leading in Virginia by about 2 points, but only 50% of the vote is in. They're counting relatively slow. And now he's only leading by 1.3. So we're getting more of that Northern Virginia lead. We're probably going to see more like what we saw in 2016, except more extreme. So that's probably going to come in a bit more blue. It's probably going to be closer to 7 points or 8 than 10. So that's still going to be closer to 2016, but yes, Trump is still in the lead in Virginia, but he is not going to win the state. They have it likely Democratic. It's almost certain. Iowa is still not much there. Let's see if we got anything out of the Maryland Senate race still. But yeah, that's a major projection for them. I am not ready to call it yet. It's 8-point lead. 8-point lead, 52%. That means that they'd need, well, let me see. 33% out of Cuyahoga, 43 out of Franklin, 43 out of Hamilton. It's technically still possible. So I'm going to hold out for a bit longer. But 71% out of Georgia. Now leads to 6%. Pennsylvania got strong leads. 76 to 24, 20%, 20% in. Just about to say that's really good numbers. Berks 14%, 16% there, so that's really Pennsylvania's coming in slowly. Probably going to take a few days actually, but Texas 9-point lead, 62% in. I'm going to call Texas relatively soon. It's coming in strongly there, and Cruz looks like he's going to win. He's ahead by 6 right now. So that's going to be quite a bit of the vote needed. Let me look at where those votes are outstanding. Oh, Rio Grande Valley. Rio Grande Valley is where it's outstanding right now. Dallas, 50% in. San Antonio, 72. Austin, Travis County, 76. Williamson, 91. Harris and Fort Bend County are almost done. So, yeah, it's not looking all that good for Colin Allred. Looks like he's going to lose, and Ted Cruz is going to hold a 3rd term in the Senate at this point in time. We still don't have any results from Wisconsin yet, so that's, there we go. The first few have come in, don't know where from, but a bit of a Trump lead there. And we have some from Minnesota as well. Douglas County, 1208 to 557 there. 50% there. Yeah, that's narrowed. That's 1.4%. So that's getting even closer. Don't even know where these votes are. I think they're running into some issues with their numbers for New Mexico there. Iowa, still nothing else new there. Let me see what else we got. House races. They're now 75 to 55. So the Democrats are trying to catch up a bit here. Looks like they called up the 2nd district in Illinois. They're calling a few inside Chicago. They called the last few inside of Atlanta, Georgia. They called these ones here. They called the few in Philadelphia County, Madeline Dean. No, wait, they redrew the district. So, let me. Nope, stop. There we go. Nope, it's gonna keep doing that. Okay. Alright, these 3 districts, Mary Gay Scanlon, Dwight Evans, uncontested, Brendan Boyle, here Madeline Dean. First results for Wisconsin. Okay, that's a key swing state out of the 7th district here. To see how this looks. I don't see anything right here. Eric Hovde is currently in the lead, but only a very, very small amount of the vote is in. It's in Valles and Wood County. It's going to be a slight lead for Donald Trump as well. They still have not called Missouri. They just called Texas. 9-point lead. They have called Texas for Donald Trump. I'm not quite ready to call that yet, or Ohio either. 9-point lead for Trump, 53% in. That's still... The only reason I'm not is because only a third of the vote is in Cleveland, and not even half is in Columbus, Toledo, or Cincinnati. So it's technically possible that Harris could win, but I think in Texas, it's a bit less likely there. 80%, 63%. Yeah, that's gone. That's gone. Texas is gone, so that's going to be a call right there. Calling the state of Texas for Donald Trump. That's going to be 40 electoral votes for the former president going into his column there. 40 electoral votes, bringing his tally up to 174. So now he has gotten Texas and Florida, the 2 swing E states that he needed to secure, which means that we are now, that has completely changed the game. So we now are looking at there's not going to be any large blue wave coming in here this cycle, as Trump is on course to probably win by about, 6 to 7 points, or maybe 8 in Texas. I have him winning in Texas by 7.5, which appears to be about where he's going right now. Potentially even more than that. I doubt it's going to be double digits, but it's definitely possible at this point in time. 100% sure. So now, as we are approaching 3.5 hours here live right now, and it is 9:15 p.m. on the East Coast. North Carolina, 52 to 47, 5-point lead for Donald Trump. 42% of the vote is in. They moved the needle to lean Republican. So looking down at the needle, leaning Trump with a 67% chance of victory, and 285 to 253 for the electoral vote count. Lean Trump here in those 2, and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan are still toss-ups. So we're going to have to wait a while for those to start coming in, but Georgia is looking stronger and stronger for Trump. Every single minute, every single more thing that these strong counties, more vote dumps here. Actually getting ready to call Georgia not too long from now. New Mexico, there really hasn't been much coming out here. They actually did reset the counts here that they had, because there were some issues going on there. So I hope that they'll get that back together, because I was hoping to call New Mexico relatively quickly. Minnesota, very, very small amount in here. Some of these states are really not coming in that strong. Let's see if we finally have anything in Maryland. Oh my goodness, we do. Nothing in Baltimore. Still. 1% of the votes are in still. This is ridiculous. Maryland is taking forever. It has been 75 minutes since the polls closed, and we have 1% of the votes are in, and we have 30,000 votes counted in Maryland. I could count votes faster than that by hand. So 20-point lead now for Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. That's we're starting to get more in the central part of the country. That's going to be strongly for Dave McCormick. Dauphin County's coming in. Lehigh County, Allegheny, Philadelphia starting to come in now. 15% in, 40% out of Allegheny, 16, 1% out of Chester. So that's starting to come in there. Northampton, 22%, and it's looking good so far. Presidentially, we are looking again at 21% in Northampton, 33 in Monroe, 68 in Lackawanna. So Missouri is still not being called. 15-point lead for Harris right now. That's just because St. Louis and St. Louis County are looking strong right now in their turnout compared to no turnout everywhere else. Basically, Missouri and Maryland are just not reporting any votes right now. So I don't understand why, but whatever. Georgia's close to 3/4 of the vote is in, and it's a 6-point lead for Donald Trump. So if I didn't know any better, I'd call it right now. But I remember seeing 2020, and it was similar to this, so I didn't want to call anything yet. I'm going to turn it off. Absolutely will do that. Let me turn off on all 3 of them. So, zooming out now, Bernie Moreno is ahead by 2 in Ohio, and quite a few more races have been called, 78-56 now. No more competitive races have been won, though. Presidentially in Ohio, ahead by 9 now. 57% of the vote is in. 35, 57, 43. I just want more vote drops out of Cleveland and Columbus and Cincinnati. That's what I want right now. 25% in Colorado. Mainly out of Denver. 56-42. That's basically safe. 9% out of Sandoval County. Quite a bit. 3-point lead. Only 10% in. So I'm not going to be able to call that one yet. Nothing out of Arizona yet. First results are expected around 10 p.m. Eastern time. That's weird. Officials in Maricopa County. Of course, Maricopa County is going to take a while. So that's going to take 10 to 13 days. Holy cow. Okay. So this could very well not get called until next week. Delightful. That's just what we needed. Kansas isn't even called right now because Kamala Harris is in the lead because they kept on calling stuff from the eastern part of the state that's blue. So that's not even getting called at this point in time yet. Virginia, Trump is ahead still by 1.2, 0.8%. 0.8%. So Kamala Harris is going to take the lead very soon in Virginia. North Carolina, 1% lead by Donald Trump, 50% in at this point. Almost 3/4 of the votes are in Georgia. So it's looking worse and worse. It is now leaning Trump, 284 to 254. Maine, still not coming in whatsoever. There we go. Some out of Cumberland County there. Some out of there. New Hampshire, really not coming in. 37% in. It's going to take forever. Let me guess. Maryland. Yep, nothing out of Maryland yet still. New Mexico, 10% is in. Heinrich versus Dominici. This one shouldn't be too competitive. Heinrich should be able to win that race relatively quickly, but it looks like it's taking a while. House race, another one was called. A few more were called, looks like. 80 for the Republicans, 57 for the Democrats. So, looking at what we've seen, let me see how this is. Okay, 6 points in Monongalia. So it looks like there might not be as strong of a nationwide shift in the suburbs for, yeah, it's a 5-point shift. That's a 5-point right there. So it looks like nationwide shift of up to 3.5 points or so towards the Republicans. That could spell the end for the Harris campaign here. But looks like so far we can't really tell too much about how the polling has done, but I'm going to keep watching some of that, and of course, keep working on, I'm going to actually look through some of the some of those races there, but so working on that. So Wisconsin, 5% is in now. Waukesha, Kenosha County, Dane County's coming in. That's going to be for Kamala Harris. Only 4% of the vote is in. La Crosse County, Wood County, Vilas County. So, Suburban County, Suburban-ish County, Suburban-ish County, Suburban County, Suburban. So those are all going to be moving to the left, and if there's not, then that's a problem for Kamala Harris because these rural regions are going to move to the right. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Iowa, 10% of the vote is in Des Moines. Looking at Des Moines here, Kamala Harris is in the lead by 17. So 17-point lead so far. We're going to need a lot more results, especially on the eastern side of the state. That's what carried Obama to victory in 2008 and 2012. Ohio, 58% is in, 35, 57 out of Columbus. So that's getting a bit more in stone there, 43. So I'm getting a little closer to calling Ohio now. New Mexico, 4-point lead so far. 12% of the vote is in. More races were called in the House. Looks like Deanna DeJet. All right, so AOC will hold her seat. MTG will hold her seat. Matt Gaetz will hold his seat. Still waiting on Lauren Boebert. What other famous, what other well-known House members are there? Anyways, look at the Senate still. 32% is in. Okay, there we go. Finally. Okay, 62 to 37. All right, so yeah, that's strong enough now that I'm finally going to be able to call the Maryland Senate here. So now, moving in here, Senate projection, I'm going to call the Maryland Senate for Angela Also Brooks. Finally being able to get that blue on the map here. Been waiting for a while. That finally brings the Democrats to 37 seats. They've been waiting for a while to get another win in here. And so looking over at the presidential map, still waiting in quite a few states here. Hopefully the Northeast will get finished up soon enough. So going to have to wait on, Virginia and stuff. Virginia, 52% of the vote is in. Tim Kaine's ahead by 2. And Marino's ahead by 3. So Sherrod Brown might be getting his butt kicked in Ohio right now. But not 100% sure about that, though. And I have to look in here on the presidential map, Ohio. Let me just check again real quick. Did that say 50? 24. Okay. 35% of votes in Cuyahoga, 57 in Franklin. That's going to be the 239, 4. Well, they're about the same size, so 43. That's going to be about the same size as well. So 9-point lead, 60% is in. If it's there's he's been holding on to it for a long time now, and he's been holding on strong enough. So I'm now going to make the projection here that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio and its 17 electoral votes. We'll go to Donald Trump for a third cycle. So now that brings Trump and Vance up to 191 electoral votes here. So quite a bit ahead. There's actually more uncalled electoral votes than Kamala Harris has. So, and then 47 to 37 right now, 10 uncalled races. And so we're waiting still on quite a few here. I have to wait up on the Texas Senate race. That's a 6-point lead for Ted Cruz, so that might get called pretty soon for Cruz. 76-51, so they're still quite a bit out of Dallas. That's probably why they're holding off. Houston, 72. San Antonio, 72. El Paso, 61. So I'm about ready to call Texas for Ted Cruz. And New Mexico, only 11% is in, and Martin Heinrich is quite a bit ahead. So right now we're not going to get too overconfident because this is kind of what things looked like in in 2022, and then everyone got overconfident, and then the Republicans did not end up storming everything. So I don't want to get too confident there, but things are definitely still looking good for the Republicans so far, and definitely continuing to hold strong so far, especially in places like Georgia. Apparently, Decision Desk HQ called North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think that's quite a bit too early. They only have 54% in, and it's 3-point lead. So that's definitely a premature decision. But if DDHQ actually did call that, then that's huge for Trump. So looking good at down to 5 points in Georgia. Down to 5 points in Georgia, but 3/4 of the vote is in. They called Nebraska's 3rd congressional district. They don't have the 2nd or the 1st. They didn't call the 1st, but actually Harris is in the lead right now, so that's interesting. This is like one of the prime demographics that's going to be moving to the left across the country. Generally suburban region right here. But did not mean to go to Wyoming. No votes out of Wyoming yet. That's impressive in a sad way. Now, all of a sudden, we got a lot of vote drops out of Maryland, and all of a sudden, all at once, they have half of their vote in. So, good for them, I guess. 60% of the vote is in, and Trump is ahead by 2 in Virginia. What on earth is going on in Virginia right now? This is nothing like what we've seen since 2016, so this could very well be signs for a blowout for Donald Trump. New Hampshire, I can talk. New Hampshire, 9-point lead for Kamala Harris, though, so that's definitely better than in 2016. Minnesota, we're finally getting stuff out of Ramsey County. Whopping 1% of the vote is in. 300 vote lead for Donald Trump. The House, 61 to 84, and the Republicans are in the lead. Senate race, still nothing here. I think I'm about ready to call this for Ted Cruz. So, 50% of the vote is in, and if they double that, that's going to be another 300. That's going to be another. The lead is by 500,000. And that's only 300,000. So, that's only 100,000. So, that plus the quite a bit there, and then yeah, and I don't really see this panning out for Allred. Heinrich is not looking too bad. Dominici's probably gonna lose. I expected her to lose anyways, by quite a bit though. So 11-point loss in New Mexico. Down by 4 right now. Oh, that's Harris. This is the presidential. Down by 6 right now. So I mean it's nothing out of Albuquerque yet. So we're gonna have to wait on that. Santa Fe, only 14% of the votes are in. So we're gonna have to continue waiting for New Mexico. Let me look at Iowa. 11% in Iowa. And we're looking at Des Moines, and it's only a 20-point lead, so 60% in. So that's like where all of the Democratic vote comes in. So unless we have these huge Democratic sweeps over here, then it's not even going to be close. And it's a 15-point lead for Kamala Harris right now. So at least there's that. But it's all going to completely disappear once you get more of the other parts of the state in. And then we have Virginia 61% in, 2-point lead for Donald Trump still. 3/4 of the vote is in, 5-point lead for Donald Trump. So it dropped by 1%, so I'm not going to call it right now. I would have if it had stayed 6. Anyone got any? Nope, nothing in the chat. Okay, so, please do share this and subscribe if you aren't already. Trying to get to 500 so I can maybe, get some monetization soon, but have to work on that in a bit. Almost been live for 4 hours now, so working on that still. Looking at the map again. Quite a few uncalled races, 10 in the Senate, and 134 electoral votes in the presidential. So let's go back over to the New York Times page here. 61%. It's going to be 2-point lead in Virginia, 3 points in North Carolina. Apparently DDHQ did call this for Donald Trump already, so that's a bit of a premature... Yeah, calling North Carolina was pretty hasty for them. I mean, they might not be wrong, but all right, there we go. Finally, PA District 15 got called, Arkansas's 4th, Mississippi's 3rd, even though it was uncontested. Don't know why they didn't call it earlier. So 87 to 64, so that's looking pretty well for them. Still no contested seats. Still up. Senate control, I expect, will go to Republicans, but it's looking relatively good for the Democrats. Presidency, I actually do now have probably 52.5% for Trump and 42.5% for Harris. 47.5%. So, look at our live forecast. Toss up, toss up, toss up. Lean R, lean R. Still haven't called those, and I cannot tell you why. Yes, Kamala's in the lead, but it's still, there's such red states that they're not going blue. 44% in, and Harris is in the lead. That's still a good sign, so that shows a lot of gains in the plains. But Florida got absolutely decimated again. That's a 13-point lead. That's 1.5 million votes more than Harris got. So that we're gonna have a lot of talks about that in Florida right there. That's gonna be on a lot of people's minds there for a long time there. 13% out of Wisconsin, 30% out of Dane County, 226,000 to 207,000. Hovde's in the lead right now. And so is Trump by 4 points in the state of Wisconsin. New Mexico, 4-point lead for Kamala Harris. Still nothing out of Albuquerque right now. Georgia, 77%, 5-point lead. 3-point lead in North Carolina. 2-point lead for Trump in Virginia still. This is looking concerning for the Democrats, but Republicans are performing very strong. Dubuque County, finally getting some results on the eastern side of the state. 55-44 right there. Minnesota, basically still nothing in here. Oh, wait. A whole lot of nothing in quite a few counties. 12% is in here, but basically, again, that's all Des Moines. 60% is in from Des Moines. Nothing in Arizona yet. So this is the last state that the polls have closed. We're waiting for results in. Looks like it's going to be like Maryland this time for some reason. Maryland, 52%, so they're probably waiting for another huge vote dump. 62 to 36. New Hampshire's probably finally going to hit 40% in like the next month. Pennsylvania, 55-44, so the Harris's lead is going to start to deteriorate. And then Trump is probably going to take the lead. And then we're just going to be waiting on the last few drops from Philadelphia and Allegheny counties to see if she'll be able to flip it back like we saw in 2020. Third district's looking pretty good. First district is there's no results yet. New Jersey 7th is looking good for the Democrats. So are the things out of Pennsylvania. So what would be interesting is if Democrats took control of the House and just barely lost the Senate but lost the presidency. That would be interesting because then you end up with this basically like this deadlock. Because you need a House confirmation in order to do quite a few things that the president would want to probably get done. And the Senate would probably propose quite a few bills that would all get shut down in the House. So that would basically be a deadlock. At this point, you probably want... If they're able to hold on to the Senate, that would make things even more interesting. As then they'd constantly be sending bills that would get vetoed. And there wouldn't really be much done unless there was a centrist bill that was passed through. 56%. Tim Kaine's ahead by 2, which means that he's actually outpacing Kamala Harris in the state of Virginia, who is still behind by 2 points right now. 62% of the vote is in. So whatever's going on in Virginia, it does not look good for Harris. I think that Biden had the lead by this point. 62% of the vote in. So unless somehow we're getting all the Republican votes out of some of these regions right now, just by chance, then things are going to go very downhill in Virginia for the Democrats. Iowa, 12%, and there's still not really any more votes getting put in. Wisconsin, quite a few more. We got first drops out of Milwaukee. Quarter of the vote is in. Quite a bit of a considerable lead. Kamala Harris has taken the lead now. Even more votes just dropped. 19% of the vote is in. Green Bay is looking relatively good. So Wisconsin's looking pretty good for the Democrats. Same for Michigan. Pennsylvania is right along the line there. Virginia's looking pretty good for the Republicans, actually. I don't agree with that likely Democrat rating right now. Lean Republican for 5-point lead in Georgia still, and their vote counting has slowed down dramatically. New Mexico, still nothing new. 12% of the vote is in, and we do not have any 9:30 p.m. poll closings, so don't have to worry about that. We have the next ones at 10. So we're going to have the 10 p.m. poll closings are going to happen in 20-some minutes. So we have just a few races there. That's going to be Montana, Utah, Nevada. Montana and Nevada are going to be competitive on the Senate level, and only Nevada would be on the presidential, except it's not going to be that consequential of a prize. They still up there. We're going to call Kansas in just a few minutes. Probably just a few as soon as Donald Trump takes the lead, as he's only behind by 74 votes in Kansas right now. 74 votes. As soon as he takes the lead, they're going to call Kansas. I guarantee that. Same thing in Missouri. As soon as Trump finally takes the lead, as Missouri finally freaking wakes up, they'll call Missouri for Donald Trump there. So, waiting on that. Pennsylvania hit 1 million votes for Kamala Harris. Trump's going to hit 1 million relatively soon. That's quite a bit more votes than either Wisconsin or Michigan have. Michigan's actually counting relatively slow. Virginia, Georgia, Trump hit 2 million votes. 68% chance of victory. It went up by 2% for Donald Trump. But of course, if it's any weird if any weird vote drops come out of Minnesota, for example, even, or anything like that, that could swing in an instant, like we saw in 2016. So that could absolutely go almost any way. Donald Trump has now taken the lead in Kansas, and they still have not called it yet. New Mexico, 11% of the vote is still in, and it's still not any more coming out. House looks like they called another district for the Democrats. 89-67 for the Republicans in the lead. So I'm going to check up on uncounted votes in Virginia. It looks like a lot of them are going to be right up here, so that's probably going to be why they're going to not call that yet. A lot out in Virginia Beach as well. Quite a bit around Richmond. I'm just looking at this on I think on Discord here, quickly checking it out. So according to Polymarket, Trump has a 78% chance of winning now. So they are seeing this as a strong sign that he will win based on just how he's doing, based in Virginia and North Carolina, Georgia. Ohio got called relatively quickly. He's now ahead by 11 with 62% of the vote in, so this may actually end up going double digits. But, still 43% in Cincinnati, 57 in Franklin, 36 in Cuyahoga. So that's probably going to bring things up a bit. Eventually, we're going to hit over 95, over 95, over 95. So these are basically all maxed out. So this is about what Trump's going to be at, 1.97 million votes. So he's just going to hit 2 million. Just barely. Fulton County still has some to come in, and there's still Republican votes outstanding in those cities, so he's going to probably have about 2.2 million votes at the end, and then Kamala Harris is going to catch up from there. They still have not called Kansas for, I cannot tell you why. Iowa, still nothing else coming in here. New Mexico, still nothing else coming in here. So now we're basically at a standstill for a while. So about looks like 13 minutes left until the next poll drops. So make sure to ask me any questions that you have, and make sure to share this with your friends. We're going to get quite a bit of an audience here, and feel free to ask me questions. I'll be able to interact a bit between callings. But here in Minnesota, there's still nothing coming out here. Ramsey County only 1%. Quite a few here. Haven't had a drop in quite a few minutes here. Wisconsin, a fifth of the vote is in. We're starting to get some of the suburban vote around Eau Claire, Green Bay, Milwaukee, the Osha counties. Those are coming in there. Ozaukee, Waukesha, Kenosha counties. Those are coming in there pretty strong. Pennsylvania, we're starting to really fill in. All these counties are starting to fill in. Still nothing from Center County yet. Cambria County is actually coming in a bit blue right now with 20% of the vote is in. That's going to flip. 60% from Allegheny. So that's going to be why Harris has a 55% lead. 50%, oh boy. Still waiting on quite a bit there. Apparently in the Nebraska special election, there's some weird stuff going on right now. 35% of the vote is in, and Pete Ricketts is only ahead by 1.2% in Nebraska. That's insane. Douglas, they're basically the entire state is not out except for Douglas County and Lancaster County, but that's insane. That's impressive. That's impressive. Everyone's saying that was completely safe. We're probably gonna have a lot of stuff going on there, but there we go. 92 to 69 now. Republicans in the lead in the House. That is quite impressive for the for the Democrats there. So looking at a lot of these county movements, you can see a lot of red. Oh, look at that! Look at that! All right, that's good at least. But let me see, where's a lot of red movement. But this is what's good for the Democrats here. All these suburban counties moving to the left that could counteract all of this. Virginia moving completely to the right so far. Prince William County 9 points more Republican. That's a huge flag right there. Oklahoma actually moved to the left, which is interesting. Dickens County, Archer County moved a point to the left. Some of these movements are really surprising, to be honest, but still probably not looking that good. Douglas County moving to the left, that's expected. Henry County, Newton. Fulton County, 84% is in, and they're still behind by 5. 77% of the vote. It started to really slow down. Same thing in North Carolina. The voters really started to slow down. So now is when we're going to get to the slow part of the night, where there's not much is going to happen. We're just going to have these 3 states drop, and then these 4, and then Hawaii, and then Alaska, and we just keep on waiting and watching votes drop in. So it's gonna slow down. The fun part of the night's over. The exciting part is done. So that is the case there. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to just sit back and relax and wait for some of these more drops to come in. I'm wondering what on earth's going on in Bernalillo County in New Mexico. Why we're not getting much out of there, but so that's the basically looking at some of this. So Bernie Moreno's ahead by 3 in a bit more out of Franklin County, so there's definitely still a bit more out there. Baldwin took the lead in Wisconsin. Basically, those big drops from Dane County. More from Milwaukee, 25% in there, so there's still a lot left in Milwaukee. 50 to 48. Presidentially, it's 49.7 to 48.8, and there's still a lot outgoing still, so there's a lot there. 1% of the vote is still in Minnesota, so that's still taking a long time. Missouri, they still have not called it because Lucas Kunz is still in the lead for some reason, and the Democrats are still in the lead in Missouri. So we're seeing some really unexpected shifts in some weird places here. But across the state, it's moving to the right, so that almost just doesn't make any sense at all. And they still haven't called Kansas, even though we have half of the vote in, and Trump's ahead by 2. So I don't know what they think they're seeing here, but it really doesn't make much sense. Anyway, it's 78% in, and Rhode Island is not double digits. 14 points in Connecticut, 12% is in, but Rhode Island is going way hard to the right. This is a shock. So, 9 points, 78% in, so that's going to be a lot of Democratic votes in order to make that up to get up to 2020 margins there. New Mexico, Kamala Harris there. Now, Georgia, the uncounted votes are going to mainly be in this region and also a bit down here in Savannah and Augusta. So that 5-point lead probably won't stay for long, but it's going to be all down to, how we saw what we saw in 2020. It's all going to be about those regions if they can come through enough. Colorado still has not been called by NYT. I don't know why. It's obviously going blue. 12-point lead right now. Conducts its elections by mail. Interesting. So, New Mexico finally must have just dropped more ballots. Not from anywhere useful, though, like Albuquerque. It's all going to be everywhere around there. Still nothing from Arizona. And we have 10 minutes left until the next poll closings. So that's going to be at 10 p.m. We have those closings. That's going to be in Montana, Utah, and Nevada, those 3 states. So, live for 4 hours. Whew, okay. Georgia, 77%. So I'm still surprised about Florida. I mean 13 is way to the left of that. So then more uncounted votes in. It's still gonna be centered around the cities. Uncounted votes mainly in Mecklenburg. Raleigh's basically done. Durham, Orange County's basically done. Looking at it, it barely moved to the right. So quite a bit of the state over here moved. Interestingly, around here moved to the left. Basically, the entire state over here. Looking at Falls Church, actually moved to the right, but it was so saturated, it was almost bound to 9 points to the right. Interestingly enough. So Virginia. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm getting tired, guys. All right. Stop. Okay, and then 77. Still nothing really out of New Mexico. They're still refusing to call Kansas. 95-70 now for Republicans in the House. And so now we're getting to presidential. 15-point lead in Iowa still. I don't think there's been any vote drops in quite some time though. So that's still a 5-point lead in Georgia. Still a 2-point lead in Virginia. Basically, vote drops have almost stopped, almost nationwide for some reason. So we're just gonna have to wait for the 10 p.m. drops to get anything else on 23 states. So. Not really much left to deal with here. So New Hampshire finally up to 47, no, 44%. 44%. Maine's at 2. Maine, you're being worse than New Hampshire right now. That's insane. Okay. Well, no, Coos County lead is down to 0.1%. Literally 2 votes. 2 votes. Stratford County so she's ahead by 7 still. 46% lead. 46% in, sorry. Iowa 12% still, nothing there. In 2022, 95% midnight. Oh boy, so still got 2 hours left on that. Colorado, not much there. Um, 69% chance of victory for Trump right now. It's continuing to move to the right as some of these more results are coming in. Oh my. So only 2% in. Angus King's finally taking the lead in Maine now. So that's definitely gonna end up going well. I don't know why they're still not calling it. They're still refusing to call Missouri and Kansas. I do not know why, because literally 3 points ahead. If anyone has any idea why, I'd love to know, because I mean, there's no shot that Harris is winning Kansas. I mean, it was 14.8 or something like that in 2020. That there's no way she's getting a 15-point shift, especially not with what we're seeing in Virginia and Georgia and Florida. Florida was a 10-point shift to the right. That's insane. 11-point lead in Miami-Dade County. Texas was called before Colorado for NYT. Like, let me look at the Associated Press. Let me look at their results. What do they got? They have 188 to 99. So, they have Texas called. They have Colorado called. Or do they? Nope, they don't. They're just showing who's leading. So they also called Texas before Colorado. So that's not a good sign. They don't have DC called yet. Just call DC. Florida abortion rights ballot measure falls short of 60% requirement, making it first to fail. So Florida's gone for the Democrats. That is actually the first abortion rights ballot measure that has failed across the country. Even Kansas made it, and that's R plus 14, which now isn't that crazy considering that Donald Trump won the state by 13%. So that's I still can't wrap my head around the fact that it went from R plus 3.4 in 2020 to 13. That's such a huge shift. That's insane. The Republicans should be literally having a party in Mar-a-Lago with Trump right now, because he unlocked something in Florida that Republicans had been struggling to take out for a while. Obama won it by 3 in 2008, and then by under a point in 2012, right? Then Trump went by 1.2, then 3.4, then 13. Whatever Trump did in Florida, he unlocked something, and the Republicans should really be praising him for it. This is insane. This is the sort of movement that comes basically once a generation, one state, or something like that. Now, for some reason, Harris is still leading in Missouri because they are deciding to be slow with dropping ballots anywhere other than Counties report similar rates at most recent general elections when unofficial results reported by noon Eastern time on Wednesday. Okay. And they're still not calling Kansas. Still not calling Kansas. So, alright. Hiding some people. So fun. Looking over at the map now. Still don't have any calls to make because they will not drop any more votes in New Mexico or Virginia. Still only 12% in New Mexico reporting. I can't even call the Senate race, even though I was expecting this one to be a relatively quick call. They do not have any drops out of anywhere right now, essentially. New Mexico, Trump is in the lead. Here they have Harris in the lead, so are they just stuck on something? 19%? They have 12%. Where's the literal source of all of it, dude? Like, I need that. Anyway. Governorships, North Carolina got called. Looks like Stein's in the lead by 12 right now. Indiana got called. Patrick Morrissey, okay. North Dakota got called. Kelly Armstrong. Utah, outgoing. It's going to be Spencer Cox. He's going to win re-election. Jared Forte is going to win. Bob Ferguson's going to win there. So, no real surprises there. Kelly Ayotte is in the lead right now in New Hampshire. Phil Scott won in Vermont. So, basically, the Senate, Matt Meyer won in Delaware. So, basically, the gubernatorial elections are done already. The House. We have the 5th District. Scott Fitzgerald going to win that one. This is a... Wow, okay, that's really close. 28% then, though. 63%, and Cartwright is winning by 6, so that's good. 8, actually. I can count, I hope. President still waiting now. They called Missouri, and they didn't call Kansas. They called Missouri, but not Kansas. Why is nobody calling Kansas? What is going on in Kansas? Something's going on in Kansas, and I cannot tell what's going on. So, North Carolina, 55%. That's going to be, 51%, 55% of the votes are in. So that's still a 3-point lead. That's basically halted to a standstill in Georgia, in North Carolina. Virginia, 66%, and still a 2-point lead. They basically halted. Pennsylvania has slowed down a lot. Kamala Harris only hit by 0.3. 8 points ahead in Michigan, 13, though. And Donald Trump has taken the lead in Wisconsin with a lot out of Waukesha County, a bit out of Kenosha County, Ozaukee County, half of Dane County's in, and less than half of Milwaukee's in. So things are looking really rough for Kamala Harris. And now we have the 10 p.m. poll closings that are coming up really, really soon here. So we can call the state of Montana. We'll go for Donald Trump on the presidential election here. And the state of Utah will go for Donald Trump as well. 6 more electoral votes for the former president in Utah. Uncalled races, we cannot call the state of Nevada yet. That is 6 electoral votes that are going to go uncalled for right now. And in the Senate, we can make a projection here. Utah will go to John Curtis. This is a Republican hold. And also, uncalled races, we cannot call Montana or Nevada yet. So those are going to have to wait. So this is what our map looks like right now. A lot of purple, 12 uncalled races right there, and 140 uncalled electoral votes. So that's going to be quite a bit of a right there. A little bit of the Senate race, 60% still, and a 6-point lead. Where are these votes outstanding? 76% in, 51. I think they basically stopped counting. Arizona, first ones are in. Kerry Lake's ahead, 4% in, so basically nothing. 35% is in Nebraska. Looking at Douglas County, Lancaster County, Sarpy County. So those are basically the only ones right now. First result expected around 10 p.m. Yep, they came right in on time. They called Utah for Donald Trump. They have not called Montana yet, though. So that is still outgoing as of right now. Iowa brought in some more votes. They finally called Missouri for Donald Trump after he took the lead by 6% now. 33% of the vote is in. They still will not call Kansas, even though Donald Trump's ahead by 5 points in the state of Kansas right now. So we are now at 4.5 hours in, and it is currently, according to NYT, 194 to 99. And on my map, I had the wrong thing up. And so on my map, it is currently, it is currently 201 to 112 for Donald Trump and 140 uncalled electoral votes. And according to New York Times, it is 194 to 99. We're still waiting on a bit more from Georgia. We're at 2/3 in North Carolina, and Trump's ahead by 5. Virginia, 2/3 in, and Trump's ahead by 2. Iowa, we got some more in here. Montana, the first bit dropped. Oregon, a bit dropped here. It's going to be on the eastern part of the state. This part doesn't close until 11 p.m. Arizona, they just called Montana for Donald Trump, so that's going to be 4 electoral votes for him. 198 to 99. So Trump has double of what Kamala Harris has right now because she only has some of these right here. She does not have Minnesota. Minnesota is not getting like any votes in right now. I don't know why they're being so slow, but basically no votes are coming in as of right now out of Minnesota. New Mexico, maybe finally getting some votes in here. 50% for Donald Trump, 48% for Kamala Harris. And looking at the Senate, we can see that 52 to 48 for Dominici in the lead. Ruben Gallego has taken the lead in Arizona as we're starting to finally see some votes from Maricopa County. 54% in from Maricopa County. That's going to be those early votes. Over 1 million votes in Maricopa County already. And Ruben Gallego is ahead now, 53 to 45 in the state of Arizona. And the state of Arizona, Donald Trump is ahead right now by 40 votes. Donald Trump is ahead in Arizona by 40 votes. So, let me just, Colorado, 50% is in. I called that a little while ago. Don't have much, Iowa in there or anything. So, Atlanta is moving a bit to the right, it looks like. I'm gonna move in here and then let me see what we got. Nope, all moving to the left. Bardow County, though, moving to the right. Cherokee County moving a bit to the left. So it's pretty close here in the state of Georgia. So still 5-point lead, though. Basically a standstill in Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. Pennsylvania has slowed down. Kamala Harris is ahead by 3,026 in Pennsylvania. Erie County has flipped red. Northampton County is still blue. Looking in, nothing in Nevada yet. Iowa, 50%, 35% is in, and Trump is ahead by 10,000 votes. 1%. Des Moines, almost done. Cedar Rapids, third done. So it looks like that Seltzer poll is going to be completely off because the rest of the states are going to completely come in red. Toss up, toss up, toss up. Lean, likely in North Carolina. 5-point lead. But looks like a lot of this, lot left in Mecklenburg County, so I wouldn't drop that just yet. Georgia, there's still quite a bit left here, still in Atlanta, very, very deep blue region. Arizona, 36% in again. Donald Trump is ahead by 40 votes in Arizona. Donald Trump's ahead by 40 votes. And Ruben Gallego, on the other hand, is ahead by 8%. So Gallego is outrunning Harris by quite a bit. Pennsylvania is pretty close, only about 4,000 votes. But Casey is ahead by 0.6%. Looking here, Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, so now it's going to be a question of can Harris take it back before the end of the night. We have results in every single county except for Blair County now in Pennsylvania, and Cameron. So getting in here, it's literally gonna like what 16,000 votes. I can't count right now. Anyway, hello everyone. We have a current lead. Oh, I had the wrong screen up again. Oh my word. Okay, so 201 to 112 right now, map right here. And Senate right now, 48 to 37. Texas is looking pretty close, but there's been actually a bit of a lock in some of these states. They basically completely stopped counting in Texas, for example. 66% of the vote is in. Ted Cruz is ahead by 8. New Mexico has been coming in very, very, very slowly. Still nothing from Albuquerque. Arizona, the first drop from Maricopa County is in. Ruben Gallego is ahead by 8. However, Trump is ahead by 40 votes in Arizona. 40 votes. Ohio got called a little while ago. Georgia keeps on coming in, but there's still a strong 5-point lead for Donald Trump. Trump is ahead by, more votes came in Virginia, and they were from the Northern Virginia region. You can tell because look at that margin completely dropped. Went from 48.9. That's going to be a half-point margin now. So Trump's only ahead by a half-point margin in Virginia. Harris is ahead by a 7-point margin in New Hampshire with half of their vote in. Maine, only 7% is in. And Trump's actually ahead by 2. Maine's first. Kamala's ahead by quite a bit. 8% is in there, so 20-point lead right there. So overall, as far as that goes, we have quite a bit moving here for the Senate. Not much is changing here. Nebraska special election, there we go. That's more of a 6-point lead, 46 in. That's still going to take a bit there. 34% of votes are in, and that's 54% for Maricopa. Literally just Maricopa and Pinal County. Associated Press hasn't called anything yet. So we're going to have to keep looking at that. Basically, this is my prediction sheet. I completely got Florida wrong. I mean, Donald Trump, this cycle, won Florida by 13%. 13%. Looks like Kamala Harris actually got a bit more because he was ahead by 1.5 million votes, and now it's only 1.4. But Miami-Dade County flipped 11 points red. Duval County flipped back. Pinellas County flipped back. So it shifted way harder to the right than anyone expected. So Florida's gone for the Democrats. 100% it is gone. Donald Trump did something in Florida that basically, I don't even know what happened. But it was 3.4 for Trump 4 years ago. And now it is 13. There's just a few more votes that just dropped in there, as you could see right there. 70% of the vote is in North Carolina. Still a 5% lead for Donald Trump. And Georgia, Donald Trump is ahead by 0.9%. And we are at 70% there as well. Half of the vote is in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump is ahead by 60,000 votes. And 38, 59. They will not call Kansas. They just will not call Kansas. I'm about ready to call Texas for Ted Cruz on the senatorial level just because it's taking a while here. Basically, all of Travis County is in. A lot of Harris County is in there. Dallas County is mostly in. This is a saving grace. 50% of votes are still outgoing in Dallas County, and it's strong enough that it might be able. But that's only like 300,000 votes. That's only 100,000 votes for him when he's in a deficit of 800,000. So he's gonna have to get a lot better margins in Rio Grande Valley in order to flip that. And this is moving to the right, so I don't see him winning. So looking at this, right, we're looking at a hold for Ted Cruz in the state of Texas. Tim Kaine is probably going to win in Virginia. He is still leading, even though Kamala Harris is behind. So Marino's ahead by 5 right now, with 72% of the vote in. Meanwhile, Trump is ahead by 13 points, with a bit, but most of that's going to be Cuyahoga County and Hamilton County still outgoing. Almost all of these are like over 80% in. 41% in there. 39, 36. So that's where those outgoing votes are. So it's going to go bluer, but I could still see it going by 9 points. So that's still going to be as red as it was in 2020. So there's no leftward movement in Ohio. Cedar Rapids started coming in now, 38%, 4-point lead for Donald Trump. So this is not going to end up being anything close to the Seltzer poll. Seltzer's record is screwed. Kansas. Going in red. I do not know why they're not calling it. They will not call it. They are too stubborn to call it. I do not know why. Quite a few things have been called in the House. We already have gone over that. AOC kept her seat. MTG kept her seat. Matt Gaetz kept his seat. And I'm trying to think of other, well-known House members other than, Lauren Boebert. She's going to hold hers probably. Johnson versus Johnson in South Dakota. But 121 to 82 in the House. Senate's looking strong for Republicans. We're looking at a 8-point lead for Ted Cruz right now in Texas, with very little left to save all red here. And presidentially, 198 to 109 according to them, and of course according to me. Oh, that is my Senate map. 201 to 112. Because they will not call they will not call Kansas. And they did call Nebraska's 3rd congressional district, which I'm just gonna call Nebraska all at once, and I don't feel confident enough to call Nebraska's 2nd congressional district yet. 70% of the vote is in, and she's ahead by 11. So actually, 35% in 1st district's actually looking rough, but I'm actually not going to call anything yet because the 1st district isn't looking strong enough yet. That's quite a bit of a considerable lead, honestly, as far as that goes. But 70% of the vote is in, and Trump is still ahead in Virginia. So this last 30% has to come in very, very, very strongly for Kamala Harris. We're at 95, 92, 95, 95, 95, 41, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. So basically the entire state's now maxed out at this point. You can see because the arrows only show up for counties that are over 95% in. And you can see that there's a large gap right there, and all those counties appear. So Fairfax County, Arlington County, Fairfax City, Alexandria. They're gonna keep on coming in. Not much left. Not that much left actually. So I'm not sure where this uncounted vote is coming from. Richmond. It's coming from Richmond. Richmond's outgoing still. That's not too much. Still a bit up here, but not that much. So I don't know what's going on inside Virginia, but it shifted very hard to the right this cycle. Very few people actually got that one right either. I 51% now in Arizona, and Kamala Harris has taken the lead. There's another dump out of Maricopa, and now she's ahead by 15,500 votes. Ruben Gallego is ahead by 8. They still will not call Missouri. Dan Osborne is ahead by 6. 47% of the vote is in. Minnesota is refusing to count anything. 73% of the vote is in Ohio, 51 to 45. 6-point lead for Bernie Moreno. So, Brown might be done for. 68% there. 61, 35 out of Cleveland. This is like his saving hope right here. 35, 38, 40 right there. This is all he's got. Toledo a bit, Columbus a bit, Dayton is basically done. So, Excuse me. That's basically all he's got. They did call the 16th district for incumbent Mike Kelly in Pennsylvania, 123 to 85. Still no more competitive races called at this point. And those are gonna take a while. Like for example, New Jersey 7th, Pennsylvania's 7th and 8th. Nebraska's 2nd. Vargas is ahead by 4, and there's 70 3/4 the vote is in. So that's looking good for Vargas. Let's see what do they have called. Nothing new really. They have literally 0 votes in Nevada. They're gonna take a long time. New technology and rules could speed up reporting. Okay, counting usually takes days. Postmark ballots are allowed to run up 4 days on November 9th. We're probably not gonna get results in Nevada until Friday. But of course, I'll be releasing videos when they do get called, like immediately. So there's that. That's gonna be nice, unless I'm asleep, obviously. Kansas, 53-46. So Trump is narrowly ahead. I have a feeling that Kansas is gonna swing way hard to the left. Like it could be within 10, which is insane. I had it being a 13-point victory for Trump, which was actually still a 1.5-point shift to the left. But it appears to be going way harder to the left than anyone thought. Let me look at the Senate. Still nothing out of Nevada. 73%. Bernie Moreno is still ahead. Almost 70% in Texas. What on earth is going on? All right. I mean, best case right now is going to be red New Mexico, red Minnesota, red Virginia at this point. I mean, Virginia's still holding on to a Trump lead right now. So this is insane. Uncounted estimate, a lot out of Milwaukee, 50% still left. Trump's only ahead by 0.3%, so looks like Wisconsin's gonna go blue. Just based on my preliminary thing of what we got. 75% is in Dane County, so that's basically done there. Eau Claire is looking pretty good. La Crosse looking pretty good. Menominee. Always forget which order it is. Looking pretty good for the Democrats as always. There's a Native American reservation on there. They're very Democratic. They finally called Colorado. 51% is in. Harris is ahead by 0.8%. 2% in Maricopa. So if it holds up, then that means that I was right, and that in fact they would end up holding on to that in Alright, I've seen Heinrich leading by 8 right now, and there's not even anything on Albuquerque, so I'm getting a little hopeful to be able to call that soon. No new house races though, so there's nothing there yet. If anyone has any questions, do feel free to ask me. Maybe not anything in these quiet periods. Still nothing out of the cities. Minnesota's finally decided to count some votes, or at least report them. According to Associated Press, Trump's leading in them right now. Ahead by 0.6%. Yeah, 7/10, 0.7% or so. 50% in Pennsylvania, 50% in Wisconsin, 50%. Oh wait, what was that? I do not think I saw anything there, so I'm just seeing things. Okay. Georgia, 85%. It's looking worse and worse. They now have it like the Republican, 5-point lead, and Atlanta is still not coming in any stronger. 91%, over 95% in DeKalb, over 95% in Clayton, 92 in Cobb, over 95 in Douglas. So, I'm about ready to call Georgia. So, there's that. The betting markets have a 90% chance of a Trump win. They have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin red, Arizona, Nevada deep red. So it is Richmond's slowly getting counted here, but there's not all that much in there. So Kamala Harris has finally taken the lead in the state of Virginia. And where are the outgoing votes? 86, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 73, 55, 22, 74. So yeah, I think that's there's still a little bit outgoing there, obviously, but it's Erie flipped, and so did Northampton. So Northampton is now going red right now. 70% is in, and Erie is going blue right now. So, it's like 91%, and Trump only has a 3% lead now. So it dropped by 2 points, in the past few minutes, actually. And we do have another House race called 128 to 88. Nothing in the Senate. Texas is still very slowly. 10 points. 51%. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and Bernie Marino's ahead by 5 in Ohio with only 20% of the vote left. Tammy Baldwin's ahead. Alyssa Slotkin. Dave McCormick is ahead in Pennsylvania with 50% left. Georgia is actually getting closer. Kamala Harris is going to get probably even stronger here. Half a point lead in Virginia at this point in time. So Kamala Harris has finally taken the lead in Virginia. Quite unexpected how long it took for her to take that lead in the state of Virginia here. But now that she finally has, as long as there's not a weird drop here at any point, I'm going to wait. 72%. 72%. Okay, 9% in 7% in Cumberland County. What is going on in Maine, dude? Alright, well. 50% is in. Again, Northampton flipped, but so did Erie. Wisconsin, Donald Trump has taken the lead now by 0.9%. We're gonna have to wait a bit more for more drops out of Milwaukee, a bit more out of Dane County. New Mexico is very, very slowly coming in. Still nothing out of Albuquerque. Not even gonna be able to call that Senate race yet. Virginia, not gonna call it for Tim Kaine quite yet, but basically that's done. 67% of the vote is in there. Only 72%. Okay, that's weird. Arizona, 48%. Ruben Gallegos ahead by 8. Nothing out of Nevada yet, so I have to wait on that. But 72% still. 76% in North Carolina. So North Carolina passed Virginia and vote. Don't even really have more people. That's ridiculous. 80% there. 18% in Mecklenburg. Still waiting on Mecklenburg, so not going to make any call yet. But that is 6 points. That's relatively compelling reason to call it red. They have 82% chance of victory for Trump. 296 to 242 right now. There's really a very likely Trump in Georgia now. So that 3-point lead, but it did drop by 2%. So I'm still gonna hold out Georgia for right now. And so Virginia, we're gonna have a bit more in Northern Virginia before we can call it, but not gonna do anything preemptive there. Oh, quite a few more House races were called. 131 to 89 now, and I think they called the Utah Senate race or the North Dakota Senate race. I don't remember which one, but 47 to 36. I have not called anything in the past while since the 10 p.m. poll closings, but I think I am going to in a bit. 73%. I think that's a bit more, but Hurley did just decline a bit. It's only 12,000 votes, so that's ridiculously close here. And I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. So now we got that Door County is red, 1% with 75% of the vote is in. So that is huge. That's a swing county right there. Same thing with Northampton. They're both red. So that may very well be the telltale sign. Leelanau County is red, but it's only 6% in. Door County is red by 1%, and Northampton County is red by 3%. So that could very well just be an indicator of how the country's going to go. 0.4% lead in Virginia. 0.2% lead in Arizona. So things are basically collapsing for the Harris campaign here. But there's definitely still a chance that definitely still a chance that Kamala Harris could win this election still. Outgoing, there's a chance that she could pull ahead by a strong amount in the Atlanta region, because, I mean, it did drop by 2%, so just have to do 2 more of those, and she'd win the state by a full percent. Definitely possible, because a lot of these counties are literally, like, done. So all that's remaining is basically just, these deep blue counties. Even they're kind of done. 73%. Still waiting for a few more results there. The House, more House results just got called. 70% there. That's going to be a 800,000 vote lead. 800,000 vote lead. Yeah, I don't see him coming back from that. I'm going to call the Texas Senate election for Ted Cruz. That's going to bring the Republicans up to 49 seats in the Senate. So that's huge. That's 1 seat away from control if Trump stays on course and wins the election right now. So that's basically it for the Democrats this cycle. And still awaiting quite a bit in some of these other elections. 8% in Maine, taking forever. Still not calling Kansas. 8-point lead. That's it. 8-point lead in Kansas. That's surprising. They're like inverse to each other. It's way more to the left than it should be, and it's way more to the right than it should be. Oh, it's actually a sideways plus. That's funny. Virginia, still awaiting that. I need 1 more vote dump to feel confident in calling that one. It is now basically 10:30, half an hour since the last poll closes. And the next ones are going to be Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and California. They're all going to be called upon poll closing. There's going to be, all right, so here, 50% of the votes are in, and we have some blue counties here: Black Hawk County, Polk County, Lynn County, Johnson County, Jefferson County. Those are all expected to be blue. All around here, Scott County might end up being blue, but we're at a 9-point lead for Trump in Iowa. That's 2016 margin right there. So if that ends up coming through, 81% is in there, and we are at a 13-point lead in Ohio. Cleveland, 50% in. 40% in Summit. Franklin, 88. 63 in Hamilton. So it's just going to get bluer, though, but that's still concerning for the Harris campaign. 56%. Northampton's still red. Door is still red, yet it got a bit bluer. 75% in. Milwaukee is 50% in. So not much more out of Wisconsin. Minnesota's still not dropping more. Georgia isn't dropping more. So it looks like there's not much going on right now. So I have to go to the bathroom. I will be back very soon. DDHQ, who already called North Carolina for Trump, called Georgia for Trump. So that means that if they call Pennsylvania for Trump, they would call the election for him. But I am not going to do that yet because, just that's just too far ahead for me right now. But I'm going to be back in a minute. So here's my map for the meantime, and I'll just leave you to that. So, back now real quick. And so, what's going on now? Decision Desk has called Georgia and North Carolina for startup. I saw that. All that he needs left, if that's right, is just Pennsylvania. But I think that's a bit preemptive as far as that goes, just because, 91% is in for Georgia, but there was a 5% vote increase, and Trump's percentage lead dropped by 2. So if that stays true, then it would flip blue just narrowly by 100%. So I think that's a bit preemptive. We could see something like 2020 again, where that would be the narrowest victory there. And same sort of thing in North Carolina. It's staying a bit more steady, but it was 5 not that long ago. Now it's 3. So it could be narrowing down. And again, North Carolina only went blue by, like, what was it? 0.5% in 2008. So even then, it didn't go by that much. So 11-point lead, 51%. So, okay. Finally, some strong results. 64% out of New Mexico. So I think I'm going to be able to call that pretty soon. 10 elections, 60% in. Martin Heinrich is ahead by 12. So I'm going to call that soon. Dan Osborne is only ahead by 4 now, and the entire western part of the state is still outgoing. So I think Dan Osborne lost that one. Ted Cruz is going to win in Texas. I did call that race already, actually, not that long ago. And so that's going to be on the Senate map here. I am probably going to... Oh, my word, dude. I keep on forgetting to hide it, and it starts up the music when I switch it. OBS ain't perfect, that's for sure. So, looking at the map now, we can see we're still waiting for Pennsylvania, Virginia. Speaking of, let me look at Virginia. Look at Virginia. There we go. Tim Kaine's ahead by 4, and Kamala Harris is ahead by... They moved it to very likely Democratic on the needle. Leaning Trump, 84%. I think that dropped by like 1% or 2. Something's going well for Harris now all of a sudden. But, wrong one. Northampton County is still going red by 3 points. Door County, 1% red. Milwaukee, still 49% in there. Why are they not 10 points red now? What do you want out of Kansas that you're not getting? 0.6%. Associated Press still hasn't called Kansas. Let me guess. They just get their calls from Associated Press. But why Associated Press not called Kansas yet? What on earth is going on here? Okay, so 136 to 91 now for the House, for Republicans in the lead. And so, 137. Oklahoma's now done. Arkansas is done. North Dakota, Florida was the first one done. Georgia's completely done now. All right, Senate, New Mexico, they called it for Martin Heinrich. I was just about to call that for Heinrich, so I guess I will follow suit now, considering they just did. So now, just for funsies, there you go. They're officially calling the Senate race in New Mexico for Martin Heinrich. That's going to be a Democratic hold by the incumbent there. So that is in fact now on the map, 38 to 49. So the Democrats need to win every single other race here on the map. They have Washington, California, and Hawaii in the bag. So they need to win every single other race, including Montana and Ohio, in order to hold it off. So the problem with that is the actual numbers. Montana, 4% in, so there's not really anything to look at there. 80% in Ohio, and Marino's ahead by 5. 83% in from Columbus, 48% from Cuyahoga. This is the only chance that Brown has. Cincinnati, 40%. Right? Okay. Tim Kaine's ahead by 4 in Virginia. and 70% is in. I think that he's safe there. 6% in, 76% in Virginia. 91%, they're still there. Still there. So it's not moving. But all right. Looking at not mean to do that. Stop it. Likely Trump 86% chance of victory. And so all right, 86% chance of victory here. I think Georgia's basically gone for the Democrats at this point, but there's still a chance. Again, that there's a 4% jump in vote in, and Trump's margin dropped by 2%. So that's enough of a drop to really make a difference here when it comes down to, just a few thousand votes. It could end up being a mirror of 2020. Alternatively, and actually I'm going to make a call here. Did I just see something get called, or am I going insane? I don't think I've done it already. Let me check my map real quick here. But looking at the election, yep, okay, I did not. So, I think that it's strong enough so far that I am going to call New Mexico for Kamala Harris, 5 electoral votes in her column now. That's going to bring her up to 117 to Trump's 201. Still have Nebraska's 2nd district outgoing, and Maine statewide still waiting. New Hampshire, they're all counting relatively slowly. I just want to be safe about Nebraska. I should check up on Nebraska again. And they finally called Kansas. Oh my goodness, they did. Hooray, hurrah, they finally called Kansas. Trump had been in the lead for so long, and they finally called Kansas. All right, well, yeah, they gotta just be pulling it right from Associated Press. So yeah, that's okay. I have no idea what they were waiting for in Kansas, to be honest with you. I don't get why. Why they held up for that long. Now, Trump's ahead by 12, so that's a bit more of what I'd expect. It could still be a huge shift to the left at the end of the day, but I expect it's probably not. It's going to be closer to 16. 60% in Pennsylvania now, and Northampton's still red. Dorr is still red, still 74%, so no new vote drops there. Still no new vote drops here, still 77%. Still not going to call that quite yet. Super close, though. Same with North Carolina, 3% lead for Trump. Georgia hasn't moved in a while. Arizona, 53%. Trump is now ahead again, though, by 1,046. 1,046 votes in Arizona. A few House races have been called now, 140 to 92. The Democrats are starting to catch up a bit. There's quite a few other races still have to be called here. I'm surprised they didn't call Nebraska's 3rd district yet. It's just so red. Same thing for South Dakota. They're being really conservative on calling these races here. Senate, not much to say here, I don't think. Tammy Baldwin, Elissa Slotkin are in the lead. Dave McCormick's ahead by a single point in Pennsylvania. Northampton County's red, Erie County's blue. It looks like they're very little split ticket voting here. This looks almost identical to the presidential map in Pennsylvania. I mean, look at them side by side, and there's literally nothing between them whatsoever. So that's disappointing for my home state. You can have differing views, So, I mean, yeah, not split ticket voting is to be expected, but still, 51% for Trump and 48% for Harris now in Pennsylvania, and that's actually better for Trump than McCormick, and McCormick's in the lead here. So, Kane's ahead by 4, and it looks like it's only going to get bluer from here in the state of Virginia. And, of course, looking here now at Virginia on the presidential, 1% lead, 78. That went up by almost all those votes. The 1% in just went to Harris. So I think that's probably about safe enough to be able to call it for Harris at this point. I don't want to be too preemptive, but at the same time, Virginia hasn't gone red since 2004, and it went blue last time by 10. So I feel like it's safe enough. But, oh my goodness gracious, stop. I think it's safe enough that it'll probably end up being, thank you all for liking the stream. I really appreciate that. But again, only a percent. I don't want to call it way too soon, but I feel like it's only going to get really, really blue from here. All right, so Marino is ahead by 5 in Ohio, and still 50% from Cleveland, but 83 and 84. I think that Ohio slowed down their counting. Wisconsin, Minnesota never even started counting. I mean, 5% of the votes in, and they closed at 9. We've been waiting for 1 3/4 hours at this point. This is ridiculous. Texas is basically done. I called it for Cruz about 20 minutes ago. I'm waiting to see how long that'll take for them, and then basically that'll be it for the Democrats at this point. The 4th district in Iowa was called, but we still have to wait out for the 3rd and 1st districts to see how those end up going, but it does not looking too good in the 3rd district. Looks like another race was called for the Republicans. 3rd district is not looking that good. Actually, it's looking pretty solid for the Democrats, and the same thing could happen in the 1st district, so they could end up winning the House. That's not looking too poor for them. They're down by 5 in the New Jersey 7th district. They're down by 2 in the 7th district in Pennsylvania, and ahead by 4 there. 9% in though, and down by 15, but that's still again very small amount. Van Orden is likely to win this one. If they had Eau Claire in there, they'd probably win. The Democrats would probably win, but I think that Vargas is going to win this one. Flood versus Blood, and then we have Johnson versus Johnson. That's fun. Richmond metro area is a blue tsunami. Absolutely. I mean, that entire region is just so deeply blue. It's insane. But Maine's 1st district, they finally decided to call it. I don't know why it took them that long. It's one of the bluest regions in the country. They still have not called New Mexico yet. I called that about 10 minutes ago now. 49.9. So, yeah, I feel confident enough now. I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to call Virginia for Kamala Harris. 13 electoral votes added to her tally there. And so that's going to be added to her tally there. We're still waiting on quite a few other states, though. We're waiting on, Maine, New Hampshire. Maine is counting super slow tonight. Nebraska, especially, mostly Nebraska's 1st district right now, actually. Kamala Harris is in the lead right now with almost 50% of the vote in, which is weird. 2nd district is going blue. Statewide contest is going red. Trump's only ahead by 5 right now, though, with 50%, so I don't know what's going on here. But, yeah, that part's confusing. But as far as the rest of it goes, not so much. They still have not called the Texas Senate race, even though it looks like Cruz is going to win by close to about 6 points. Ohio is probably actually going to go red on the Senate level. I don't see Sherrod Brown pulling a win in this one, but Kane is going to win in Virginia. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to call it before the 11 p.m. poll closings, considering it is now 10:48 p.m. So we're looking at 11 minutes before the 11 p.m. poll closings. So then we're going to see our closings in, quite a few states here. And by quite a few, I mean Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho. So that's just going to be the solid blue wall for the Democrats and just 4 electoral votes for the Republicans there. But looks like there's a lot of outstanding votes in Philadelphia still, that could go for Kamala Harris. How is it 339? I thought it was over 1 million votes done, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. 86%, 368,000, 339,000 was 62% in. So, Cambria County's coming in slow. Erie County's coming in pretty blue, but only 32% in. 70% in Northampton is coming in a little bit red. 37% Door County still red, but hasn't come in anymore. So I'm not sure what to think about that. So, you know, I mean, it's just they still haven't called Virginia, even though now Kamala Harris is ahead by 2. So now I don't feel that bad about calling it. Virginia now, once we get to 3/4 of the vote, if he's still ahead by 4, I'm going to call it, because he's been ahead by 4 for a long time now. So, I think that's probably going to stay, and considering that, you know, it's still that blue up there, I think that's probably going to be a safe call at that point. Dan Osborne's still in the lead in Nebraska's Senate election, but I don't see that going for the independent, because I mean all this red out here is still outstanding. Arizona basically stopped counting their votes, 54% in. Pima County counted a bit. Still haven't called Texas Senate race. A few House races came in there, so there's a few in there now. Just called another one. The Republicans 146-96. So there's quite a bit as far as that goes. No results in Utah so far. That's impressive. And Associated Press. So they still have not called Virginia yet, though I have. They have not called Texas Senate race, though I have. So they're a bit behind as far as that goes. But for some reason, DDHQ has called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. So I kind of want them to go blue now, just so they can get the lesson that, you know, don't call too early is a good lesson there. So. Anyway, 27% in Michigan, 50-48 for Trump in the lead now. Trump's in the lead in Wisconsin. Trump's in the lead in Pennsylvania. 87% chance of a Trump victory right now. So it's basically 298-240. That's essentially a complete sweep, other than everything except for Michigan, if I remember correctly. So that's where the needle's at right now, and it's not looking good if you are the Harris campaign. 2% more just came in, and Trump's lead just expanded in Georgia. So that's basically it in Georgia. Trump's lead just expanded, and we just got more votes. So that's about it in Georgia. That's going to be 16 electoral votes for Donald Trump when that's said and done. North Carolina, counting's basically stopped there. Pennsylvania, 2/3 in. Trump's ahead by 3. Wisconsin, Trump's ahead by 2. Minnesota, still not counting any votes. Hennepin County literally has Harris up by 8 because they have less than 1% of the votes in. This is taking forever. Minnesota just needs to count so I can finally call it for Harris. New Mexico, I already called for Harris, but she's ahead by 8 now with about 3/4 of the vote in. Senate races, Bob Casey is only behind by 0.7 of a point now. Sherrod Brown's behind by 5. Still waiting on more drops from the blue counties in Ohio, though. Eric Hovde took the lead again, only by 0.3%, though, so we're going to wait a bit for more from Milwaukee, especially from Milwaukee. Royce White is in the lead against Andy Klobuchar, but Klobuchar is probably going to win that one, probably by a very large margin, too. Let me check the chat real quick. Nothing there. All right. So ain't got much for the next 5 minutes until the polls close. So they still have not called Virginia yet. And I really do not like how red it's looking as far as, that, quite a considerable shift there for Donald Trump in Virginia. Not really sure what to think as far as that movement goes. Virginia Beach shifted back. I mean, it looks more like a 2016 Virginia than anything. So that's gonna be. Let me set up the 11 p.m. Let me get this. There we go. All right, that's ready to go. 11 p.m. Oh my word! I do not want to buy it. Stop. Get over yourselves. 11 p.m. 5 minutes from now, we are going to have the next poll closings. So, until then, if you ask me any questions, I'll give them a overlook. Are we checking in on Iowa's a 14-point lead. Yeah. 70% in, 14-point lead. That Silzer poll is absolutely done for. So I don't really know what's going on here. So Alan Lichtman is having a meltdown live on his stream right now. He looks like he's about to blow a fuse. Because I mean his perfect streak is on the line right now. So I mean I'd be concerned if I was him too. I don't have that much to lose because this is my first ever predicted election. So I don't. I personally don't think it's that big of an issue for me to get this wrong, but there we go. There's the 3rd district. There's a few more. 151 to 97 now. Anyway, this is my first one, so I mean, I definitely got Florida wrong. 7.5 best case. That's funny. But I think other than I haven't gotten any state wrong so far. So there's that at least. Right, so looking at the as far as this goes, yep, I have this one red, blue, 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 red, blue. So I haven't got anything wrong yet, other than the margins in some of the states, like Florida. I said 5 points, ended up being 13. So that's a bit of an error. Looks like Georgia's basically done for. They still have not called New Mexico, even though that's going to be looks like an 8-point victory here. I cannot tell you why. Uncounted votes in PA, mainly down here still. 41% out of Delaware, 42 out of Bucks, 49 out of Montgomery, 48 out of Chester, 67 out of Philadelphia, though. Philadelphia is now lean Republican. Trump, 87% chance of victory. Michigan, lean Republican, 28% in, ahead by 4. Lean Republican, Wisconsin, 60% of the vote is in, and Trump's ahead by 2. I don't know why they say lean Republican, to be honest, because this is about right on par for where we were in 2020, and Biden ended up winning all 3. So I personally don't see this as and CNN just called the Senate election for Ted Cruz in Texas. So there's another person finally calling all right, so looks like right now it's gonna It's going downhill for Harris right now. And Ohio, we're still out waiting. 5 points still, 86% still waiting there. Basically stopped in, all right, 10:59. So we have about 60 seconds left until the polls close in these 4 states. So 11 p.m. here now. Live forecast. Arizona's lean Republican still. Every single state is looking like, every single swing state looks like it's going to go for Trump now. So, Trump is expected to win now with 301 electoral votes to 237, 87% chance of victory. So that's basically, North Carolina is now very likely Trump, according to New York Times. So right before the polls close, any questions? No. All right. So 5 people watching. Thank you all for stopping by, and we have 10 seconds left until the polls close on the West Coast, which will give Kamala Harris a huge boost here. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. Then we got California, 54 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Idaho, 4 electoral votes for Donald Trump there. That's the only state that he's going to win in this hour. Oregon, 8 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. And then we have the state of Washington, 12 electoral votes for Kamala Harris there out of Washington. So there are those. And then in the Senate, we can make a projection. Democratic hold called for Adam Schiff. He will win the Senate seat in California, and the incumbent Maria Cantwell will hold on to her seat in the state of Washington. So that is going to be another Democratic seat right there. So that's all we got for calling stuff right now. So looking at now the map, we have 40 to 49, and the presidential level 205 to 204. So Harris is now right behind. We still have quite a few races that are looking good for Trump right here. And as you can see here, if I actually move this, that'd be great. Washington and California have gotten called for Harris now, and Oregon is still outstanding, but they're going to probably call it as soon as the first actual votes come in. NYT called Iowa for Trump. Associated Press did, so NYT did as well. And they called those for the Democrats as well. So New York Times called Iowa for Trump. Let me see, 6.75% in. All right, so yeah. Let me. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the flow here, and I'm also gonna be calling Iowa for Donald Trump here. 6 electoral votes in his column now. That's going to be another 6 that he absolutely needed to hold on to, and he will. 211 to 204 right now, and we're still waiting for the Northeast, which is ridiculous. It shouldn't be taking this long. But here we are anyway. And so 70% of the vote is in Pennsylvania, and Trump's ahead by 3. 60%, and Trump's ahead by 2 in Wisconsin. They still haven't called Virginia yet. Georgia still isn't in yet. North Carolina still isn't in, 87% ahead by 3. So that's about 5-point lead in New Hampshire now, 63% in. Oregon finally got some votes in now, finally. So there's that at least. Alright. Then, alright, so we have some movement. Now, Door County flipped blue. It did flip blue, so there's that. Northampton is still red, even more red, but Erie County is even bluer now. So Maine finally getting more in there. 6-point lead, 18%. So looks like 18%. So yeah, I'm 45% in. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and just do this. So get out of the way. I don't think that there's really any chance anything weird's gonna happen. So I have a projection to make here. Maine split congressional districts. 3 are gonna go for Kamala Harris there. That's gonna be the statewide and 1st district, and 1 electoral vote will go for Donald Trump there. in the state of Maine. So now looking at the map, we have this as our map right now. And then in that same manner, we are now going to make a projection here. The state of Nebraska, split called for Donald Trump, 4 electoral votes there. And Kamala Harris will get 1 from the 2nd Congressional District, which means that we are now looking at this as our map, which means that we are now just waiting for the 7 swing states plus Minnesota and New Hampshire as of right now. New Hampshire is getting relatively close, so might be able to call that relatively soon. Harris is ahead by 5. 42% of the votes are in now in Oregon, and Kamala Harris is ahead by 19. So that's looking good for her, at least, as far as, that goes. They still have not called New Mexico yet I've called it. They have not called Virginia. I've called it for Harris. But I think it's safe enough. So, I mean, check up on my house races here. It's probably gonna have a few called over here. Nope, nothing here yet. Called Wyoming finally. 155 to 101 currently as of right now. So, there's gonna be a still holding out on the Senate race, actually, but I probably shouldn't. 75% of the voters in. Let me see with the 80% here for some reason. 2% lead there. That's very, very close. But, that solid blue vote right there, I think, with that in mind there, I am probably gonna... It's questionable, but I think I'm gonna go for it right here. I'm gonna just be one of the first ones. I think it's probably safe at this point. I'm gonna call Virginia for the incumbent Tim Kaine. I think he's gonna hold on to his seat in Virginia. It's been pretty close so far, but I think that Hunkau is gonna lose this one. He's down by 4 right now. He has been for a long time. Dan Osborne is still ahead, but only by 0.8 of a point. Only 57% is in, so I think I'm basically going to call that for Fisher as soon as she takes the lead. Only 6% of the vote is in Montana still. And we are seeing John Tester losing already. And the House, South Dakota finally got called for one of the Johnsons. The entirety of Connecticut hasn't been called yet. Why are they not calling, anything? President, still nothing out of Nevada. Don't know why. The polls are closed. Happened for an hour. Still nothing out of Nevada anyway. Georgia is just not moving. It hasn't for a while. I don't understand what's going on there, why they're not counting anything. Same thing in North Carolina. Virginia's basically stopped. Wisconsin... Every single one of the swing states is now lean R, except for Nevada, because there's no votes reported. So, Trump expected to win narrowly. R plus 13. R plus 14, 81% in. Plus 18, 21% is in. So this is looking pretty rough for Harris right here, right? Minnesota R plus 23, but it's only 11% in, so I mean that's literally nothing out of the biggest counties that are going to go blue. Like Hennepin and Ramsey County are the blue counties in Minnesota. All right, looking in Wisconsin again, we're still waiting for Milwaukee to come in. Arizona, still Maricopa is just barely blue. By only 30,000 votes, less than that, 28,000. Anyway, so it's just it's almost at a standstill at this point, but still a bit of counting to be done. They need to actually get counting done in Maine. That'd be delightful. I already called it, but it'd be nice to get that backed up. they still haven't called the Senate race for the most popular senator in the entire country, because they haven't counted a single vote in Maine. It's insane. They should have been able to call that one at the poll closing. I mean, I did, but like that's All right. Governorships. Montana done already. They haven't called Utah yet because there haven't been any votes in yet. But other than that, literally every single other race has been called now. So we're done the governorships. 2 to be called, actually. Washington hasn't been called yet because there's no votes in yet. The Senate, 39. So 161 to 107. That's. Yep, they do have different calls. So 159 to 103 over here. And they do have some of Washington down here. The competitive races of the 3rd district in Washington and the 5th district in Oregon, there was just a call for the Democrats. Oh, the Democrats have actually won 2 competitive districts in the past little while. So they might have something going for them here in the House, at least. And even though it seems like they're done for in the Senate, I mean, it's looking pretty rough. I mean, in the Senate, they already lost Texas. Right, they already lost Texas. They lost Florida a while ago by 13 points. They lost Missouri, Indiana. They're probably gonna lose Montana, so that's gonna be it. Basically, they might lose Ohio. I mean, look, check back in on Ohio. Probably not gonna do much. Probably not gonna be much. Still 89%. Yep. So there's still basically nothing going on here. So, it's 11:10. I'm gonna probably take a quick break in a bit. Up to like 20 minutes, but probably not going to be much happening either way. There's not much happening at this point. And so 89% chance of victory for Trump. This is looking rough for Harris right now. Decision Desk declared Marino the winner in Ohio. I can see why. I think it's a bit early, but I can see why. I mean, that's 57-42. The only reason that I wouldn't at this point is over 95. Over 95. Oof, I might really soon. I might call Marino the winner really soon. So that's what I think. I think that I'm gonna follow suit in a few minutes if this doesn't look really good for Brown really quickly. 5 points down, 10% left, and the only Democratic spots left are Cleveland and Akron. Yeah, I'm gonna call that pretty soon. So that's basically it then. Republicans control the Senate. Because we're looking already at, 49 on the map right now, and then if you add Ohio, and they're expected to win Montana, that's 51. So it's over. It's already over for the Democrats in the Senate. So that's what I think about that. I'm probably gonna call that myself in a bit. So the race there is probably so tight that I'm gonna have to wait a bit longer. But it's still, they still haven't called Tim Kaine yet. Like they still haven't called Virginia for Harris yet. 82% ahead by 2 points. What is going on in Virginia? They still haven't called New Mexico yet. I don't think I'm being too eager in calling these states, but I mean they're just not doing it. 65% New Hampshire, 21% in Maine. I already called that, but I didn't call New Hampshire. Only had by 5. 65% in, ahead by 5. I don't know how much longer that'll take, but Georgia's probably gone for the Democrats. North Carolina looks really rough. 3 points. That's technically more possible. But purely based on, over 95, over 95, over 95, over 95. So, probably not. We're probably going to see Georgia called tonight at some point. Probably closer to like 3 a.m. Pennsylvania might get called tonight if this keeps on working. But if this keeps on going how it is, then we'll know that Trump won tonight. So, 65% in Wisconsin. Baldwin's losing right now. Rogers is winning. Casey is losing in Pennsylvania by 2 points. 75% is in the Senate. 75% is in presidentially, too. And Trump's ahead by 3. So, you don't want to be the Democratic Party right now. According to CNN, right before midnight, Pennsylvania will publish mail-in ballots, about 100,000 mail-in ballots. So that's gonna be good for the Democrats. That's about how far apart the two candidates are. So, that might flip Pennsylvania. That Iowa, Harris plus 3 is ridiculous. Yes, Selzer absolutely annihilated herself there. Right now, Iowa is plus 15 Trump. It's probably going to be a 2016 margin. So, the fact that it ended up with plus 3 is terrible for her record, and she's just going down the toilet. Lichtman is literally having a panic attack live on stream right now, pretty much. So it's just Door County called for Kamala pretty much, so that's a good sign in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Erie County is looking very strong for Harris, but still hasn't come in quite some time. Northampton still hasn't come in quite a bit, and it's still looking good for Trump. Still a 5-point lead in New Hampshire, so it looks like things are basically to stand still as of right now. And I'm really not sure what to think of this right now. It's being all over the place. 91% in, and 70%. Yeah, I did not think that I was gonna call Ohio before Hawaii. But I'm calling it. I'm calling the Senate race in Ohio for Bernie Moreno. That's Republican flip right there. That's a 90% is in, and it's a 5-point lead. And Columbus is done. Cincinnati is done. Dayton is done. Toledo is basically done. Akron, some, but that's only going to be like 30,000. Cleveland is basically done. That's only like 40,000. He's ahead by 250,000 votes. So Moreno is won in Ohio. So that's going to be a flip right there, and that's basically going to give Republicans the Senate. That's 50 right there, and then if they win in Montana, then that's going to be the Senate control for them. And presidentially, we're still waiting on Georgia, the last 7%. North Carolina, the last like 9. Pennsylvania got about a quarter left. Minnesota is still forgetting how to count votes. Same with Nevada. Arizona is about 50% in, and New Hampshire is about 66% in. So we're still waiting on a few of those. Waiting on these literal toddlers that are counting in Minnesota. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to call this for Klobuchar for a while longer because there's like no votes out of the Democratic parts. Oh, and Oregon's 2nd district got called. So there's that as well. Idaho, Montana's 1st district didn't get called yet. Okay. Neither of these two districts got called. This one didn't get called. This one is actually somewhat close. Colorado race just got called. So 164 to 108. They just... What did they do? What did they just do? They called North Carolina for Trump. Okay, so NYT just called North Carolina for Donald Trump. 2% more came in Georgia. 3% now. So it got even closer. There's definitely... There's a chance here. But Donald Trump... 3% in North Carolina. Charlotte's done. Raleigh's basically done. Greensboro, maybe. Where are these outgoing votes? Where are these outgoing votes? A bit in Raleigh and Greensboro and stuff, I guess. I'm not gonna call it just yet. The fact that NYT called North Carolina before Virginia, that's something. But yeah, that's pretty huge. Wisconsin's looking not that bad, for the Democrats at least. North Carolina is basically gone at this point, so that call is probably not that bad, that poorly made. I'm not gonna call it for a little bit longer, but I just want to be sure, because I mean, there's still 10% to be able to make that up. Another percent came in Georgia, and that lead has not dropped at all, so 136,000 votes. That's going to need to be absentee ballots right there that are going to need to be called in Georgia for the Democrats in order for them to win there. North Carolina is basically gone for the Democrats. Pennsylvania is still coming in slowly. Philadelphia is, starting to finalize a bit. Delaware, Montgomery, Chester, they're starting to come in a little bit, but Trump's ahead by 3 right now. Michigan's going slow. Minnesota's still going slow. It's toss-up. Minnesota's toss-up right now. Trump's ahead by quite a bit. I don't know why it's toss-up, because Hennepin and Ramsey are not in at all, and they're going to come in ridiculously heavily blue. Why have they not called Oregon yet? What the heck? Just call Oregon. The House, California, quite a few House districts are now, officially being contested and whatnot. Look at the Senate, Nebraska. Dan Osborne is still in the lead. 64% of the vote is in. So, technically he has a chance, but I don't know how long that'll be true for. They still have not called the Senate race for Marino or Cruz. So, I don't know what they're holding out for here. He's ahead by 9. He's ahead by 9. 3/4 of the vote is in. He's ahead by 9. Give it up. 91%. He's ahead by 5. I don't understand what they're holding on to there. It seems like to me like those races are already gone. We're waiting on Arizona to check on Gallego's victory there. We're waiting on Nevada to actually count votes. We're waiting on Montana to actually count votes. We're waiting on Nebraska for more votes there. Especially in the western part of the state. Eastern part of the state's dropped a lot, so I don't know. Let me check real quick on. They finally called Virginia for Tim Kaine. New York Times called Virginia for Tim Kaine. They just did. He has a 6-point lead now. 75% of the vote is in there, so they did finally call that for Tim Kaine. But they still have it on the presidential level. She's only ahead by 2 right now still, and there's only 83% of the vote in. They just froze the vote right there. I don't know what on earth is going on. 74% is in, and 6-point lead for Kamala Harris. They just called Oregon for Kamala Harris. I already did that, so I don't know why they're taking so long to catch up. I have 216 to 208 right now. They have 230 to 187. What do they have that I don't? Oh, right. North Carolina. And they also don't have Maine's 2nd district or Nebraska's 1st. And Nebraska's 2nd, so. I already called those. They have not. And I have not called North Carolina. I'm going to need a few more votes first. Georgia, 94% 3. I don't know. That could really split either way. It's going to be so ridiculously close at this point, though. Pennsylvania's vote's going to be outgoing for a little while. 77%, very, very, very slowly trickling in at this point. Arizona, still nothing. Nevada has still not counted a single vote. What on earth is going on here? Like, not even one vote right now. And that map. It's an interesting one. Red Miami Dade. It's true, guys. And look at this. This is... If you're the Democratic Party, you just pooped your pants. This is not what you wanted to see on election night. So, looking in here, 13 points now in Iowa. That's just going to keep dropping. 84 over 95. Over 95. Interesting. There's no way it's going to stay a 13-point lead for Donald Trump there. That's going to keep dropping. But not by all that much, and probably it's going to be close to a 9-point victory. You know, that Seltzer poll absolutely threw me. I thought it was going to be close to like 7, but no. They still have not called Virginia. Virginia has stopped counting votes at this point. More than 95 votes in Georgia, and Donald Trump's ahead by 3. So, I don't want to do it. I don't want to, but I kind of... Are there any other states that are more than 95% in other than Florida, Tennessee? Okay. Oh, yeah, Florida was the first one. 13 points for Trump. I mean, I still... Oregon finally got called. Okay, so they're still just catching up to me at this point. A few more House races got called there. So looking for the competitive ones. Looks like the Democrats won another competitive House race. Utah, still no results from there. Boy. They just will not call it for Cruz, will they? Yeah, Colin Allred's gonna get 900,000 votes, guys. Ain't that right? 900,000 votes are in the bag for him. Still won't call it for Marino, even though Brown needs 140,000. 91% in. I'm basically I'm great at calling states apparently. Predicting not so much. I got one state wrong so far. That's gonna be Ohio's Senate race. Half a point for Bernie for Brown. That is in fact not gonna be the case. But I hope I still can potentially get my presidential election prediction right, because that's still possible. But Harris would need to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. And then Trump can win Virginia, North Carolina, Arizona, and I'll still be right. But this model didn't make me feel so confident. Still a lot of vote left. She need to outperform Biden's numbers there in 2020, and so far she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. So they said that Trump wins in North Carolina. I'm still not so sure about that one. 3 points. I think it's still definitely possible. Possible. But likely, no. Possible, yes. No comments. Let me check in on the... Yep, Georgia. Not dropping anything there. Virginia still not getting called yet. Early voting results no longer be reported immediately at poll closing time. Well, when are the absentee ballots called? Because that technically could be enough. Georgia, I highly doubt it, but they still haven't even called it yet, so I'm not so sure about that. Basically, we're just waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin's kind of a bit stronger. Door County now, 3 points blue. Erie, still nothing more in Erie. Still nothing more in Northampton. So there's really nothing there to look at, right? So 92% chance for the presidency on Polymarket now. 99% Senate, 73% House, 74% Republican sweep, 1% Democratic sweep. That's basically nothing. Trump's about to talk. He's probably going to declare victory. So, you know, that's going to be great. Especially if he potentially ends up losing. That would be not good. MSNBC still has Georgia too close to call, but it's 135,000 votes between them, so that's you know, pretty tight there. And so then, you know, it's yeah, I don't understand what's going on with Georgia. Why some of them called Georgia. It was just within 12,000, so I mean there's still a chance that she could win. So I think it's shifting Virginia is crazy. I don't think it's going to end up being Harris plus 2. They stopped counting votes in Virginia, 83%. If those 17% end up being typical Northern Virginia votes, it's going to end up being like 6% for Harris, which is still a 4-point shift to the right, but it's not over there yet. So 94.6% chance for Trump winning on Polymarket now, 5.2 for Harris. So it's basically Senate is lost. It looks like. Yep. They called the Senate race in Ohio for Marino. Marino has they finally caught up with me again. They still have not called the Texas Senate race yet. Deb Fischer took the lead in Nebraska. I'm going to wait a bit longer, then I'm going to call that race. And so from there, we're just going to, you know, have to wait a bit more. Gallego's still ahead, though. You know, their on-point politics isn't even that wrong now. I don't know. I don't know if I go that far. He was right about Florida. He was wrong. Josh Stein won in North Carolina. Okay, that was ridiculous of him. Okay, Robinson had no chance, and Marino is probably not going to win by all that huge of a margin in the end. Okay, Texas isn't going to be safe on the presidential level. So basically, he is still insane. At this point, it's, down to, still Swain County, Door County still there. 91% in there. Milwaukee, 54% in. That could still come in a bit for Kamala Harris. 68% in there still. 78% for, is in Pennsylvania. 77% in Philadelphia. 48% in Erie, still winning on that one. Northampton, 88. Quite a bit of dooming on the Harris camp here from what I'm seeing, but a lot of hoping. AP finally called New Mexico for Kamala Harris. I called it like an hour ago. 3-point lead now in Virginia. So just to say that it wasn't going to be 2. I'm talking more about presidential race. Probably wrong in Minnesota. Closer. I don't know. I still don't know. He had Michigan going by like 4 or 5. Georgia going by like 6. That's not happening. So I wouldn't be so sure about that. Georgia's going to be within 2. North Carolina's going to be within 2.5. So no, not really. Wait until 11:55. Yeah, we're gonna need a bit there. So it's looking really rough for the Democratic Party right now. But Senate also looking rough. Ohio flipped. Bernie Moreno winning that. I think Bob Casey is going to end up winning in Pennsylvania. I'll beat very narrowly. Lissa Slotkin's going to end up winning there. Wisconsin, I think Tammy Baldwin's going to win narrowly. So again, OPP is not going to be right as far as the Senate races go there either. In the Rust Belt, I think those are going to end up being blue, even if the Senate race, they end up, Lake is not winning in Arizona. And so 13 points in Florida is insane. I mean, 11 points from Miami-Dade. 11 points from Miami-Dade. But I mean, looking at Pennsylvania here, NYT called North Carolina already. I'm not sure about calling that quite yet. Georgia, they called for some of them called for Trump. So then if you call Pennsylvania for Trump and Arizona for Trump, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Pennsylvania, that's a Trump win. With Alaska, that's a 270 Trump win. So if that comes in, we're going to have Alaska in at around 230. Arizona might take about a week. So if it does come down to that, it might take a long time. So either way, we may not know this until Friday or later. Because this is obviously not going to be a blowout. This is not going to be a blowout for either candidate. So this is going to take days. Alright, so, you know. There's really not much to look at here. The ballots basically stopped counting, but delay margin seems to be under 5 points with 86%. That's 81, and that's a 9-point margin. And there's still a lot coming from Chicago. So I wouldn't hold your breath on anything there. New York, 12-point margin there. Did Minnesota finally start actually reporting votes? Oh my goodness, they did. Hennepin County completely came in at this point. Ramsey County hasn't even come in yet, and it's 54 to 44. So finally, it's about time. Wanted to call it for a long time now. There we go. All right, there's some movement. All right, now we're finally able to call Minnesota for the Democratic Party. 10 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Took them long enough to remember how to count votes. That's gonna be 10. Gonna have to let me check on the Senate race. They finally called Texas. They finally called Cruz winning in Texas. Jeez, dude, I did it like an hour ago. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So yeah, I don't think that Royce White's gonna have much of a comeback here. Yeah, I'm calling this for Amy Klobuchar there. I'm going to give her that seat there. She's going to hold that seat. She's the incumbent in the state of Minnesota. So I'm going to give her that seat to hold there. So we're looking now at 50 to 42 for the Republicans. And still outgoing, still waiting out in Nebraska, but Deb Fisher's now in the lead, and it's not looking all too good for Dan Osborne. 4% lead in Virginia. They still have not called New Mexico. Still nothing in Nevada. Alabama 2nd District's looking good. The 1st District's looking good. So looks like the Democrats might... Oh, wow, look at that. They got 2 more competitive seats. So it looks like the Democrats might win the House. But if the Republicans have the president and the Senate, then it's basically over, and that's not really going to do much. So looks like they called Minnesota for Klobuchar. So I already beat him to it. Looks like the Republican Party is going to have control over the government for the next 4 years. Simply put, right there. And 4.5 in CNN. Jeez. Yeah, it's 9 here. Maine is taking so long to count. It's insane. I don't understand what is going on in Maine right now. 29% of the vote in. And okay. Well, oh boy. Well, Pennsylvania 82% in. Michigan 41. They're taking a long time. Wisconsin 70% in. Still waiting for a lot out of Milwaukee and a bit out of Madison. Arizona hasn't counted anything in a while. No updates in the House. House is going to take about a week to count all of. Deb Fisher's now in the lead by 0.8%. McCormick's ahead by 2. Rogers is ahead by 3. Hovde's ahead by 2. Gallego's ahead by 6. King's only ahead by 16. Sheehy's ahead by 14. 14. Oh, wow, okay. So, yeah, it's what do we got here? Ooh. Oh, seat went red. Not surprised. 168 to 119. Still nothing in Utah. It's weird. Why is Utah taking so long? So is Nevada. It's 11:47. We're coming up on midnight. So gonna get those poll closings in here. Alright, so, we'll have to see how all this ends up going. But much rather be the Republicans than the Democrats right now, because this is not looking good for the 90% chance of victory. It's been staying put, so I mean there's that. If you wanna be, according to DDHQ, the chance to control the House is now 58% Democratic. So there's that. If you wanna try to take that, any Democrats there wanna. It's really just, Still haven't called that for Harris for some reason. I don't know why. 51% in, but it still should be somewhat secure at this point. I'm not really sure what the holdup is here. Why we're not getting any votes in Nevada at all. AP race call. Donald Trump wins Missouri. That's gotta be old, right? Yeah, 11 minutes ago. That's not 11 minutes ago. That was hours ago. So Trump's ahead in all the swing states right now. And it looks basically like Trump's also ahead in the popular vote by 4 million votes. So it's not looking good for the Democrats. They hit 200 electoral votes. So they have that going for them. I have currently, of course, well, that's the Senate. So, they have control of the Senate 50. But 216 to 218 right now. It's really not looking that good for the Democratic Party right now. Tim Sheehy is doing pretty well in Montana, but there's really not that many votes to be counting right now. The odds of Trump winning on Polymarket are now up to 96.6%. So looking now at this, they did finally call Virginia. They finally called Virginia for Kamala Harris. So that's why 200. Still haven't called New Mexico. Still haven't called Minnesota. New Hampshire 75, 5-point margin. That's even getting closer. Really not sure what to do right now. I'm just sitting here waiting for these few results to just keep on trickling in here. But yeah, I mean 9 minutes until the midnight poll closing. So there's that at least. And we're waiting for the last drops to come in here in NYT apparently dropped a little bit. Oh, no, it went back up to 91. So, yeah, it's up, dropped down to 90. So it's hovering right around 90, 89, 90, 91. We're gonna get our last main drop out of Bucks County flipped to Trump. That's huge. Erie County, Northampton County staying red, but we're gonna get our last drop in Pennsylvania at 11:59. So that's gonna be huge. And so basically, we're gonna have to wait to call Pennsylvania until then, at least. I'm hoping maybe we'll finally be able to call freaking New Hampshire. It's the last state minus the 7 swing states that we haven't been able to call yet. New Hampshire. And Minnesota, Harris is ahead by 8. I don't see any movement happening there at this point in time. And so it's just let's see what the city ballots are looking like, especially in Milwaukee. Still 42% left. Nothing in Douglas County. That's weird. 6% left in Dane County. 74, 95. So basically, Allegheny County is done. Philadelphia still 20% left. 25% left in Montgomery. Quarter left in. So there's still quite a bit outstanding. Monroe County flipped. Monroe County flipped. I'd say this is about over. This is basically it. So North Carolina, still no more votes have come in yet. I don't know what they're waiting on there. And that's not what I meant to do. And Georgia, more than 95% in all these regions here. And so I don't know what they're waiting on there. There's nothing else to come out of there. So I don't know what they think they're waiting on as far as Georgia goes. I'm probably pretty close to calling it myself for Trump. So Donald Trump will win in Georgia most likely at this point. So yeah, 11:56. We're about to see if this is real or not. What's going on with the cities here? It's continuing to have to wait on some of these other ones. We're looking at Arizona right now. Wow, live for 6.25 hours. Whew. Doesn't feel like it. Feels more like 3, but county's lag is going to report good shape to win the 4 swing states and finish. Yeah, well, what side's he on? So 11:57 p.m. now, waiting 3 minutes left until we might get a drop out of Pennsylvania. House races, a few more got called. 169 to 125 for the House. The Senate, nothing. Deb Fisher starting to pull ahead. Michigan, nothing good looking for the Democrats. Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent, still down by 2. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, again, the incumbent, down by 2. Montana, John Tester's down by 17. However, only 14% of the voters reporting so far. So, Nebraska special, 18 points and 70% in. That's surprisingly close. Trump won by 15 in Texas. So I don't see anything moving right now. 11:58 p.m. And so still just 53% count in Arizona. I don't know why they're just not counting anymore. They're just done. They're just done. Nevada never even started. So I'm probably not even going to be able to call that tonight. But I'll probably be able to call control of the Senate at some point. Nine points in Rhode Island. That's insane. Oh boy. 8 points in Connecticut. Only 42% reporting. It's 11:59. 20 seconds left until the next poll closings. It's just going to be in the state of Hawaii. Polls closing just in Hawaii at the midnight hour right now. We can now project that Hawaii will go for Kamala Harris. It's 4 electoral votes. Will go for the vice president. And now we can also make a projection in the Senate that its Senate seat will go for Mazie Hirono, the incumbent. That is the last. That is the end of the open polls for the Senate. We are now just waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Montana, Nevada, and Arizona. And we're just waiting on Alaska for the polls to close there. So now that's basically it. Now looking here. Let me check out at 4 points in New Hampshire now. That's 5. What do we got in Pennsylvania? 84 still. 3-point lead. Did anything even change? I don't see anything, so I don't know what's going on here. 88% in New Jersey, and it's within 5. Little Rock said that CNN said that 100,000 city ballots would come in at midnight. So, Bucks County. I still have it red. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah. Trump flip Bucks County. 73% of the vote in. I don't see any movement whatsoever. And never did I think that we'd actually be waiting for the 7 key swing states plus New Hampshire. That's not something that I thought we'd see. So, here we are waiting for slow New Hampshire. There's really not much to do here. Basically just sit and wait for these last few votes to come through. We gotta. Why are they still not calling New Mexico? Associated Press called New Mexico a while ago. Why are they not calling New Mexico? Why are they not calling New Mexico? Why are they not calling New Mexico? First results picked at 1 a.m. Yep. Count taking place about 15 days later. Wow. Okay. Georgia stopped counting. North Carolina stopped counting. Pennsylvania's basically done. Michigan's like done. Wisconsin basically stopped. $174 to $130. We still have the chance for one of the greatest election comebacks in history here. 90% chance of victory, but, you know, there is enough outstanding in these rural regions that, in theory, you know, could win. She could win in the Rust Belt trio here. Basically, Virginia and North Carolina are gone. Arizona might be gone at this point. But, if anything... This has been quite a night. 88%, now it's up to 14% in Kansas, so I have no idea what they were waiting for. Minnesota's at 6. I don't know why they're not calling it still, but... Alright, so, I mean, it's basically just sitting here waiting for these last few results to trickle in, but at this point, it's basically guaranteed. 90% chance of victory, that's 9 and 10. That's 4% lead in Wisconsin now, so, you know. 'Oh my. Alright, so yeah, this isn't just a red mirage at this point. This is absolutely, you know, Republican turnout at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and finally do it. I've been holding it off for a while, but now I feel confident enough. I am actually gonna call the first swing state here. I'm gonna call Georgia for Donald Trump. 16 electoral votes to his tally here, 232 to 222 now. Donald Trump taking the lead again. So that's going to be a crucial state for him. I mean, if he didn't win Georgia, that was basically it. But North Carolina, Pennsylvania, that's fine, and Arizona. He needs those three. So that's basically just 50% of the vote in now in Michigan. Let me flip over. So 50% now in Michigan, but basically we're waiting on Wayne County at this point. So that Washtenaw County got a bit, Oakland County. So Michigan is probably gonna flip before the end of the night. Wisconsin, not so much. There's a pretty good chance that it will go red. And Pennsylvania isn't looking too hopeful for the Democrats either. 3-point lead there for Trump, and flipped Bucks County. That's probably going to flip back, but only be by a point. Monroe County flipped red. Northampton County. So I mean, it's probably it's not looking too good, but So it's just down to these last few states. I mean, at this point, it's just waiting. So I mean, I don't really know what else to get at this point. I'm gonna maybe pull up some. What do you guys think I should do in this mid period where we're just sitting waiting for these last few results? Been live for 6.5 hours. Got a bit left. Can't quit yet because we don't have Alaska. 50 minutes till that happens. Things have slowed down. Up there's Michigan's 1st district. 176 to 135. New Jersey's 7th district went red. But now that these have gotten called yet, ooh, yeah, that's going red. 7th district, probably going red. We're looking at a Republican trifecta here. So, they just will not call Georgia, will they? Anyway, all across here, Cumberland County actually went a bit bluer, but quite a bit in some of the plains here. Oklahoma went bluer. Colorado went bluer. New Mexico went way redder. This is going to be the Hispanic vote. The Rio Grande Valley completely moved again, way off to the right. The entirety of Florida went super hard right. All of Kentucky, all of Tennessee, all of West Virginia went way hard right. Just a few counties in Virginia. Most of it went to the right. Maryland shifted right. Delaware to the left a bit, weirdly enough. Oh my goodness. Okay, so oh man. So I mean, such slow results at this point, but there's a few house races in California. People being yeah, I mean, even the Senate's looking rough for the Democrats here. It's basically going to be a trifecta at this point for the Republicans. I mean, I don't see much of a comeback here. It's looking great for Republicans. So, I mean, just a Republican sweep of everything. They're going to get their agenda done over the next few years. So, you know, do with that what you will. And I mean, all right. So 2nd district's looking rough too. So I mean, 176, 138. So it looks like yeah, the House probably gonna go might go blue, but it looks like it's gonna go red. So. Yeah, I don't know what to think of this. This is further than like anyone saw. So this is quite a bit of a shift from the expected here. I mean I'm not confident. I'm not gonna move anything here. I do have the Senate. I'm gonna check on the Senate how it's doing right now. Montana, he's had by 18. Wisconsin, Hovey's up by 2. Rogers up by 5. McCormick is only up by 1.2. So Casey might win. Casey might win. Arizona's still at 50%. So the Senate map isn't moving right now. I'm not gonna be able to make not gonna make any calls here. Fisher is they called it for Deb Fisher. NYT called the race for Deb Fisher, which means that Republicans will take control of the Senate. So that's it. So I'm not so certain about that one, but let me see, where's this vote coming from? Over 95, over 76, 75, 70, 75, 75, 76. I'm going to be a little conservative here, and I'm going to actually not call that yet. I'm going to be a little conservative and not call that yet. I'm gonna hold out a bit. But yeah, I don't know about I wouldn't be hopeful or anything. So yeah, there's the 73%, 4-point lead. 4-point lead. Yep. Projection here: Republicans will have control of the Senate here. That's gonna be after the calling of the Nebraska race that I'm going to be calling for Deb Fisher, the incumbent there. She's gonna win the race in Nebraska, so that's gonna be the end of that. So yeah, that's control of the Senate has now been given to the Republican Party. So there's one chamber of the House, one chamber of the government that they now have. So here's our map here, uncalled. Right here, you can see now that Republicans have control of the Senate. So that's the end of the Senate there. Projection right there that Deb Fisher will win in Nebraska. And things are looking rough in the Rust Belt even for Democrats there. The House, 176 to 140. In the presidency, they did finally call New Mexico for Harris. She's only ahead by 5, though. 88% in. So it's New Hampshire's 79%, 5-point lead. So I'm actually going to go ahead and finally call that. So finally a projection here calling the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire will go blue for the 3rd cycle, voting against Donald Trump for the 3rd time. So now there is that's 4 more electoral votes for the vice president here, and it is 232 to 226. We are just waiting on the 7 minus Georgia, which has been called for Donald Trump already, and we're going to be waiting out some of these other states too. So, I mean, North Carolina, still at 92%. I don't want to call that just yet. Ahead by 3, doesn't look very good for the Democrats, but I don't want to call that out just yet. So, it's Alright, so here we have a few. Still waiting on Nevada. Everything for Nevada. Nothing's in on Nevada. Maine, King's gonna win. I don't know why it's taking so friggin' long in Maine. Maine is just not reporting anything right now. They have not called New Hampshire yet. I just called New Hampshire blue. Pennsylvania is gonna be is still waiting. Oh. Trump with a 90% chance of victory still. Still not going, but it says Harris could win with a good bit there. Not even up to 300 though, so that's interesting. Because I mean, technically, there is a chance that she could still sweep all of the swing states, because it's not 100% gone in Georgia. It's just like 98% gone. So, but I mean, it's Arizona 53% now, 55%. Trump is ahead by 0.8%, so they finally got some more votes in there. Waiting for another 40 minutes for some more ballot drops, and that's going to be in the state of Alaska. It's going to be closing at 1 in the morning. And so, I mean, it's just so slow right now. They still have not called Minnesota. I called it for Harris already. Took forever to call Virginia when I called it like an hour prior. Illinois up by 86% in. I mean, this is looking terrifying for the Democrats. This is like a nightmare. But I'm actually getting a bit hungry, so I'm gonna go grab a quick snack, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, you guys can see if there's any useful changes in the map. I'll be right back. Honestly, not much happened here, but not about surprise. So McCormick's up by 1.1% actually. 12th district went blue. 17th, I can read. 17th district in Pennsylvania went blue. Basically down to just the more competitive districts at this point. Utah finally got results coming in now. 177, 143. Waiting for a vote drops here. Apparently Erie's gonna flip, so maybe I don't know. Maybe that they're actually behind. I can't tell, but lean. Very likely lean. Nothing yet. Still. Yep, plus 86. That's expected. 20, 32. Okay, 13 in Rhode Island. Finally, that started picking up. All right, I got a few things to do. A bit later in the night now, but there's really not much changing. So I mean, this looking at the map right here, there's not much to focus on. So it's just waiting for these last few races. So I mean, it's yeah. You can stay with that till I come back. finally back. Sorry about that. I had to get, a complete shower or whatnot. But, let's see. Kamala Harris just went live. So I'm curious what she has to say here. I'm gonna pull this up. Let's see what she's got. Yeah, they're basically. Yeah, they know it's basically over. Projection here, calling North Carolina for Donald Trump, 16 electoral votes. That's gonna move his total up to 248. So 61 uncalled electoral votes. Probably not going to call those. Potentially not even tonight. Senate still looking at this map here. Nothing new. Stop the music. Sigh. Okay, and still nothing here. Awaiting even the first results out of Nevada still. Arizona. Trump's in the lead. Yeah, I mean, everywhere. 90% in Pennsylvania. 89% in Bucks County flip. Erie County did in fact flip. So yeah. Trump, of course, took to Twitter and said, "I run this election by a lot," so that's nice. But what do we got? What is this? I'm not seeing much of anything here. Anyone seeing anything moving? Seven hours. All right, there we go. First congressional district got called in Nebraska, Idaho got called. Montana's second district. They're not calling a lot of states here, so it's you know a little slow to get here, but it's not really moving much. Oh, the third district got called. 0.2%. That's gonna go right down to the wire there. Ordinance hasn't gotten called in to win that one. First district, 1% lead. I'd probably call that for the Democrats. That's blue. I don't know why they didn't call it yet. That's okay. That's Georgia was just called for Donald Trump on New York Times. 246 to 210. I already called it, so still ahead of the game. So still looking at 248 to 226 here. 92% in Pennsylvania, 51-48. 85 in Wisconsin, 51-47. So that's basically it. Alright, finally, 12:56 a.m. Polls in Alaska are going to close in 3.5 minutes. Last poll closings of the night. Get that set up. Yep, already got that done. I don't expect any more poll closings until then, so last poll closings of the night there. So we got nothing yet, but 92%, 3% lead for Trump. Really not much to say there. It's just, waiting for more of those votes to come in and, see if it'll somehow take over that lead. Michigan, I still feel confident that Harris is going to win, but Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, not so much. And those are going to take days. So that we're basically done at this point. But 11:57, 2.5 minutes left until Alaska's polls close. Last one's poll is open, and then I can move it to be uncalled. So that'll be. Alright, so just need to wait on Alaska. Polls close, going to be 2 minutes left. Still can't call any of these in the Senate. Looking at the gubernatorial map. 50% first results finally came in Nevada. So last state to come in now is Nevada. Finally, well, then Alaska. Obviously, the polls haven't closed yet. Elko County, Lincoln County, Nye County, Douglas County coming in there. Washoe County, and Clark County. So nothing out of Clark County yet. That's really what they're going to be the indicator there on how things are going to go. 5% in. Toss up for right now. 5% in. But now all of them are finally showing that Kamala Harris is actually down by 4 million votes. Only 44% of the vote is in California, though. 90% in New York. 12-point lead for Kamala Harris. Texas, 90% is in. So Kamala Harris will probably narrowly win the popular vote. And I mean narrowly, like a point. %93 chance of victory for Donald Trump. 306 to 232. That's how well he did in 2016. That's a win in Pennsylvania, a win in Michigan, a win in Wisconsin. Oh, 63%. Well, okay. Wayne County still only 25% in. 93% in Oakland. Oh, and we're at 1 a.m. So we're gonna get a quick call real quick here. And the polls have closed in the state of Alaska. So that's gonna be an uncalled state right now. 3 electoral votes outstanding. That is too close to call right there. So we're gonna have to hold out on that right now. Too early to call in the state of Alaska, but so now looking at the map, we can see that's it. We're done. All the polls have closed nationwide. So we're now looking at the first results from Alaska. But anyway, actually, I'll get to it in a minute. But currently, Michigan, we're waiting for more in Wayne County. That could definitely carry Kamala Harris over the finish line in Michigan. Alaska, nothing has come in yet, but should come in relatively soon. And the House, it's now 182 to 151 in favor of the Republicans. There still haven't been any calls in quite a few races here, including some that are quite strongly in favor of one candidate, such as, in Massachusetts 9th District, not very competitive. The 17th, that one's close. That one's expected to be close. The 19th, that one's expected to be close, but that's within 4 points. Looks like Riley's going to de-seat Molinaro. 90% in. Dave McCormick is potentially going to de-seat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. I mean, winning in Bucks County, winning in Northampton. So, I mean, 75% in Philadelphia. So there's still quite a few ballots outgoing in Philadelphia County at this point in time. And 93% in now. Finally, they called Nebraska's 2nd District for Kamala Harris. I did that like 2 hours ago. They still haven't called New Hampshire yet. It's only had by 3 for Kamala Harris now. Maine had by 7, only 53%. 93% in Pennsylvania. And we are looking at 89% in Philadelphia. Erie has flipped. Likely Republican. Over 95% chance of victory for Donald Trump. So basically, a Trump victory is guaranteed at this point. But at this point, it's basically down to Pennsylvania. At this point, I mean, with Michigan as it is, Wisconsin as it is, there's not any chance that Harris is going to pull off a win in Pennsylvania. And then Wisconsin or Arizona at this point in the night. So, just a preliminary call. I'm saying that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency. This is a call right there. Republicans already have control of the Senate. And the House. There, finally, Montana's 2nd District got called, but still no results from Alaska. They're probably going to take a little while to come in. 272 is best case for Harris now, so yeah, they don't even think it's possible for her to win the Rust Belt Trio in Nevada. Oh my goodness. Well, 17% of the vote is in Alaska. 16. Yeah, I'm gonna just call it right now that there's not, it's not budging. So calling the state of Alaska for Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes to him there on the state of Alaska. Washington Post says that 91% chance Trump wins Pennsylvania. So that's yep, Pennsylvania now very likely Republican. Last few drops in. The needle now has Trump winning the election. So basically, I think it's almost safe to say that 7% of the vote in, 3% down. So looking here, 90% in, 2%. I think that Casey might still be able to win, but 5% down there. 2% down in Wisconsin. 28% in. Tester's only down by 2. But it is now 1:12 a.m. Eastern Time, and I'm now projecting that Donald Trump will win the presidential election in 2024 after calling the state of Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, and it's 19 electoral votes. Will go to him, meaning he will hit 270. So that's it. That's 270 right there. That's there are the 2024 elections. Republicans control the Senate and win the presidency. 68% in Nevada, 4-point lead for Donald Trump. Washoe County's coming out. 71% of the vote, and in Kamala's only up by 2 in Clark County. So that's pretty rough right there too. So that's really gonna be rough there. Could even lose Nevada. In the House, a few more districts have been called. 10 competitive districts have been won by Democrats, 7 by Republicans. So there may very well be a Republican trifecta incoming right now on the map here. Pennsylvania's basically gone. Michigan might be gone. Wisconsin might be gone. Georgia, North Carolina already called. Pennsylvania already called. So they're already gone. Nevada's looking rough for the Democrats as well. I mean, it looked bad in the early poll data, so there was that. Arizona, there really hasn't been much movement, but Gay goes up by 6. I feel like Jackie Rosen 74% in with a 6 tenths of a point lead. That's not strong enough to be able to hold on anything. So still haven't even called King to win yet. That's insane. 90% of votes in. There's still quite a bit of votes out of there. So I think Bob Casey is going to pull out the win in Pennsylvania for senator. Even though he obviously did not win in. Even though, Harris obviously did not win in the presidential level. So Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes outstanding still. 87% in, lean Republican there. Yep, well, it might be several hours until the race can be called. Our estimates say Donald Trump is very likely to win the presidency. Harris almost certainly needs to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Trump is a clear favorite in each. Election Times YouTube channel has predicted that Donald Trump has won the presidency right before I did, a minute before I called it. Now best case just moved up even more. Looks like, yep, bad, it got even further red. Expected 2016 margin here. Minnesota's then 4. Fox News just called PA for Trump. And did they? They really? No, they did not. Oh, they finally called New Hampshire 4 minutes ago. Now on Polymarket, Trump over a 99% chance of winning the election. Decision Desk HQ called it for Trump. House race, this competitive district, Molinaro got de-seated by Democrat Josh Riley in this House race. Quite a few are still outgoing, 184 to 156. There very well could be a trifecta here, as of course they did win the Senate. 87% in, Eric Hovde's up by 2, 90% in, and McCormick's up by 2. 74% in, Jackie Rosen's up by 0.5%. 3%, 93% in, still down by 3. So just waiting for those last few drops out of the Philadelphia region. So we had Fox call it for Trump. DDHQ called it for Trump as well. But yeah, Republican trifecta incoming now. Competitive House district gone red. This one's now flipped red. It was blue by a point. Now 0.2% red. It's probably gonna go red again. Continue to go red. Pennsylvania is basically gonna get called any minute now. Multiple other people have called it, so 4% lead in Wisconsin with 11% of the vote out, 13% of the vote outstanding, actually. Same thing here. Political predictions. I still think that Michigan is actually going to go a bit blue. Oh, never mind. 7 points. It's going red. Never mind. So yeah. Yeah, I got all 4 of those wrong. So much for a good record to start things off. Over 95%. 89. It's only 20-point margin. 23. Delaware County. 8 in Chester. This is a larger victory than 2016. I mean, this is insane. I'm stunned, honestly. Projection to make here, calling Wisconsin for Donald Trump, 10 electoral votes for the former president in the state of Wisconsin. That's going to bring his total up to 280 electoral votes here on the map to Kamala Harris's 226. So that is going to 4-point lead right now in the state of Wisconsin. These races are still too close to call at this point, and I'm not going to call any of those, so I think that's going to be it for the night. Quite a bit earlier than I was expecting, but we already have a winner. Former President Donald Trump will be the second person in American history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms in office, starting on January 20th, 2025, until January 20th, 2029. So he will be the 47th President of the United States, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential election. That's all for the night. Thank you all for being here with me. And just again, here's the map of my projections. As of right now, I made quite a few projections before anyone else did, and they were all accurate, so there's that at least. My projections are pretty accurate, but I am going to be continuing to call these states over the course of the week, and I will be releasing those videos as soon as they do get called on YouTube. So do make sure to stay updated on those. Make sure to subscribe if you have not already. And so that's all I got. I've been live streaming for 8 hours now. So thank you all. Have a fabulous rest of your day, and that's all I got. I mean, 8-hour long election, probably the shortest one in quite some time, but AP still hasn't called the race yet in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin, but they're just being overly hopeful. That's it. And not to mention the Republican control of the Senate, so we're gonna have that there. I think that Slotkin might be able to pull off a win in Michigan, but Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are looking rough right now. Arizona, Gallego's probably gonna win. Rosen gonna narrowly win in Nevada, and then Montana, Sheehy is going to win there. And so that's all of it. And as far as the House goes, I mean, I could definitely see a potential trifecta here. I mean, first district, over 95% of the vote is in, and Miller Meeks is ahead by literally 400 votes. 7th district, not even that close. 8th district, ahead, but only 51% of the vote is in. And these two, over 95%, 51%, and the Republicans are both leaning that they will de-seat the two Democrats there. So that's basically it as far as all that goes. The competitive race here, 58%, ahead only by 2. 4% lead there, 60% of the vote is in. There's a competitive race in here, 68% of the vote is in, only ahead by 6. So, I mean, I think this is just this was the red wave here. It's just, I mean, Tony Vargas might be able to de-seat Don Bacon by a few votes, few hundred. But I think this is going to be a Republican trifecta. That's all I have to say. So, good night, everyone, whenever you are watching this. And there's a historical log of how things went and when I called things compared to, everyone else. And I hope you did all enjoy. Make sure to subscribe. I will be giving tons of analysis videos after this throughout the rest of November. So, thank you all again and have a fabulous rest of your day. ETN out.